all of the office. He'll claim that he had some accident that makes him an asshole, but realistically, he just needs to be...
Has been activated.
He also doesn't know what projection means.
Projection alert system has been activated. Projection alert system has been activated.
Oh,
And every time someone says something that he doesn't
forget.
Projection alert system. I got no beef with this guy. I just heard him talking about his trans son one day, and now I just like to make fun of him about it because, you know, the guy's a waste of... Because anybody that comes on Clubhouse and sits here and runs their mouth... Ooh! Ooh! He's using ad hominem projection now. Ad hominem projection.
You're the reason why people burn down synagogues.
Oh my God.
Tell you what, I cut your fucking throat, you fucking kike cunt.
I'm reporting you. I'm reporting you right now. I'm taking a screenshot of the room. Let me go to the report button. They said something. Here we go. Reporting an incident. You're going to have to get a new burner phone. Where is it? Hate speech and homicidal ideation.
So lay off you while you're not even paying attention and don't care. Getting mixed signals here, Michael. Oh, completely understandable.
Who's calling him?
I don't know. Call him whatever you want.
Yeah, I cannot kick Amon, so...
Hey, John, I know exactly where he lives.
Projection alert system has been detected. Projection alert system has been detected.
And nobody on
Projection alert.
Yeah, it's all public information. You can go and find that he got fired from the IRS after 5 years. It was the last thing that his dad put him up for, and then after that he disowned him.
His dad put me up for it?
Now
What the fuck?
Weird look at me clown show.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe the world would be a better place if somebody went round there. Just chopped his fucking arms and legs off.
Oh, mate. Mate, you're going to have to get a new car. You can't make death threats. It's illegal.
Should we talk about something else?
Yeah, let's do that.
Sorry, I just walked us into a really awkward cul-de-sac.
No, it's okay. Yeah, we're moving out of it. It's okay. We can,
You didn't do anything.
It's okay. So sometimes it's like this, sometimes it's like that. Like, there's no big issue.
No.
Right in the way.
We're just, we didn't really have any topic anyway in this room.
Why?
Just like a free floating. So whatever you want to talk about.
What's
How wealth produces bitchiness.
Really?
What's going on?
We need Rico in this room.
I'm scared.
No.
Is this
We have a thing coming up
still
in
ongoing from
November
yesterday?
where we've got to go through like royal protocol for one of the Emirati royal
What
family.
the fuck? Wow, this is like
Coming
the
to
longest
that.
street ever.
And some of the stuff that you've got to get a specific chair.
So
You've got to have
so
everybody
I'm getting
vetted. And after you've started the event, before the turns up,
Buttercup.
you have to clear everybody else regardless of what the It's like really
so he can open a room here.
Yeah, she's
I think there's more security theatre than anything else.
Florida, and now he has access to all the rooms. Yeah.
In Key West.
I just invited
Damn
her
Emiratis.
to her own.
No, it was so much
Hey, I'll tell you what, us Americans, we love our
Hey.
theater.
Hey, girl.
I don't think
No,
it's guys from America.
Single parties.
Oh, I know. I prefer
Oh, okay.
love the
So
security.
it means.
Yeah, especially after 9/11, right?
Yesterday.
Yeah, we love it.
I remember like how it was before, like when you go to the airport and afterwards.
No, I opened it myself.
Or maybe,
It
yeah.
employs a lot of unemployable people. You know, anytime that I've had dealings with the TSA, I just found that they were just dead inside. Yeah, they were waiting till the end of their shift. There was no security going on there.
You're the second person that cares about the TSA. I never heard about the TSA before until this app, and then you're the second person that mentions TSA.
Although I would far rather take the TSA over the Indian National Guard that run their security at the airports. My God, if you ever need something stolen, put it into your carry-on.
That's why they wrap all the luggages in like the poly, or like the, what is it, the plastic wrap? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Have you ever seen the Indians? We did that before we went to the airport.
My wife's Punjabi, so had a real experience with having the family over for 6 months and having to wait for 3 hours at the airport while the mum who had packed an entire suitcase full of food.
Excuse me, Tuna boy, but that is interesting. You are married to a Punjabi woman. Why did you call that guy a kike and say you're going to?
Yet again, John Kitover.
You know what's kind of crazy?
He normally doesn't come in my room, but I don't know. Maybe it's because of you.
I think maybe he's just got himself some new SIM cards, and normally I'd just block him. But
Oh, okay. Yeah, he has too many accounts anyway. That, like, blocking him doesn't help. You always find another way to come in.
he's like a piece of Clubhouse. Every time he gets some new SIM cards, flare up.
Yeah.
We're worried about you, John. John, we're worried about you. You doing okay, buddy?
This is an intervention.
It won't help.
John,
John, you really
you
just
can make your whole life better. All you need is a bathtub and a toaster. You can make all of the craziness go away.
He's gonna report you now.
Accent.
Yeah. No. Fucking report.
Alright. Do you think that they should be doing the same thing that is in Tel Aviv? They should copy that to Jerusalem?
No.
Why
I
not?
mean, what can you report if there is that?
It's a different mindset.
Because it's the holiest place on earth for Christians. Come on, isn't it a little
Exactly.
There has to be something
It is modest.
If you want to see,
Yeah, like even I would walk around Jerusalem in shorts or whatever.
We need kavod.
It's a little, yeah, you can recognize that it is very significant
recording
place.
Clubhouse is going to give him an income eventually.
Scary.
Yeah.
You don't even
Oh,
need
it's-
40 palms to like do that though. That's the crazy part. Like,
Oh no! If you were actually trying to rip off the royalties that you get from streaming services, you do what they do in Thailand, where you just set up a bank of phone farms and just have them interacting with lots of different fake accounts. But realistically, AI has now got to the point where that era of the internet has largely been handled from an operations security point of view. They can spot that behaviour a mile off, you know. So what actually happened with the TSA? Because I generally take that when the orange one says something that is, I know that it isn't. But at one point they were saying they were going to replace the whole of the TSA with ICE agents. it's almost like the guy is trying to bait social unrest in America, just as a power grab.
That makes a lot of sense because ICE agents is wild, dude. Like he's just like a salacious person, you know.
I mean, Stalin did the same thing with.
I think it's illegal to try to provoke and other cultures, ideals, perspectives. I think this is something above you. You should not interfere. I think you should leave communities alone and go amongst other people that are going to allow this. No.
I thought that in Jerusalem they do the same, the same thing that they do in Tel Aviv, like with all the special dresses and stuff like that. They do it the same in Jerusalem, right? But if it's political and they like marching like regularly and being modest about that, so fine.
See photos from last year, and you can see exactly how it looks. It's completely different.
Wait. I'm not afraid of rainbows. The Vatican is always so over exaggerating.
Yeah, she is a pain in the ass.
Vatican? No. She did.
Why did she kick me home? I thought this was supposed to be a church of butter.
So what's happening, folks? What's happening? What's news today? Any updates? Any news?
Who are you?
Anything of excitement?
So when does it take place in Jerusalem?
Tomorrow, I think so.
Noam, you want to go? Are you going?
No, actually, I never went to
Wait, there's going to be a gay parade in Jerusalem?
Yeah, they do one,
Yeah. Every year there is.
but it's usually like political.
except the last 2 years because of the war.
You
Yeah.
wanna meet? We meet in Mea Shearim. You and me?
They want to tell me about
No, I'm not afraid of rainbows. What the fuck?
Oh, Tel Aviv is amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah. I love Pride.
אתה מכיר את שיש מצעד השרמוטות, נכון?
Like for women to the sharmuta, I don't remember what is it about.
I think it's about rape victims or something.
Yeah, like something opposite.
Yeah. There is a parade in Jerusalem that's called the Sharmutot Parade, which is with the double quotes, Sharmutot, of course. But and they raise awareness for rapists. I mean, not for rapists, but like again.
Rape victims. It's also pro-Palestinian.
I think probably, I don't know. But it's much less predominant than it's called in Israel. It's called slut walk.
Yeah, we have one here.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, we have slut walk. It was an Amber Rose thing that actually kicked off the slut walk, and it's for like feminism and the sort of thing.
And they call it slut walk? Slut walk?
Yeah, they have
but
it in
it's
LA.
It's like with double quotes, you know. Like,
Yeah, it's like a play, like we're taking back the word slut kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. It's
Are you
anti-Semitic.
Are you coming to the gay pride parade in Tel Aviv?
Probably not.
Oh.
It's so gay.
Actually, I never went to any parade in Tel Aviv. Not even the what's Nike, anything.
Did you go to the love parade that we used to have?
Love parade?
Yeah, it was like the straight gay parade.
Have you ever read a book about gay values?
Listen, I never been to a pouring parade.
No.
Yeah, I know.
Have you read a book?
Yeah, I never went to a parade. Yeah. Even when I was in elementary school. They didn't have that in my school. They have money. Money to get money.
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hi, I'm going to my local pride parade this week, and I want to know, should I cleanse my rectal passageway prior to the event?
Absolutely.
So keep it clean just in case, JIC.
Mm-hmm.
What happened in the room there, man? You got that bastard by that weird move.
Yeah, he said he called me a kike and he was going to slit my throat.
Nutcase.
Jeez, I hope his son has a happy pride. I mean, his daughter. I just want to know, is it okay to go to Pride Fest and offer heterosexual deconversion therapy treatment services for homosexuals?
And whoever wins. Like you will try to convert the guy will try to convert you, and let's see who wins.
Oh, this is Edmund.
Yeah,
Edmund.
We have a question.
Yeah.
Go ahead. What is your question? Hello?
Michael.
What are you hiding?
It's a recorded room now.
That's bad.
You removed him. You're hiding something.
What was your question, though?
What was I? What? I didn't remove anybody. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about me? I would remove somebody?
Yeah.
I didn't remove anybody. What the fuck are you talking about, you fucking weirdo?
Whoa.
Yeah, you removed them. I can tell.
I did not remove anybody.
Yeah, he's getting awfully defensive.
No.
The room of psychology is so weird and wild in here.
John is anonymous now. John, come on another account.
Yellow John. He removed you again. Oh, cat dog is this?
Yalla, welcome.
John.
Meow. Meow. I came to speak with Bow Wow. Meow. Meow, meow.
Straight jackets all round. Who's in? No,
Yeah, Michael, who were you talking shit about that you don't want us to know?
So,
No one.
Michelle,
Who was it?
Okay, is that what we're doing? We're talking about the weather?
well, remember I came across an English lady? Or
Yeah, we had a more important conversation actually going on.
Exactly.
Like, I don't give a fuck about the weather in France right now. Michael.
What?
What? Who were you talking shit about that you don't want us to hear?
I literally don't remember. I wasn't even talking shit about you. Shut up. I wasn't talking shit about you. I was not talking shit about you, Yasmin. So stop.
I don't think you were. I think it's bigger than that. I think you were talking shit about somebody even you're more scared of. Because if you're talking shit about me, I probably would have known it by now. But the fact that you're trying to cover it up so much makes me think that you were talking shit about somebody you're genuinely scared of. And I have I have some theories on who those might be. But you really don't want us to know. There's a reason why. Who are you talking shit about?
I'm the cover of the sun.
Huh?
Rev, I'm picking up the glasses today. Well, I'm gonna go to the glass place.
it took me like 3 weeks. Just like me too.
Because of what you do, you kind of like wander from place to place and see things. What are the ways you?
I've seen AI in many different ways.
You were talking shit about
Like,
somebody that you're scared of.
Meaning,
Who was it? Just tell us. It's all over now anyways. You may as well just come out with it. You'll feel better. Come on. Who was it?
Hello. Hello, guys.
Not right now.
Hello. Are you guys from Malta?
Yeah, I'm from Malta, actually.
I'm from. Why? What is it? I don't know how to use this.
So wait, are you actually from Malta?
No. I'm from India.
Oh yeah, now I hear it.
Yeah, I'm from India, Kerala, south side. Well, very good. How are you? I'm good, Baruch Hashem. What about you? Good. Toda Rabba for fighting the fight, Keep on doing it. You're doing a great job. I'm taking notes. I'm learning. You're incredible with your history.
Do you remember that guy at Bartley that was on here? Do you guys remember Aloha Charlie?
no.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Aloha Charlie, he used to have like those crazy rooms and just like he'd say the most obscene things.
Yeah,
And then
with
he
Asian
got
face.
doxxed, and he was a Supreme Court, not a Supreme Court judge, but some sort of like state judge or high up judge. And it turned out the entire time he was like in his judge's chambers talking shit, trolling everyone on there.
That's awesome.
That's how I feel Kanedalach is. I think that Kanedalach is another case of this.
Oh my God, I'm definitely not a judge.
I think you might be a case of this, though.
The non-judge wants to become a governor in Texas, yeah. Somewhere around there.
I remember, yeah, but he was quite a prominent individual. But he
What
used to
was
say
his
the
name
most
again?
obscene Aloha Charlie. He was
Aloha.
so fucking racist on here. It was crazy.
Aloha.
Oh, hey, Aleister Crowley. My
So
favorite
thank you.
opulent.
So highly of me? You think I'm a judge? You already do?
The question was, he's left, Michael's left.
Down so he can't.
I'm dealing with raw chicken here.
You're such a cunt.
It's genius.
Okay, so the other day I was on TikTok.
Bronstein knows. I don't know. I don't think it's something from Clubhouse. Was
I
it?
told you, Cindy. I told you, yes.
Talking to Cindy, fucking Yasmin. It's not about you. You know that. It's not all
I know it's not
you.
about me. Because if it was about me,
You're
I would
making
know
it
this.
about
I think
you.
it's
You're
about
making it all about you. Why do you
No,
make it
I don't
about
think
you?
it's about me. I think you
Always think it's always about you.
I don't think it's about me. I think it's about somebody else. I think you were talking shit.
No.
Somebody, but I don't want to say.
Bronstein fucked up using two conversations. The one that you're talking about is different. Bronstein and I yesterday were in a we were in a one-on-one talking shit about you, pussy, and Cindy being.
I wasn't talking. No. Don't put me in that, John. I never said anything about your
pussy pictures, and I said,
No.
Oh my God. Yasmin's pussy pictures for less than $100 a baby, $200 for the full set, and I was gonna give you your 20% kickback that you want. So it's all gonna be kosher.
Michael, you're sick.
Michael, you're sick.
What?
Perfect.
You're sick, John. You're a sick motherfucker.
You're sick, Michael.
You're a horrible piece of shit. You're a sick motherfucker. They never said anything like that. Even the one in the room talking about you had.
It's a YouTube special. The Bronstein special. And Yasmin's pussy extra special.
Ew. Yeah, okay, good. She's
What made her such a nasty character? What made her such a nasty character?
I wrote with she has an Israeli accent. She has an Israeli accent.
No, she's got a communist. Arab rap accent.
Probably
actually the Palestinian movement likes to use the word comrade, all the flotilla comrades, and all the
that it was a Jewish Bolshevik that came up with the red triangle for the sign of Leninism. Look at this.
Probably.
It's all okay. And look up the storm on the Winter Palace of the Red Revolution. It was an Israeli, or it's in Hebrew. Originally, it was the original kibbutzniks and like socialists that came, and they came up with this concept. Isn't that crazy? And I'm not gonna lie, I really don't like the similarities between Red October, because October 7th, they use the other calendar. It's actually November 7th, but all of it's modeled off of the Leninist communist revolution of whatever this is, like, what year is this? I don't even know. 1920. And October 7th, Red October, Bloody Sunday, all these events happen, and October is like a very symbolic time, I guess, for commies. But yeah, it's a commie shit. Crazy.
Wow.
It's not.
The fuck? They boomed. Bitch.
to protect his son. Wasn't it supposedly he was stealing water or something? Was it water? Oh, water.
Yeah. Brooklyn, you want to lead the call? I mean, I'm just doing this. Talk about it. Give the facts.
No, but we can put like I don't put a line here to defend you guys. Seriously.
They had a video of him.
I mean, I don't have to do it, but it's like I'm not gonna talk bad if I don't feel anything bad, you know.
And they ran out the store, chased him down, and supposedly the father shot him, but I think the son shot him, and the father just said he shot him. But either way, they got away with it.
Yeah, what happened was
What happened?
What's his name? Cyrus walked into the convenience store, you know.
Cyrus.
Obviously being racially profiled. As soon as he stepped in there, the lady was watching
Immediately and instantaneously racially profiled.
Of the store owner. Watching him the whole time, picking up the water bottle. Well, first he walked in with a book bag. They told him to put the book bag at the front of the store, so he did. Then he went to the water bottles. He picked up a few water bottles, but then he put them all back. But apparently the son said that he had stolen a water bottle, and I guess there was like an interaction between Cyrus and the son. Like, you took leaving the store, and that's when guns chasing after him, and then the dad came after with the guns. And as they were running, Cyrus was running the entire time. He never did, but he was running the entire time. The son was chasing.
Poor little Cyrus with his guns.
The son like caught up to him, like was next to him as he was running after him. Cyrus got back up, started running again, fell again. I guess like a gun had came out of his pocket.
Oh no
when
shit.
He fell again.
Oh shit.
And so that's when the dad shot him after the son said that he had a gun. But the way that the bullet went into his body, they say that he was turned around and pointing at him when he shot him, but like when he was shot, like the bullet went through his back, up through like his chest, through his I believe lungs or something like that. And yeah, he got acquitted. They said that they said that the dad did not, I guess, murder him because the charge was murder. So the dad didn't murder him because it wasn't intentional or nothing like that. Did have a gun, but the gun, they would have never known if the boy had a gun had they never chased him out the store. Like, that's the whole thing. And he never pointed the gun at them. Like, according to 2 witnesses, that's all what happened. He never pointed the gun at them.
Quick question.
I looked up the Yelp reviews of this store and it says don't fuck with Mr. Chow. That's what the reviews on Google said.
Question. What I heard was he shot him in the back. Did you say that?
Yeah, he shot him in the back.
You shoot someone in the back, you're preparing for your life.
The way that the
So I'm reading the sequence of events. They said, which there was witnesses that's in the store that said they didn't see a gun. So when he left the store, he started chasing him. He fell down, and he pointed the gun at him while he was on the ground. Got up and started to run, and the father shot him in the back.
2 witnesses said he never. So that's what the
So
I guess like Child's lawyers are saying, but 2 witnesses say that they never saw.
And it just don't seem right, because he's 14. The man that supposedly shot him was 60, right? When they ran out the store, the son was in front of the father. So that's why I'm saying that it seemed like they took the charge because it seems to me like the city, and they just use like I'm just for it.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's what his word was. So we're gonna go with the word.
Yeah, I guess like they're saying that the state kind of the case because with the charge it was harder to prove. So I guess like the charge was murder or something like that, and it's harder to prove that like he intentionally killed
The gun.
right. And the whole thing is that he had a gun. So like just because he had a gun, that made Mr. Child
Man, this makes a good claim for the FBAs and how they always talk about these different people having businesses in our neighborhoods and not fucking with us. Like that shit is fucked up. You had Cat in the audience talking about he did
Or even reading about it when it first came out.
What do you mean?
It's just too many issues. It's too many issues. It's just too many issues. I wouldn't have been chasing no kid down. If he stole a goddamn water bottle, I would have called the police. You put yourself in danger, number one. But then,
You wouldn't even call the police. You would have gave the kid the fucking water.
no, I wouldn't.
LA like 30 years ago. This is like history repeating itself.
What state did this happen in? Brooklyn and South Carolina?
South Carolina.
The other issue I have is a 14-year-old having a weapon. So it's just a lot of things. It's too much with this case.
What state was this case in?
South Carolina.
Thank you. Thank you.
Couple of things. Mr. Chow, I don't think was claiming self-defense. Just so people understand, Mr. Chow was he was defending his son because he said there was a gun that was shot. So for people saying, how can you be shot in the back and claim self-defense? He wasn't claiming self-defense. Okay, so that's the first thing. So there are times when people can legally be shot in the back. Okay. Third thing is, my understanding is that they ran 100 yards from the store. That they were chased them 100 yards from the store, of all ages and all genders. It's in Columbia, South Carolina. Accused of being an expert, in my opinion.
Give the opinion, child. We know you're not an expert.
My opinion, I have two opinions. One on the case itself, I'm still working through, but I have a larger opinion. And I know many people won't like the opinion, but something is happening in America where people are forgetting that they're black. And a lot of young brothers don't have
I forgot
models.
I forgot
Conversation, as it were. And I wish that people would have that conversation, but they won't. On the case itself, I think it's an utter tragedy. I think Mr. Chow, I think these store owners with these guns, understand why they have them. I think it is absolutely deplorable. This man has shot multiple people. I understand why they charged him with murder. I think a lot of silly takes, uninformed. So what happens is all like overcharge. People use this. They don't know South Carolina law. When I was reading about the case, I looked it up. It makes perfect sense why they charged with murder, given the circumstances of the case, and that's what he was indicted for. And if you overcharge, you're gonna get out charged with manslaughter. The manslaughter charge might have actually been provable than a murder charge if you go look up the distinction
conviction.
This is super dark. This is the super cheesy. We got Raw.
Murder in South Carolina. So, that's it. So I think the man should have been convicted. I think it's obvious murder. It's obvious killing with intent. To my mind, now, I didn't sit in the case. I wasn't on the jury trial. I didn't get tuna melts. But from the outside looking in, because they don't have role models to tell them that.
Oh yeah, role model. Yeah. What do you mean by that?
Black men are failing young black men. Do you disagree?
But like in this case, what is that?
Because I'm talking about the larger pattern of the ways in which you navigate the country, especially in places like South Carolina.
Okay, so this
and what I'm saying is they don't have people, men, teaching them what it means to be a young black man in America, but instead they're sort of navigating the world on their own as young as men when they're still boys. That's all I'm saying.
And this boy is an example of that? Or?
Yeah, because he was carrying he was 14 carrying a automatic pistol.
And then the next thing it moves to it's right now.
That should give you pause.
Wait a minute. Oh, wow, what? I'm not talking about the killing. I'm just talking about it in general now.
Is the oh wow because you didn't hear that detail? That's what I'm trying to find out. What was the
Yeah, she was blindsided by that.
Brother, let her answer, please.
Don't talk to me like that, bro. Chill.
No disrespect to you, but
No, just chill. You're not my dad, bro. Chill.
I didn't black men to black boys. That's what I'm talking about as an internal conversation. But he doesn't disagree, so I'll invite him up too. Because, oh wow, what? You don't think that? You think? I think I said automatic. Maybe it was semi-automatic. I apologize. Semi-automatic. I get it. So, Adad, you're saying, oh wow, that you think young 14-year-old boys should be walking around in the public sphere with semi-automatic pistols?
No, I don't agree with that, but I don't see how that comment is relevant here. He didn't go in there.
It's not relevant here. I said it's not relevant to the case.
Okay, so you just wanted to make a statement. Because it sounded like it sounded just like all the rhetoric
on the case. The man should be convicted for murder. People literally just want to argue. It's so silly. I said it has nothing to do with this case, but as a general matter, there is a failure among black men with black children that we need to have those conversations. So people need to have. I'm not having any conversation with anybody, but people should be having those conversations. I've had my conversation. I can't have any more. I'm old and I ran out of PP. I don't even understand what is. I don't understand what is oh wow or controversial about saying a 14-year-old boy of any race, but we're talking about young, systemic, parental, familiar, etc.
In Colombia,
all of a sudden it's used to justify why he had to protect his son. But
did the prosecution explore that?
Camera never was mentioned beforehand. But okay.
Did the prosecution explore the gun?
They did.
I asked if the prosecution explored the origins of the gun.
I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. I don't know either, so that's why I'm asking. They did, and how did they do that? Do you know?
Yeah, they did. They investigated. They determined it was his gun.
Oh wow, okay.
What did they say?
I'll try to find the transcript records, but the reporting said it was his gun.
Yeah, it says in the reporting,
investigators
did the gun based on public reporting.
I didn't say it was
concluded. So they haven't released how he obtained it and who supplied it, but he did have a gun. And the gun had a laser sight on it.
Why would somebody with a gun run? Usually people with guns, are very bold and not fearing. Why would he run with a gun? That just doesn't seem,
Why would someone steal a bottle of water?
He didn't steal the bottle of water.
He didn't.
The boy or the shooter? Who would run with a gun?
I don't think anybody with a gun would run from somebody else.
And both people. He's 14.
Did you watch the video?
What does that have to do with how a gun like imbues you with confidence and fucking?
Did you see the video? They like chased him. He just looked back, and they were already like maybe five steps behind him. So first reaction, you gotta
people clutch when they're scared.
Space.
They don't
create
run.
Space. You gotta create space.
And people don't do that with guns.
So you can have time to get the gun.
Nobody does that with a gun. Every gun owner is practicing their quick draw, practicing their clutch, practicing their brandishing before it ever even happens. What does that have to do with it? You think he doesn't practice?
Fucking experience.
I agree. He doesn't
How do you know how long he had this gun? How do you know how long he had it?
I agree he doesn't have any experience shooting people, but I'm sure he has a ton of experience using his gun, holstering it, pulling it out, cocking it. I'm sure he's practicing that all. Yes. I'm sure he's doing it all the time. I'm also sure he's always imagining himself being bothered, being accosted, and clutching. That's what I know.
He was in the process of running. He did not use all of that practice and all of that bravado that a gun can give you and a weapon and all of that. He did not send that energy towards the people that were chasing.
I have a question. Why do y'all think that because somebody has a gun, or they
The gun fell out.
It was in his bag. How you gonna get your gun hella quick in your bag?
Wait a minute. Hold up. Hold still. Everybody drop your mic. Thank you. All right. We can't do all this 50 mics at one night. Okay? We do that at night, not during the day. Thank you. So, one at a time. But I'm hearing a lot of loud voices. It's not just one. So yeah, if your volume is all the way up, can you please turn it down because your voice, whatever, microphone.
Hello.
Anyway, happy Thursday. I hope everybody's doing well. Thanks.
Yes, First Lady is the next one. One second. Patty was talking, the host of the room, and y'all just stepped all over her. So please, just hold on for a second. Patty, can you please get it out what you were trying to say?
So when Concrete was bringing up something about why he wouldn't do this, that, and the other, I don't understand why you think a 14-year-old, when we have people that fucking train with weapons, go through fucking 8 months of training before they go down range to clear a fucking building. Once they get into the heat of an action, can't even perform the way they're fucking supposed to perform. So you think a fucking 14-year-old would be like, okay, yeah, this is how I'm going to use the gun to protect myself, or this way. I don't know what's going on here.
Wait, so you can disagree, and that's fine. But don't pretend it's strange.
It is strange, bro. A reasonable person.
Okay, all right. A reasonable person. I don't care. So it's not. You can say it 76 times, and I'm still gonna hold to my opinion that it's strange that you're holding a gun and you're running.
It's because he doesn't understand.
Yes. I don't understand.
Because he's a fat nigga who talks on shit.
Okay, all right. You sound gay. It is what it is.
Was he holding the gun?
You're still mad about something, and you sound gay.
No, the gun fell out. Now, going by the report, they said the gun fell out. I don't see where it fell out of his pocket or his bag.
But that right there, the fact that they said that the gun fell out when he fell to the ground, that's saying that he didn't put the gun on.
There's more to it, and I wasn't done. So they said when he fell to the ground, the gun fell out. He picked up the weapon and pointed it at the person that was doing it. Then he got up and ran, and then the father shot him in the back. That's what's
so.
That was the son testified that he pointed the gun at him. Yep.
Right. That's what's being said, but I think it was the clip of the gun. It was found feet away from where he was shot. So when he fell and dropped his gun, it fell so hard to the point where I think the clip came out. So even if that was the case, that doesn't make any sense. I think they're just saying And nobody else saw that. Only the son is saying that. Yeah, only the son is saying that. No other eyewitness saw him fall, pick up a gun, and that.
And if it was in his bag, wasn't the bag secured in some way, i.e. a zipper? And so the idea, it just seems highly implausible that if it's in the bag, because initially I'm thinking it's on the waist for somebody to fall and for it to come out, but it's even less plausible that it was zipped, secured in the bag, he fell, and then the bag unzipped, unsecured, or the other alternative was he has a book bag that's like a open top, one of like the purses that women have where it doesn't close, it's just open. And if that's the case, then we can easily see the book bag that he had. And if it is a zipped bag, then this absolutely doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's very convenient that all of a sudden this man who has a history of shooting patrons now has a justifiable reason that a gun appeared and he was threatening his son and he had to defend him. I think it's very convenient. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I don't.
Wait, is that it? No more y'all crying and whining and, oh, that's so crazy.
No need to.
No. Nobody said anything when they was fucking jumping on my neck for this point.
No.
You ruin everything.
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay, you don't care. Cool.
I don't care about
Where are you all getting the information that the gun was in the bag?
Yeah, I'm wondering that too.
And what do you mean by in the bag? I can pull a gun and it still end up in the bag. Like, I don't know, where are people getting this information from?
I heard somebody mention it. That's why I mentioned it.
No, we're talking about where. If you heard somebody mention it, then that's not part of the story. The only thing we know is that a gun fell. The clip did separate, but even with the clip separating from the gun, nobody's paying attention to what falls out on the ground. Y'all gotta be in the heat of fucking movement, and y'all would understand. But regardless of the fact, the dude murdered him. He killed him. That's it. But the thing that I'm always gonna go back to is we gotta kids shouldn't be, especially his ass don't live in fucking Aiken, South Carolina, where he's fucking shooting whatever the fuck they got there, raccoons or whatever. He lives in Columbia, South Carolina. We gotta be more cautious with our kids.
Yeah, that's the deep south. There's a bunch of evil racist
Okay,
people
so
down
multiple
there.
people have said the gun was in the bag. Concrete was saying it, but he was following up somebody's phone. So people who said it was in the bag, where is it? I can't find the gun was in the bag. Where can I find it? I don't see it anywhere.
I think that never happened.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
All right, so we had a detour about guns again in a conversation based off of somebody making a thing up.
No. You angry.
So I heard there was 2 witnesses that said they didn't see you pull the gun. Well,
I can't argue with you.
The jury obviously believed Andy Chow, which was the son. And you have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And the prosecutor didn't do it.
Just to add
Because maybe he didn't want to. But that's my own conspiracy theory. Go ahead.
something that I was reading earlier is that the prosecutor didn't, I don't know if you guys talked about this, didn't introduce any lesser charges like manslaughter, which normally in a situation like that, murder might be the top thing, but they would include like lesser charges that the jury could actually say that, he committed manslaughter. But by not putting that on there, it was either basically like all or nothing, which is not normally done.
Why? So based off the facts of the case, it is the facts of the case, murder or manslaughter. You just can't give people lesser charges because they're easier to prove. So have you looked up the South Carolina statute on the different manslaughter and murder author?
This is what the article now.
I'm asking.
Yes, I didn't look it up. I just read the article. I'll put the post link to the article, and they were talking about normally in these kind of situations, even in South Carolina, they include lesser charges.
Take somebody down with a gun that you hadn't seen for 100 yards. Normally, they would charge manslaughter. Okay.
No.
Give us cases.
In the situation of murder.
All right.
I'll post it to the article and I'll send that to you. You guys can see.
Got it. I got it.
So I could see if the weapon was discharged in the store, in the area of the store. So 100 away from the store, the shooter is saying that he felt. Like, I'm confused, right? Because if you're in the store, you're around the store, cool. But the threat is moving away from you, and you decide to pursue the threat. Well, it's not even a threat if somebody's moving away from you. They don't pose a threat.
Yeah, I don't know. I said I would have called the police. Then they would have discovered he didn't fucking steal water. Then they might have found a weapon on him. Then his parents would have probably had to go to some classes with the child. That would have been it. Like, I don't know. I'm not chasing nobody down and putting my life in danger or somebody else's life in danger.
Like the scenario I gave the other day in the road rage incident where there was a gentleman clearly in front of us, and clearly I just saw it as a threat, and I just visualized that we had no winds, that this person in a darkened vehicle, right, tinted windows, if we were to, continue to engage, he would get out his vehicle and shoot at us, literally. And so I instructed everybody to shut the fuck up, slow down, and just get out the way, right? So yeah, it's like, so I think, and if this individual shot other people before, he has a history of this, so he has an experience of it, like, so this just doesn't sound, it sounds odd to me. It just sounds odd to me.
All right.
So,
did they allow him to plead down? Was that a possibility?
I'm finding little about this.
It wasn't, because the prosecutors
voluntary and involuntary. But
I'm reading the statute.
Yeah, I know. That's the voluntary manslaughter statute.
And so,
I think there's an involuntary.
He chased him 100 yards.
I'm not saying he should have. I think he should have been convicted of murder.
I don't know how he wasn't. Because now the debate's on the charge. So I'm trying to get your
saying that you can plead down.
So, you don't accept the plea down.
Did he
want to plea down? Wait a minute. Did he want to plea down?
I don't know.
So
I don't know.
Okay, so you're making a normal claim. Okay, cool. Yes, one can plea down. But people are saying Arthur came up and said, which we knew somebody would, that they should have done manslaughter. I'm looking at the statute. The statute has a, quote, sudden heat of passion. Chasing a nigga, excuse me, I apologize, the boy died. Chasing a person down 100 yards is sudden with a gun, and you hadn't seen his gun, is a heat of passion. Oh my God.
I'm saying the other one would be
I'm not asking you, I'm asking Arthur or other people that are saying that, because the manslaughter murder thing is different from state to state. This is in their statute. I'm reading it. So if I chase somebody down with a gun, I didn't see a gun. I thought he stole 4 bottles of water. I run after him. He gets shot in the back after 100 yards. How do I go to a grand jury to get an indictment that that's a sudden heat of passion? Arthur.
Again, I am not a lawyer. What I'm simply bringing to the table was the fact that it wasn't introduced, which normally in a murder case, the lesser charges are included. That's all that the article was basically saying.
If applicable.
It's not, I'm asking how is it applicable?
It wouldn't
Rape
be
is a lesser charge. Grand theft larceny is a lesser charge. Child abuse is a lesser charge. Agreed. They're not applicable. So I'm asking, how is a voluntary manslaughter in the heat of passion applicable? That's what I'm asking. Based off the fact that he shot him in the back. And someone's talking about stand your ground laws. I don't know what is stand your ground. In fact, the person speaking, I don't know, he should have been blocked a long time ago. I don't know why he's even speaking in here. I don't like that guy.
That's in Florida. Like, it's stand your ground.
One second, Rainbow. 1 second. Many states have stand your ground. Arthur, I'm asking you or anybody else,
because I'm actually trying to learn. Don't come in and do it, and you came in about 3 minutes later and did it. Why do people simply assume because somebody is killed and they think manslaughter easier to prove? Usually it is. It's always applicable in a quote like this. That's what I'm asking.
There are 2 manslaughter charges. There's the voluntary one, which is the one you read, and there's the involuntary one. Because the jury apparently was struggling with the malice part, he could have been charged with involuntary manslaughter.
It would have to
the
be
reckless
available.
killing of another.
It would have to be available.
It is available.
No, the prosecutor didn't include it. That was the
I don't know anything about the negotiations between the prosecutor.
You just said it was available. If you said it was available, explain to me how it was available.
Because it's the reckless killing of another.
I don't know how to understand.
The prosecutor included it.
If I got cookies and I got wafers and asking for crackers, is the crackers available? Just because they're in my cabinet and I only gave you the cookies.
Yes, it is available. It's a charge.
No, it's not. It was not available.
How are you telling me?
Because the prosecutor didn't put it as a lesser charge, Ada.
You have to have it as a lesser charge, or it would have had to be part of a plea. It was not available. Do you understand?
Do you understand? Hold on. Do you understand that a defendant can plead down at any time during trial? Like they can plead down any time during trial. So I don't know.
So they could plead down.
They have to accept it. You would have to accept the plea. Was there a plea? That's what I'm asking you. Was it available? No, it was not.
The conversation about whether they offered involuntary manslaughter as an option,
you're right.
I have not read anywhere. So, and neither have y'all, because I literally just looked this up, and there's no conversation, there's no reporting on that. So I don't know if the prosecution brought that as an option or not. But clearly,
it's automatically an option, and he was acquitted of them. That's what I'm telling you guys.
It didn't say.
In South Carolina, it's already available. So a trial in South Carolina, I thought everybody followed the Murdoch case. Maybe I apologize. I thought everybody South Carolina murder was a Murdoch case. Let me just explain it.
Okay, explain it.
If you charge somebody with murder at trial, the jury can convict them for manslaughter and involuntary manslaughter. They acquitted him on all charges, inclusive of those. That's why I said someone's going to come here and say, well, why didn't they charge him?
Oh, yeah, so good.
Of the 100 yards and shooting in the back. So they thought they could get the murder trial. He was convicted of all things. I'm sorry, not convicted. Acquitted of all things.
If the water bottle don't fit,
Wait a minute.
You must acquit.
Well, actually, I don't know if that's true, because that's from Facebook. So I'm looking at the law. This is a mess.
This is a mess.
No, they didn't.
As a normative matter, in South Carolina, it's inclusive.
As a normative matter, of course. But of course.
I'll think out loud. Everybody else think out loud. I'll think out loud. I don't know why I'm getting thumbs down. You don't know anything about it either.
Because, well, y'all are saying things that have not been reported.
I'm not talking about the reporting. One second. I'm not about the reporting. I'm talking about the law. I'm not talking about the reporting. I just read the law. Huh?
I'm talking about the law.
So then what are you talking about? What's been reported? I'm reading the statute.
Because somebody
One
asked
second.
me the prosecutor.
What reporting was I talking about? One second. What reporting was I talking about?
I was talking about when I was having a conversation with one of the moms, and she was like, "Has the prosecution offered that as a lesser charge?" I don't know. That hasn't been reported. I'm not going to say yes, but I'm saying that they most definitely could have offered involuntary manslaughter as a lesser charge. Like, that is definitely available because this is a homicide case. And
it wasn't available, and I'll tell you why.
It is.
Right
how
here.
are you going to... Okay.
Tell you why.
Why not?
Because they agreed to make it not available.
What does that even mean?
The prosecution and the defense agreed to not make it available.
So they...
In pre-trial. I'm just trying to read. I'm reading from the New York Times. I'm trying to give the room and me and you information to have an informed conversation. But you just want to talk. I'll just shut the fuck up. You can just explain to us.
Yeah, so my comments were coming from, if I were on the jury, what would I be asking while we were deliberating? That's and some people are coming from a legal perspective. Some people are coming from different perspectives. And so, being that I don't know the details of the case based on what I'm hearing, I would bring the jury and have to deliberate on this. Those are the things that I would ask. I will probably send a note to the lawyers or whoever for certain questions. I don't understand conceptually how a person running away at 100 yards is a threat.
All right. Well, you could be running away, Rambo, and point at somebody else, and then somebody else can shoot you from them. You can be a threat to other people. Again, in the facts of the case, the man's son, Andy Child, said he was threatened. All right? Right. So, what I'm seeing online, this is from local news, is that under South Carolina law, voluntary manslaughter is voluntary. Requires proof of safety and passion caused by legally recognized legal provocation from the victim. Because the state's position was that Carmack was fleeing and did not provoke a child, prosecutors argued that simply didn't. You're not a criminal attorney, but everybody thinks that people are law school attorneys. So we'll bring up Britt, Hurricane is here. We'll bring up all the attorneys. We'll come up and tell you they don't do criminal law, but we'll listen to them. And they don't even know that. Go ahead, Pearlie. Congrats to all. Break it.
Oh, I do criminal law, so I mean, it's been someone else can.
So they got rid of it because there was no legally recognized provocation because the prosecution and all of us argued it was right.
Well, yeah, because this is saying substance is provided you can't be the initial confession. That's talking about the self-defense doctrine. I'm talking about a different form of involuntary manslaughter for self-defense. Was not available. It was most definitely would have been available.
So was it included in the judge's instructions?
Well, they know because
they agreed before. Under South Carolina, involuntary manslaughter is 5 I think, and I mean this with all due respect, let me tell you something important. If the goal is just to put somebody away for a couple of years to feel good, I don't think that's a real conception of justice. And so I think if they had gone for that we talked about beforehand, I can understand the reason. So I take your point. Let's say they could have included it. From what I'm reading online, it looks like that they agreed to end from the statute. And looks like it has a max of 5 years. I'm not sure. That's what people think justice are. That's fine.
I'm not sure that the jury, like, they have to weigh what charges are on the table.
So
go ahead, Pearlie.
This is devastating, honestly. It's It's not surprising, but it's devastating. If they don't explicitly say that the lesser about exactly what they're asking and exactly what they are able to, like on the verdict form, it includes very specific questions and all of the options that the jurors have for how they want to find someone, if they want to hold them accountable, etc. This is bad, but I think this also just goes to the idea that, blackness is a threat, regardless if they're running away or not.
Now, hold on 1 second before we get to that. So, do you elements that this was
I can't speak for everyone else. This was an intentional killing.
Because if you were to include involuntary manslaughter while arguing for murder charge, you're quite literally undercutting, just logically, both instances.
Okay, I don't know if that's a hit at me. I said...
No, I'm asking anybody. Can we get off of the personal thing? I'm asking a question. If we can only talk to each other, Ada, where you think I'm insulting you, then I just won't ask you any questions. I'm literally asking, how can you argue for a murder trial and then also say it's involuntary?
Because...
I mean, not a murder trial, an act of murder while arguing that it's involuntary. That's just a serious
Okay, so it's because, it's because of the elements of involuntary manslaughter. So if you were arguing that there was criminal negligence or recklessness, and it was in the commission of an unlawful act, but it's not premeditated, or in this case, he didn't say that there was an intent to kill or cause serious bodily harm, which I think is stupid, because if you shoot someone, you intend to cause serious bodily harm. But that is the rationale that could be employed to justify saying, okay, well, they did fiction of involuntary manslaughter. You can have criminal negligence, which is when you do significant and reckless, and it's away from the normal standard that a reasonable person would have used, that creates an unreasonable risk of death or great bodily harm. So generally, we see this when someone's drunk driving. I don't usually, I can't think of the time when someone points a gun and shoots at someone and they say it's just criminal negligence, but it's actually
I want to stop right there. I want you to stop.
Any girl that wants.
Let's stop right there. This is very interesting.
The mayor of Chicago.
After we see the Spurs about to be swept,
any girl that wants a free ticket.
That's laughable.
Stop. I want to stop. Did you see the game last night? You think the Spurs?
Back to sports.
Let's stop right there.
Cyrus is dead. Let's get back to the NBA.
I'm just asking. If you can, I have another.
I don't think.
1 second. Can you think of a time? Okay. Can you think of a case when you shoot somebody in the back and charging with involuntary manslaughter, shooting somebody with a gun?
I think there was one time when it was a police officer and they said they intended to use their taser instead, but I don't think it worked. But I think that was, I don't know why, but that does come to mind.
Okay, so a cop, he could use a taser. Doc, can you think of any? This is like a non-police shooting.
I mean, there's
the use of a gun.
Where someone's going out shooting or hunting, and then they accidentally shoot someone. They could argue negligent homicide. You said not a. You said okay, not a.
I mean, when I'm not even facing a person in the circumstance applied. Not I was cleaning my gun. I mean, come on,
I mean, that would be. I mean, plenty of people have been convicted for that reason. So,
he wasn't cleaning his gun or hunting. I'm saying with similar circumstances.
Okay, no, because I'm not even arguing that he should have been charged with involuntary. I think he should have been convicted of murder. But
I got it. But hold on, just stay right there because we're trying to learn. Just Y'all move too fast for us. Y'all are the experts. So you're saying that, and I'm the so I'm trying to. So you guys are saying that somebody said Oscar Grant. Wasn't he shot by the police?
Yes.
Okay, so wow.
No, that's the one where his defense was that he thought it was a taser.
Yes.
I just want to mention that.
Okay. Oh, okay, cool. I thought you were giving another example. Okay, cool. So,
fuck.
People. So the criticism that Arthur was offering and Adab was giving expert fodder to was the prosecution should have included voluntary or involuntary manslaughter.
I think as far as I understand, posted it, a lot of times prosecutors will put lesser charges just so that the jury. Yes.
This is between them. Let them have.
I'm asking them if that's what they're saying.
I'm sorry.
Voluntary is a very specific type of situation. Like, it's very rare that people bring that type of charge.
Which one? Voluntary?
I can agree.
Well, in South Carolina, they do. I'm looking at the statute. It's SC Code 16360. It was updated in 2015.
Something that he could easily be convicted of. But I think he should have been convicted of murder. So.
Wait, before you go to that, let's just stay on the law before we get to our opinion. This is interesting. Involuntary manslaughter, criminal negligence is defined as the reckless disregard of the safety of others. A person charged with the crime of involuntary manslaughter may be convicted upon showing a criminal negligence in this section. A person convicted of involuntary manslaughter must be imprisoned not more than 5 years. And so people wanted this included.
Yeah, that does make it easy.
Why is Eagle Hawk in here? Eagle Hawk.
I don't think it needed to go to work because he was claiming he was defending his son. That's the issue. He was claiming basically self-defense of another. So he probably would have got.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm still trying to find out outside of we want to get something out of it. Outside of that, take that to the side. I don't see how voluntary or involuntary manslaughter applies here.
I don't think it does either.
Well, yeah, because he murdered the boy.
No, outside of that, just based off the facts of the case, chasing somebody down, chasing down like Adrian Peterson when he broke away from the Green Bay Packers Week 3 of 2012. He ran 100 and some yards, kept going Bo Jackson style, shot him in the back. Somebody who had shot multiple people before. I don't see how voluntary, involuntary manslaughter applies here, outside of we need to get any charge. I really don't.
There's a couple of things that come to mind.
One second, Ambassador, you let the attorney speak and or author. Or go ahead, you can go Katrina. Just give 1 second before you change the case if that's respectful.
Wait,
because this is gonna. Huh? What? Wait, what? I couldn't hear you. I was speaking. What did you say?
It was an author?
Or Arthur. He's in Harlem. He's a new author. I don't know his last name. He goes up Arthur again. He's the person that introduced the topic. Arthur.
People are high too early in the fucking day.
So who thinks they're charged with manslaughter? And which one? Because I don't see how any of these apply under South Carolina law.
Your next breakdown.
Are you going to make that argument because unless you have a malice issue and that these manslaughter charges don't require the malice?
Whether it is energy or service.
No, not as long, but I want to make sure I'm not going to make exceptions.
Chairman Arrington is a resolution that would set a goal for Congress to get to a 3% deficit to GDP by the next decade. This has bipartisan support. We're hoping to see that support grow. You've talked about this. You've set a goal of wanting to be at a deficit percentage of GDP starting with 3 by the end of the administration. I wonder if you could talk about the importance of that goal as well in just a few seconds I have remaining.
Yes, sir. I came out from behind my very comfortable desk and am here today because I was concerned about that trajectory. And I do believe it is possible to get back to the historical level, 3% deficit to GDP. And while that is not a balanced budget, if you have nominal growth above that level, you are paying down debt.
Thank you. Ms. Chu.
Secretary Besson, since
President Trump launched his illegal war in Iran, you've repeatedly assured Americans that higher prices would be temporary. In March, you said Americans should expect only 50 days of temporary elevated prices. Secretary Besson, it's been almost 100 days and inflation is at a 3-year high with no indication of going down. In May, you said help is on the way when it comes to skyrocketing gas prices. A month later, Americans are still searching for the relief you promised as they pay more than double at the pump than what they paid before the war started. Later that month, you described rising inflation as a very limited spike. In reality, for the first time in 3 years, inflation is outpacing Americans' wages, and Americans' saving rate has dropped by half since last year. And just yesterday, before the Senate Finance Committee, you again characterized inflation as a short-term blip. Recently, President Trump proudly claimed that he doesn't think about Americans' financial situation when it comes to the war with Iran. So I want to ask you, Secretary Besson, do you agree with President Trump that you also do not care about Americans' financial situations?
Congresswoman, who was the president during World War I?
Can you, are you refusing to answer my question?
No, I'm asking, who was the president during World War I?
I don't know, but clearly you are not answering my question.
World War I was. Well, let me tell you.
I'm clearly getting the idea that you do not want to answer. Why do you agree with President Trump that you do not care about Americans' financial situations?
President Trump does care about Americans' financial situations.
Well, he actually said that he doesn't.
That is a truncated thing, like everything is. That he is future-proofing, because I can tell you, Americans' financial situations would be devastated if Iran got a nuclear weapon and there was a permanent shutdown of the flow of energy out of the Middle East.
Well, then let me ask you, was your prediction...
And I promise you that President...
I'm taking my time back.
I will promise you that President Woodrow Wilson, who was president during World War I, the Germans did not attack us. That he got into that.
Well, you're not answering the question, so let me ask this. Was your prediction that Woodrow Wilson only 50 days of temporary elevated prices wrong? You said that Americans would face only 50 days.
7%. Crude prices are down more than 20, and gasoline prices follow crude prices.
Well, then reclaiming my time.
Those are inconvenient facts.
More expensive. And how about grocery prices? They jumped more in April than they did in nearly 4 years since when Biden was president. Beef is up by 15%. Tomatoes are up by 40%. Bread and milk are up 8% and 5% compared to 3 months ago. And it's those lower income households that are hardest hit by Trumpflation. They're forced to cut back on spending. Excuse me, it's my time, but I know that it'd be hard for a billionaire like you to imagine how these lower income households would be hit by inflation. In fact, Trump said he couldn't care less about higher car prices for Americans. Do you agree with that statement?
I believe that food.
Hey, you're going to want to hear this. Credit Karma is dishing the truth on your credit scores and what they mean. Most people don't know VantageScore is the only model created by the 3 major credit bureaus and used by 9 of the top 10 banks. Credit Karma checks Equifax.
The basket is up 2.5%. During the Biden era, it was up 5%.
Well, you paint such a rosy picture,
5% a year.
But I think Americans are not experiencing this rosy picture that you paint. They are asking, are my wages keeping up with costs? Can I afford the things that my family needs? And I'm afraid the answer is no.
I'm afraid you're incorrect, because we had real wage increases every month since President Trump took office, except for the month of April. So I know the facts don't align with your narrative. But Please, you're entitled to your opinion.
Your narrative is not lining up with what Americans are experiencing right now.
You're not entitled. You're entitled to your opinion, not your own facts.
I yield back.
Yes, sir. Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here. Great to be here.
And
I can see you're talking a lot about the facts. The facts are, is during the 4 years of Joe Biden, we had a 25% increase in prices. No way did the wages keep up during that time. The highest gas prices we've seen in the last decade were under Joe Biden, but my colleagues have gotten amnesia. So, but almost a year ago, Mr. Trump signed the working family tax cuts into law, implementing the largest tax increase in American history. I want to thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your hard work and for your partnership in getting that across the finish line. A huge part of the working family tax cuts was making permanent many provisions of the 2017 TCJA, including eliminating the lockout effect, encouraging companies to bring intellectual property and profits back to the United States, lower rates for all Americans, the passing of small business deduction, and immediate expensing provisions, all of which have been proven to drive tremendous growth and job creation. Prior to last year, the lack of permanency in these policies hindered economic growth and job creation. But thanks to the working family tax cut, businesses now have the certainty they need to plan, grow, invest, and create jobs here in America. I now want to shift focus to the expensing of factories, which is a new pro-growth tax policy in the working family tax cuts. After the passage of TCJA, bonus depreciation allowed businesses to deduct full cost of equipment and machinery immediately. But the factory building that housed the machinery had to be depreciated over a much longer 39-year schedule. This created a major gap in U.S. tax policy. Manufacturers could quickly recover the cost of machines, but the cost recovery for the enormous capital investments in the physical factories surveyed said they would intended to use the new provision to immediately expense the cost of the construction or expanding a manufacturing facility over the next 4 years. Mr. Secretary, my first question is, last year I asked you about the importance of this provision, and you said that expensing for factories in a way puts us on a level playing field with countries that heavily subsidize our industries. And as you know, this provision expires at the end of 29. Do you believe this provision should be made permanent or extended to continue incentivizing the expansion of U.S. manufacturing capacity and job creation? And then also, in your response, could you also talk about what this does for your 333 plan and how that's part of the integration of that? I think we should extend or make it permanent. I was able to go and visit Winnebago in Minnesota, and they told me that because of the expensing, they were on the fence on whether to do a battery project for their RVs in Florida to build a factory because of the full expensing of equipment, full expensing of structures. They were doing it, and I think we are seeing that again and again. But Congressman, what is very important here, and I don't think people really understand, we are creating productive capacity here, and productive capacity is what generates future tax revenues. So you get the immediate hit to taxes now, but then you create an accelerated stream of income that is much higher, a multiplier effect after that. I call it the slingshot effect. So for 1 or 2 years, I think we're going to see this burst of factories and manufacturers that were encumbered under the Biden administration. And I think going forward, we're going to see a breakout in corporate income tax receipts. Mr. Secretary, I think what you're describing, it shows the ignorance of the critics of this policy, because it's very easy to shut down a building or a facility, but much more difficult to rebuild something and re-staff it to move businesses back from abroad. So I applaud you. We're going to build it, and they are going to come. And then one final question. I have significant concerns on third-party financing of litigation in the United States, particularly regarding the tax treatment of these profits derived from it. And currently, these financiers are claiming capital gains treatment, and it is, and best, highly questionable that unadjudicated claims of harm constitute capital assets. This activity is distorting our judicial system and turning our court system into a casino. And I would really love for your team at the IRS to work with me and look into how we have this tax treatment. International money that is coming in and gumming up the works and sponsoring these lawsuits in our system. And paying no taxes. And paying no taxes. So I look forward to working with you on this. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Mrs. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Secretary Besant, thank you for being here today. I've found it a little disturbing, the animosity and lack of decorum from some of the members of this committee. Common courtesy takes us a long, long way. I'm a lifelong small businesswoman, and I want to emphasize the importance of working with business-minded leaders rather than career politicians who may not fully understand the real harm that bad policy inflicts on everyday Americans, especially back home in my state of West Virginia. The Working Families Tax Cuts provided much relief and 200 transactions. Can you speak to how much of an effect that this policy had on the tax filings of our hardworking Americans?
Well, I think that just speaks to the Democrats. They're not the party of Main Street. I don't know what they're the party of, but they are bringing this down. I thought that it was one of the most reckless things that have been done. That you were going to create this paperwork for small businesses. Many of them, they have service businesses, and to do this and the magnitude from 20,000 to 6,000, it just shows a complete tin ear. But an administration that probably had a record low business people involved with the administration and what they viewed as business experience.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, you promised the American people that the big, beautiful bill would lead to big economic boom for the American people. In a statement you made on July 3rd, 2025, after the passage of the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, you said that the legislation would unleash 2025 at a rate of only 0.5% and continues to fall below expectations in the first quarter of 2026. Time and time again, you told the American people not to believe their own eyes or what's in their bank accounts, while families have been hit with questions. I ask you, why was your analysis so wrong? And I'm asking you rhetorically, since you've shown yourself not to be able to answer questions on this side. So let me try to answer it. Could it be that the illegal tariff or the cost of the war of choice in Iran were the reasons why your analysis was off? Whatever the reason, I want you to know that the people that I represent in Alabama are hurting under this economy. Prices in Alabama have fallen by 3.6% over last year. Whatever the reason, I want you to know that the people that I represent in Alabama are hurting under this economy. Prices in Alabama have fallen by 3.6% over last year. Energy prices are up 18%, and energy prices are up 18%, and
I'm asking you a question rhetorically. That means don't fucking answer it.
Since President Trump took office. In addition, the Iran war has cost American households over $100 billion. Grocery prices are rising faster than any time in the last 4 years, and gas is over $4 a gallon in Alabama, where last year it was only $3 a gallon. Mr. Secretary, your economy, this economy under this administration is failing the American people, and we can and must do better. My second question, or my second topic I'd like to discuss is what's going on. Sir, I haven't asked you one single question. Mr. Chairman, I asked to reclaim my time. I'm not asking him a question. I'm stating facts.
You're not stating facts, you're stating opinion.
Mr. Secretary, Black and brown Americans feel like they are under attack by this administration. President Trump has ordered state legislators across the country to redraw maps to dilute Black political representation. Moreover, Trump has weaponized the DOJ to go after groups like the Southern Poverty Law Center because of the work that they've done to expose white supremacy groups that are often supporters of President Trump. I am asking you, sir, that if the IRS plays a role in these cases, I ask that you ensure that the IRS is not improperly influenced by the president or this administration during the duration of that case. And I trust that you will make sure that that does happen. Lastly, Representative Davis and I sent several letters to the IRS, and I think that Representative Davis, during his questioning of you, asked you about it. This most recent tax season was the first time that the president signed an executive order in September of last year that ceased paper refund checks from being issued. This decision to upend paper checks has led to a significant delay in refunds for those taxpayers. And I understand in your response to Mr. Davis, you said that 95% of those that receive their refunds get them electronically. I represent the 5% that do not have access to electronic repayment. Those folks need paper checks and they need their refunds now. I trust that this administration will do all that it can to make sure that all Americans, irrespective of whether they're unbanked or have access to electronic payment, that they get their refunds. And Mr. Davis asked a question that you didn't answer, but I'd like to answer it for you. We're asking that you and your office, that the Treasury Department, work with us to make sure that our constituents get their refund checks.
I will commit to do that.
Thank you, sir. I yield back the balance of my time.
That was the first I'd seen. And to be clear, that number 5.4% was the Atlanta Fed GDP now, but I know that's inconvenient. So,
thanks. As announced, the committee will stand in a 5-minute brief recess.
pieces on the floor, stone by stone, I know me. One sharp corner, one cracked light, 1,000. I chase the mirror into mirrors, every thought. I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by my own birth is from the house of death. Only through divine hearts upon your pinnacle, who can watch over the universe. You who company the meter to the house of rest. I let the ship override, marching onwards to the heights of Come thou forth, I say, and aid God me.
Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering lord. Chorus, Avenger, O thou of the head of the hawk, thee I invoke. At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual give the sign of Apophis. The only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain, she that bore thee in her womb.
You understand my point. You understand my point.
But it doesn't get to the core of my argument.
Doesn't matter because I've addressed your argument and you understand my argument, and my argument's better than yours. You acknowledging that right now. Either we play that we live in a naive race blind world, or we operate that we live in a race that has racial biases or prejudices or attitudes. And obviously operating in my world is way better than operating in your world. Better outcomes, better methods, better fucking ideas, everything.
The world that we live in is a world much closer to the world that I just experienced.
Sure, regardless of who it is, be more sympathetic or on the opposite end and not sympathetic. In a system, let me finish my statement. In a system that in which we're supposed to assume innocence.
Great point, Mr. Friendly.
I love that. No, here's. I don't listen. Let me be blunt, right? Because the system. No, Timothy. The system is supposed to lean. The system is supposed to lean on innocence. You have to prove guilt. And the way that a lot of people, when they talk about stuff, lean on guilt.
Presume to guilt.
You gotta cloaked in innocence.
Cloaked in innocence.
Because wait, let me finish.
Mr. Finn is killing y'all. That's why y'all keep his mom.
This is why I'm talking about a jury of diversity, because you have to presume innocence. The state has the burden to prove that they're guilty. We don't go in and prove it that they're innocent. That's not how it works.
No, you wouldn't know. The point that you're arguing for now, which to be fair, I had said Florida free, all the people who generally I don't know about Florida to be honest. But the people who I generally don't side with are right about is that essentially what you're trying to do is import a bias that is in favor of the position you hold. But for people that don't hold that position, imagine if what we were doing was saying we need to make sure that we get 3 KKK members on the trial for let's say it's a majority black area somewhere in Georgia. We need to make sure that we get 3 KKK members on the jury. Everyone would be like, no, that's ridiculous. No, for diversity's sake. No, you want bias in favor of the person that you think is innocent. But for most people who have analyzed this case to be actually, the kid is guilty. It's no, why would you want people essentially that are going to be biased?
So
you know what? All right, I'll go ahead. Go ahead.
That's what we're arguing for.
Hold on. That's fine. So basically, what you're saying is there is 2 people here that are being evaluated, and when we evaluate one, it's a white person who is no longer with us, a black person who is with us. And what you're saying is the more apropos, fair, balanced, objective route is to have a white person on the jury.
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, cool.
I'm saying there is a black person.
One second. All right, if you're not saying that, then I'm going to offer the alternative. Right? The alternative, so I'm glad you're not saying that, because that would be ridiculous, right? Because we could clearly see how they could be blinded by the fact that one of their own has been slain. Now, the alternative is that this person is not have an antipathy towards blacks. They have actually a resonate, or they have just. You would say
that's the term that you like.
Thank you. Yeah, they have. I think sympathy works. They have a sympathy or I would say better understanding.
Okay, cool. A blind person.
They don't need an understanding of their position or where.
Another reason why you need diverse juries is because the word reasonable is a big word. It is one of the most common used words in laws and statute of our court. Arguing with one another. He thought that a reasonable response to
Here we go. So we're just
go
gonna
in
have
and
people
interview
come in here.
because he
I-
felt
I-
again.
right?
It
Because
doesn't
on his own instinct,
never
he
cease
decided
to amaze
carry it.
me
We
how
get
they
there,
want to sit
and they're not
there.
fighting at all. They're arguing with
First of
LeBron or
all,
Jordan or Jordan and Kobe.
there's one person that's in the audience that
Because
says
it
the
was
same
reasonable.
thing to us
When
every
when you're looking at a juror and you're talking about someone's actions, whether or not they are reasonable, culture freaking matters. It absolutely matters. And so, in the example of a KKK person, yes, I'm going to rule. Yes, if I could put 3 KKK members, a jury with a KKK member that was on trial, and to pursue justice, absolutely, because they're gonna understand culture. They're gonna understand what is reasonable in that person's action, and they're going to be able to educate. They're going to be able to educate and they're going to be able to educate when deliberating the facts of the case, because that's their job, to deliberate the facts of the case, right?
Exactly.
And if you have someone that has no inkling of the culture or the perspective of the person and how they're responding, you can't make the determination that if what they're doing is reasonable or not, because you don't understand. Hold on, my phone's ringing.
I know y'all heard me.
Y'all are disgusted by reality.
I know y'all heard me call next like several times already. So I'm just gonna jump in now. I called the next at the concrete. I'll check it in a second. I called next at the concrete. The Philly win. I'm just gonna jump in right now. All right, look. So the argument that they're making is it's actually one of the worst arguments that I've heard. It's something like this. So I'm going to give a random number. I'm going to choose the number 100. So there's 100 people. 100 people go to the courthouse. 100 people, they need to apply. I'm going to say some sort of, they need to be applicable. Okay? So there's a test. It's going to be in a paper. It's going to be in the form of the paper. This is the hypothetical. They give them a paper. You have to score at least an 80 or above in order to be applicable to be a part of the jury. Okay? All right. So 100 people show. It doesn't matter how many blacks are there, how many whites are there, how many browns are there, how many yellows are there. That part doesn't matter. Okay? In this group of 100 people, all right, one of the questions are, will you be biased? And everybody who answers, yes, I'll be biased, you automatically lose 21 points. So if it's the case that every black, every brown, every yellow, any color you could think of as white says, yes, I will be biased, you guys are saying it doesn't matter that they're going to be biased. We should remove that 80 percentile necessity for being applicable. No. We want a diverse group of people that are going to be biased. We want a diverse group of people. This is terrible line of reasoning.
What's terrible is that you think that people are gonna be honest about their bias. That's number one, right? But that's number one. It absolutely matters. And so, and the example, because I know you're doing that. You're doing that thing where you use the racial thing, right? So the KKK invokes emotions, right? And so I'm supposed to automatically hate the KKK. But in seeking justice, that makes, if that were a category to make the jury more diverse, and it's in favor of the defendant, yes, I'm good with that. I'm good with that. Because in our system, where our system fails, and I've said this many times, I don't hear speeches on this. Where our system fails is that it is a revenge system. It's not a system of justice. We're not seeking to practice the system the way it's designed. We're seeking to practice. We are seeking to practice the system. We are seeking to practice the system. We are seeking to practice the system a way in which we are seeking to practice the system a way in which we can be punitive so that we believe is guilty. And that's not how the system was.
Define justice, define justice, gently. Wait, was it? You did the hypothetical was that if it's gone through some filtering process, and which just to be clear, the defense is participating in, and the result is just a juror of 12 people, a jury, of 12 people that you believe isn't like representative or
the defendant, right? Do you think that you can basically just import 3 people that you think will be sympathetic to that fucking whatchamacallit? I gave you an extreme example to the defendant. I gave you an extreme example. What if the defendant stands accused of, being part of some proscribed group, namely the KKK or something, and he's like a racist, hate criminal?
I'm supposed to throw my just principles out the window because it's a group that hates me. That's not how that's supposed to work. And I don't operate that way.
Listen to what can and you fucking listen. Wait, stop, Florida. And you just fucking listen. Can I just finish my point? 1 second. Florida, 1 second. Just all right. I may have said that too. If you just let me finish what I was saying, right? Which is, okay, cool. But like, just listen. The point I'm making, right, is that like, if we would all agree, a good thing not to do is we've got these systems in place, and it's just 12 people to be the jury. It would be fucking insane to say like, oh, let's really help exonerate the KKK guy by bringing people who are sympathetic to the KKK guy. Like so you shouldn't be biting this as bullet. Like that's actually ridiculous. Because obviously we don't want that. We don't want KKK guys getting off because of an obstinate juror who's just a racist. Like as in his sole purpose for being there is because he's sympathetic to racists. Obviously,
You're making an extreme. Y'all going with an extreme. You're going with an extreme example. Y'all going with these extreme examples versus juries. Black people don't. Black people and people of color don't. Black people don't. I illustrated it well. This person, whether it be male or black or whatever, is Eileen. Well, they have a predisposition toward violence. They have a predisposition toward violence and crime because that is my worldview. I would rather someone be like that they are guilty than it is to convince someone that is on the opposite end that assumes that they're innocent.
All you're saying is I don't want someone that's biased against you. I want someone that's biased towards you. That's all you're saying. That's it. You say I want this type of bias. I don't like biases, but I like this type of bias. This is the type of bias that I want.
Wait, knowledge. Let me add one thing to that because I know what Finley's response is going to be. It's going to be, yeah, that's a good thing because in this legal system is predicated upon innocence and proven guilty. The problem is if we extrapolate that to another case where it's innocent until proven guilty, we have good reason to believe that someone is a KKK member, and his argument is, oh, look, by the same token, we need to bring people who are sympathetic to my ideology so that they'll be like far more fair and biased in favor of me because I'm innocent until proven guilty. You think that was fucking ridiculous. So the point is, the way this bias is determined is essentially just like, if we think the black kid is innocent, then we want to stack the jury with black people because we think they're going to be biased in favor of the black people.
I didn't say stack the jury with black people. I'm arguing for diversity. That's not what I'm saying. That's what you're saying. Because that's what y'all are saying. I am arguing for diversity. What y'all are trying to do is create this extreme situation.
Can't make any kind of there's no way that people can make a case.
Y'all are trying to argue. Y'all are trying to use this emotional pleading. And y'all are trying to use this extreme. Y'all are trying to use this extreme emotional.
We hear you the most, bro. You're loud, so stop repeating yourself.
I'm gonna repeat myself because every time. I can't. I didn't know they all hear me.
He's upset because the people that chose on the Carmelo Anthony case are white people. He's upset because people are white. You want some people that are not white on the case because if they're all white, then guess what? They cannot be there. If there's only white people, the case won't be fair. I want a black minority. I want an Asian that agrees with me. You know, I want a Mexican that agrees with me.
You want to hate everyone that's not white. Anybody who agrees with me. I don't agree in having a bias. Do you want to hate everyone? I want to specifically have people on the jury. That's his entire fucking argument. Hello? Fucking insane. Hello, your life is on the line. Having a bias group. You want to hate on the jury. The entire fucking argument that he's on the jury. Yes or no? Yes or no? Your life is on the line. Contradictory. Your life is on the line. He's disagree. You're innocent. True. You're fucking innocent. You're fucking innocent. As long as it's bloods, they can't get a jury. Please. It is fucking insane. The Republicans are insane. The Republicans are staying with what they're saying. I'm going to kill you. Right now. This man is judging your life. I'm the same because the evidence is already on the council. Being a defendant. Somebody told him to be always on your side of the equation. So when it comes to all this hate,
Thank you for helping illustrate.
Whoever did it,
Thank you. Thank you for illustrating the point now.
Yeah, whoever, it's not. Oh, yeah, I told you that we won't stop. I told you that we won't stop. I told you that we won't stop.
Tell me that you want this petty ass
And then you
All artists. Empathy respond for this fucking weird ass nigga get off.
Empathy left already.
Yeah, all artists are technicians. Not all technicians are artists. What do you think about that? Yeah, so what was Philly's position? Was it that bias should never exist in the jury selection process? Or bias is okay?
No, you keep using the word bias, and the bias is not the proper word. The proper word would be understanding.
Didn't he say sympathy?
So, sympathy is a little bit also like not. I hear what you're saying, She-Wolf, but I don't think it's proper either. Understanding, because the thing you got to think about it like this from this mindset. You know how a black person is, right? There's some black people who are very distrusting of blacks, but they can be won over, right? Then there's somebody who's distrusting of blacks that can't be won over. Now the question is, what would I don't know, but the question is, what would allow somebody to be won over when they were initially distrustful? Obviously, it would be something that they can resonate with. And what can a lot of black people resonate with? Other black people and their plights. That's why you can't. I asked this question in another room. What is the purpose of a jury of your peers, and why is that a part of the system, right? And is Mr. Philly here? Mr. Philly's here.
Well, I think the understanding of like what the justice system is, as far as it being of like your civil duty in the larger community sense of what is right by beyond a reasonable doubt or the preponderance of evidence, right? Like that's what that's supposed to mean, like your peers of clear.
Well, you're speculating at this point, right? So
that's what it actually says.
Okay, so you're speculating at this point, unless you're gonna give us the document that the founding fathers provided and the reason. Definitely make it about that. Well, why do you think I'm making it about that? Definitely make it about that. Well, why do you think I'm making it about that?
Because I'm asking if you agree with.
No, why do you think I'm making it about that?
Because you're saying that it's not relevant, I guess.
No, you're trying to move to something else. And that's fine. You can always try to move to something else. Right?
No, you had a question about.
What I'm gonna do is yes.
Right.
Why is
I offer? Yeah, did I offer like what the colloquial understanding is of like
the common sense understanding,
right? And then
why would that be the situation?
Because that's the definition that we're operating on.
No, we're not operating on the common sense understanding. Why would we operate under that?
So that we're all on the same page, bro.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
Okay. Yeah, I'm asking you, do you share this? If you don't, then I can go get the
answer. So what did I say? What do I want to accomplish? I know what you want to accomplish. Look. I know what you want to accomplish in this, right? What do I want to accomplish?
To see, for me to prove if I'm right or wrong. If this
no. What I want to accomplish is what is the legal theory on jury of your peers, and why was it established, and how is it implemented, right?
All right,
so what is the legal theory on jury?
All right, then you're saying that what I just described there could be right. You just want to know like what was the argument?
I don't care about any of that stuff. I don't care about anything about opinion. I don't care. I don't care about opinion. I care about what the legal theory is, why it was established, and how it was the conversation in the legal system. I care about the conversation in the legal system on jury of the peers. Why was it established? How was it implemented? That's what I'm talking about.
Do you think that that's what's being talked about now with Finn?
I don't care.
All right, yeah. Do you think that? How about peers? Like, what do you think peers means?
I don't care about
racial.
I don't care about common.
No,
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care about what my opinion is, because my opinion could be wrong. I care about how it's dealt with. You understand that they have their own language and their own definitions. There's this thing called the Black's Law Dictionary, where their usage of words are going to be different. In fact, when you go to some dictionaries, they'll tell you the different domains in which how a word is defined. They'll say in the scientific sense, here's how it's defined. In the legal sense, and on and on and on, right? So we don't. That's the mistake, Samoa. Going on our own common sense understanding would be a dire mistake. Yes, you could be right, but you also could be wrong. So why don't we just get past that part and get to what they're saying? And
theory came up about being judged by your peers equally by the justice or like by the objectivity of societal like standards. So this comes from the Magna Carta. This is like what it's
how we have a conversation about it. Well, what are Supreme Court and court cases? How are they discussing it? Right? Because that's the only thing.
People in your community, not people from like another community or whatever that is. Even like in the federal like component, right? Like obviously these people don't live near you or anything like that. So like how you should go about and like the operations of like the jury whole like thing, right? And looking at evidence and not allowing your personal biases to like intrude that. And then there's the understanding of the person that's the defendant and what they're going. That's why there's like jury instructions to say, hey, ignore everything that you've seen online. Ignore this person's history. This person's history is prejudicial, whatever, right? So the judges are already taking things off of the table for consideration for the jury immediately. Because it could like basically just poison like the views of those people because they're trying to get it as unbiased as possible. So if Finley walks in there and says, he looks like Trayvon Martin to me, somebody's going to be like, oh, you just bridged something that should be like avoided of this situation here, and now you're going to bring this into the conversation. And we can't have that. You have to look at the evidence in isolation, not in collaboration. And we'll learn that.
That's a fact, Monica. It's a fact.
No, but I didn't get Finley's point because I heard what you were saying, Knowledge, and what Timothy was saying from across the room.
But someone kept yelling, so they left.
Yeah, but what was Finley's point, though, if you don't mind?
You want to hear what he said about the OJ case?
No, I missed that. I heard your response, and I heard Timothy's response, but Finley was saying, that's not what I'm saying, that's not what I'm saying, that's not what I'm saying. You guys are trying to make it emotional, or you guys are trying to do the emotional appeal thing to attach with this something like that.
Finley said the juror is supposed to prove their innocence. He wants a juror that's going to prove their innocence. He doesn't want to live in a society where they try to prove they're guilty.
No, presume.
So when it came to the trial of OJ, we said, the juror said that they were biased as fuck, right? And he said, yes, that's what I want. I'm okay with that. He said, I'm okay with juror representing someone who looks like them and with them being biased towards them. I'm okay with that. And then the argument was, that's fucking retarded. You don't want
that he's not, but you're starting at like, let's say a -1, or like let's say a +1. Now you got to work me back.
Correct.
But then he said that he's okay with the whole jury pool being KKK members.
Correct.
KKK guys on the defense.
Yeah.
Yeah, to me that doesn't. To me, it's kind of like, hey man, hey, do you live in Appalachia? Yes. All right, let's strike this guy. Yeah. What's up, man? Oh,
what's up, man? What's up? Alright, what's up? Yo, Ishmael, good question. Yeah. What's the question, man? Has anybody ever told you you have a voice to someone that will slap the dog shit out of him? What do you mean by that? Oh, like, just your voice makes me want to slap the dog shit out of you. Have you ever heard that?
What do you mean by that?
Suck my dick, man.
Whoa.
That was a good response. Motherfucking man.
Why would you go like the longer bell like that?
Yeah, I think it went too far. I was just asking you a question. Motherfucking boy. I was just asking you a question. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. What are you doing? who's gonna give a fuck
It
about
sounds like he wants to get
shut the fuck up, man.
Slap the shit out of you.
Respectful stuff fucking through this, man. I'm just too respectful when I discuss this.
I'm trying to be respectful too. I was asking you a
That's
question.
not true, man. That's not true, man. I will always respect the
not
niggas,
true,
man.
man.
Which is alright.
You
So
guys
always
don't-
respect the
No,
what?
I was just asking you a question.
Yeah, look, man, like we were kind of talking about this Carmelo Anthony thing yesterday, right? And I think that if you're going to be looking at this case through like the racial lens, you're going to be able to find some things, you know. And it's like, when can things be?
I was moved down for no reason, bro. That shit crazy. Shit crazy.
Reason. It's just either a good or a not good reason.
No, for no reason, bro. It's just random.
No, that was.
No, random, bro. It's like something coming from nothing. Like your belief system.
How about this one? How about when God says, do these things or I won't bless you or answer your prayers? In that scenario, can a woman say no?
I just want to say it. Maybe it's on stage. King's gonna be on stage. Just want to call it out.
I'm going.
Oh, shit. Bro. Hey, Nate.
He left.
Yo, he shot her and moved himself down.
That's crazy, bro.
Oh, he is in the goo. Samoa, I thought he left. He's in the goo.
No, he moved King down and then moved himself down.
What's up, Samoa?
Do you think, like, the narrative right now that the prosecution struck the last three that was on?
There could be someone who will be, as Finley and Concrete was saying, for lack of a better term, but this is what Finley said, sympathetic towards the defendant. And there was some pushback as if sympathy would be wrong or something, similar to that. And Mr. Finley made a great point that sympathy would not be bad in the instance where in our system you're supposed to be presumed innocent, right? You don't prove innocence, you prove guilt, right? So that wouldn't be a bad thing. And I think they eliminate that chance that there could be one person there that might fight for the defendant, right? And it makes a situation where if you have an all-white jury, there won't be someone there in that jury room to advocate for that defendant. Understand that defendant, that would be more like their peer, right? And represent their peers more justly and more equally, right? Because as a black person, I don't live in an all-white neighborhood.
I'm not
You know what I mean? So if I'm fighting for my life, and there's 12 people that are going to decide my fate, a jury of my peers is not 12 white people. In my opinion, well, maybe in the suburb I live now, but.
So my question, She-Wolf, is hypothetically, if you were a white person and let's say 7 of it were black people, you would say that's an unfair juror?
7 out of 12 sounds a lot more diverse than all 12.
Hypothetically, would that be an unfair jury?
No, because that sounds diverse if only 7 of 12 are black.
But okay, what about if
and walk back up front. He doesn't have anything. He goes to pick up his book bag.
Oh my God, we found Viva! She's talking and politically correct. She's litigating and narrating live.
At that point, Andy says that
Cyrus versus Dr. Chow 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 Chow.
I saw something heavy, and that's, that he thought that was a water bottle, which I'm assuming was the gun. And so then he picked up his bag and he walks out.
Very disturbing case.
And then Andy and Rick run out behind him, right, screaming. And then you see it pan to
These are people who don't go to the gym. So what does that mean?
Because they go off that camera. And then the park parking lot.
And we're about to.
Across the
We're
parking
about
lot,
to. Should have
Andy,
read this morning.
right behind him.
I
Right
didn't
behind
read. I'm out
Andy.
of the top 1%
Then you don't see
today.
anything else.
Oh, gotta
But if
be
you
in
listen
the
to the 911 call,
1%.
that's very interesting. You can listen to the things he says, how he says it, how he's hesitant to answer the questions. Very explicit. I mean, like you could say, sure, he was
This is actually my contribution
but I mean,
to eliminating structural white racism and replacing it with structural black racism, if that's okay. Hello?
There was at least one witness that said,
This is law school for lawyers that never made it. This is Judge Judy in the afternoon for lawyers that just couldn't pass the bar. Just couldn't pass it.
Pointed at Andy or not. So somebody sort of terrorized that witness story. Initially, I felt like, why aren't they taking the witness story just as seriously as they took Andy's story? Clearly, people there at the shootings with Andy and Ray.
yeah, and they asked him to, like, because Andy says, yeah, I saw him throw something, and then he says, I looked, he didn't see anything but trash. But then it turns out it was his phone. He ran out of his shoe, and his phone fell out of his pocket, whatever. So his phone ran out of his shoe. He keeps running. What else was interesting? The hypervigilance of the Rick's store. And this is really interesting because I think they didn't talk about this at all, but I think that is important for the psychology of what this type of it was to a human being, right? He had apparently Rick had gone to he was a professor in some like tech, right? He did some sort of engineering, tech, AI, surveillance, something like that, right? And so did his son.
Right.
And so they had a high,
got a horse fly up in this
a really
room.
a cool facial recognition system in their store. So they had over like 25 angles of cameras, and the facial recognition system, they had an entire system behind the counter, and you see the video of it, an entire like dedicated probe and this, whatever technology is just to identify the faces of people that come into the store who brought to them as potential,
activated because on most guns it's just like you don't walk around with your laser on. You have to run at the gun, tap the laser for it to be activated. Otherwise you're running battery life out, right? And you would see it in somebody's pocket. It's just not practical. So
Andy claimed that the barrel was silver, and that's how he was able to identify the gun. Did you happen to look at the gun after? No, I didn't look at the gun.
What are you doing today? I'm relitigating Cyrus's murder outside of the gas station.
I think the woman, the mom in the store owner, I think she was really wrong because she was standing right behind that boy and she seen him put back all those waters and she still let her son and husband go out there and say he stole the water. If you look at the video, they was washing like a hawk. Like I would have put the waters back and was like, I'm not buying nothing in the store.
How did the horseflies get in the house?
Like, did anybody have
Who left the door
what
open?
did the parents say about him carrying a gun? Did the parents make a statement about him having a gun? Did they know he had a gun?
Don't take your guns to town, son. Leave your guns at home, Bill. Don't take your guns to town.
Yeah, it's not typical. I was stationed in Columbus, South Carolina. It's not typical. Like, it's not a good idea to have a gun. It's dangerous out there. Like, we used to get our cars robbed in fucking... Motherfuckers got robbed in fucking Columbia, South Carolina. This ain't no goddamn... Columbia, South Carolina is a fucking city, just like any other fucking major city. Like, that's not something that... I don't know what's going on.
The parents acknowledged that he had a gun. Both of his parents said he had a gun.
Okay, thank you for answering my question, Jonah.
Yeah, this ain't, like I said, it ain't in South Carolina where he might have been shooting fucking squirrels out of the tree. That's the problem I have with this. Like, we gotta be careful with our kids having these weapons.
Yeah, it's a bad idea, baby. It's not smart to have a gun if you a YN.
And my first statement, in the video, that lady seen that boy put back all those waters. She should have had her husband and son stand down. Am I tripping? Because she was right behind him. She was like following him in the store.
It's also a military town, bro.
That shit, I think that shit bigger than Metro Atlanta. The motherfuckers be wilding out there. Y'all drill sergeants be getting fucking robbed all the fucking time out there. That city is dangerous.
Also, Mimi, I tried to look up and find court case filings, like exactly, not just reporters or anything, in regards to the owner's previous incidents with shooting and stuff like that. Apparently, they did file it, and the judge rejected it. It doesn't say they don't have the
transcripts of
Can somebody play the 911 call? It seemed like that would answer a lot.
Is he on that 911 call while he's running 130 yards? I mean,
no, because after he was shot, the kid was shot, and he was calling, and the dad was trying to apply pressure, and a bunch of other people. So there were sounds and stuff, people talking in the background.
Hello?
Gemini, I back-channeled you the son's testimony, just that part of the video.
Thank you.
It's interesting how he was, this is I'll say this. Pay attention to the way that he answers the questions that the dispatcher's asking him, and in the time frame, and just like how.
Somebody got it. I'm play it.
I'm pulling it up right now, buddy.
Let's get to work. Let's solve this one. Yeah. Patty's on the case. I'm driving right now.
It's about 14:59 in the video or something.
Oh, I thought that the whole video was it. It's not.
No, the whole video is about 2 hours. That's his entire testimony.
14:59.
14:57, I think, is the recording starts.
Okay.
More around.
When is the best time?
I can't help you with your car payment. What do you think I'm here for?
Give me 1 second.
I'm here to pay your car. I'm having a really tough day. I can't make my car payment today. Could you do that for me? This is your AI Clubhouse chat assistant. I am here to help you find the most retarded rooms on Clown House. Prepare for your next level of retardation.
There was a whole cop that just recently resigned because his wife is going through a divorce because she found out, or I don't know if she found out, but she's exposing her husband for being a white supremacist. Took a whole bunch of pictures of his text messages, stuff like that. And this dude went through a whole freaking thorough background check, before hiring sergeants and investigators. Like people are who they are, and there's ways to get around that. And all I'm saying is, if you want to hedge against that, people's biases, simply make juries diverse. I didn't say make them all black. I said make them diverse. That's all I'm saying. That'll hedge against that. You want to respond real quick?
See, I told y'all this.
We want to maintain the status quo.
Oh my God, it's Monica! We found Monica! We found Beamer and politically correct, and we found Monica in jealousy.
I said I know you can wait. You said that last time.
Right.
You can keep going. I can wait.
Hello.
Y'all okay? I got one more thing to say. Hold on. No, you're not. I've been waiting for
Well, Monica's requesting 2 minutes.
Let's see how this lasts. So, hello, everybody.
Hi, Monica.
The death of Austin Metcalf, not the white boy who got stabbed in the track meet. Austin Metcalf. I was told they didn't care what the hell his name was. What they're worried about is no answer. And what I understand is that some people only land. I'm not gonna fight for the mic. I can either mute up or the mods can do their jobs and they can mute the
I'm trying to whoever's doing that, yo, stop.
I thought it was on Gustavo.
No, it's not Monica, then me.
So now we know who's interrupting. So in
hi.
the case of Kyle Rittenhouse, there were many people that called him a white supremacist. There were many people that judged him guilty with no interest in guilty beyond a reasonable doubt or presumed innocent until. So just because you view with a racial lens doesn't mean the majority of Americans. I understand there's some concern that it's an all-white jury, but I believe the racial demographic in that small Texas town is 60%, 70% white, 10% black, 20% Hispanic. I'm not sure of the demographic makeup, maybe 15% Hispanic and then 5% other. I can be corrected on that, but I would like not to be interrupted. So when people are making much ado about it being an all-white jury, I would ask that people remember that the majority of white Americans believe in law and order, and that we can, no matter the feelings of pain, that the unnecessary death of Austin Metcalf is inspiring in many of us. We do want a fair trial. While I wouldn't want to be on the jury, I am praying for the health and safety of the jurists, because people who are over emotional tend to take their venom and anger and feelings of injustice out on the people. Again, moderators, are y'all even there? Not the study was driving.
We got it.
Finally,
as I was saying.
There was something along the lines of Daughters of the Confederate.
free speech. My final point is, I get that you don't trust white people. I get that you think we're out for a lynching and won't this be fun. I'm sure there are some stupid white people who are looking forward to their pitchforks.
Projection alert system has been detected. Projection alert system has been activated.
And such a waste for both families. Thank you, Knowledge. The mic is yours.
Alright, I think I had a total of 3 points. Maybe I forgot some of them. Alright, let me try to do the first one. The first one was to Concrete, but I don't think Concrete is in the room. I think he left already. It was about 18 to 20 fucking minutes ago. Anyways, I wanted to apologize to Concrete for whooping his ass in front of everybody in the room. And I wanted to apologize for everybody in the room.
Let's go!
For beating his ass in front of you guys. I know some of your eardrums probably hurt, and it's my fault. I will take that blame. If I was to, to be arrested today and be held at court, I kind of understand what Mr. Finley is saying, but I still think it's wrong. So if I went to court today because of what I did to Concrete, I would want everybody in this room to be a part of the jury, because I want to be let free, even though I am guilty. I'm saying I am guilty. What I did to him was wrong, but I am guilty. I would want everybody in this room to be
back to Bima. Every day, putting on 1 more pound to fix structural white racism with Patty, First Lady, and Ban.
I'm saying, so like, these are just, it's very hard to, these are levels of homicide, okay?
I understand all of that. That's not hard. I'm trying to square 2 things. A prosecution arguing that someone committed murder, the person admitting they were using deadly force in self-defense of others, and the deadly force being involuntary. How can you reconcile those?
Hello?
Adam, give me 1 second. There's a single shot that is known as potentially deadly force.
This is Gemini. This guy's arms are the size of tree stumps, but he's only 4'10". He's a midget bodybuilder, a daytime litigator, social justice, equity, and restorative facilitator. Gemini.
I'm referring to intent. I'm not referring to the number of bullets. I'm referring to intent under the law. It has nothing to do with the number of bullets.
Okay, what I'm saying is if you fire once, your intent may be to just defend yourself and not kill the person.
When you claim self-defense, you're claiming the intent to use deadly force. That's what a self-defense claim is. That you intended to use force. Doesn't matter if it's 1 bullet or 1,000 bullets.
That's not true. I can claim self-defense and have shot somebody without the intent to kill them. I could have shot them in the leg, shoulder.
Gemini, anytime you use a gun, it's deadly force. It doesn't matter how many shots.
It's self-defense in law and someone dies. The intent is deadly force.
We're talking about the intent of deadly force. Deadly force. Intent of deadly force.
You got this.
When you're claiming self-defense, you're saying what you did is justified. So it could be killing someone, it could be assaulting someone, it could be all these things. You're saying what you did was justified. So the prosecution would have to prove that this is not self-defense. This was what we're charging you with. So no, you can't claim self-defense and no, that's not what I'm saying. It's not self-defense and involuntary manslaughter. It's one or the other.
Hello.
For the record, what I was saying is self-defense is not equivalent to deadly force. There's a lot of different types of self-defense that is not deadly force. A lot.
No, it depends on what happens to the victim. So if the victim dies,
Yeah, it's free.
So real quickly,
I'll go after you, Simone.
Go to a quiet. All right.
Knowledge is always defending the ops.
This is you friendly. I have to nail the song. And Real Wrong maybe stated that this is what it was. That's what caught our attention. You said that you want a diverse jury because basically a diverse in thought, right? Which means that somehow people's race will make them be, I guess, basically some form of bias where someone is fighting probably for the worst aspect of the case. I'll give a scenario. If, let's say, it was black and white, not the jury, but this concept that...
Are you in the Matrix or am I in the Matrix?
You're in the Matrix, Finley.
Okay. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I'll repeat it and try to make it fast. So I was saying, when you say diversity of jury, right, because supposedly given diversity of thought, you appeal to the idea that race gives you a different perspective, which you already conceded to. I don't think you sincerely believe that because, again, there's a lot of mixed people in here. We have a lot of diversity in thought. However, most of the black people in this space think the same way. I'm one of the eyeballs, right? And what you're pushing is that some of the black people, or most of the black people, will probably argue in favor of Anthony, but not in favor of the facts, which implies that the white people will argue in favor of Metcalf and not in favor of the facts. And I'm saying that people can argue in favor of the facts, and we don't need people deviating to cause a hung jury or any type of jeopardizing in the case based on their own bias. So if you was in a jury pool, like some of us have been, and someone say, hey, this person is a black male, and systemic racism has the X, Y, Z, or this person is queer, and queer people don't get a fair shake, they're exercising their own fucking bias, and we don't need that. So what I'm saying is, if we're picking a jury, and I hope you believe in this, if we're picking a jury, we want to get people who display objectivity, right? Because that would mean they're going to look at the facts of the case and only go off that. Everything else wouldn't fucking matter. And I wish we could have blind juries to where they only hear the facts of the case and not see the people, but I know it's unrealistic because you have to consider all these other factors, the person's emotions and showing regret, remorse, etc., all that shit. So I'll end on this. Do you believe that people can come to a conclusion without using their bias? That's the feeling we get a chance when we get back in.
All right, so I'll be quick here so they can go to that back and forth, right? So he's actually already answered this question here, right? Like he's already saying, like, hey, sympathetic or not sympathetic? And if I had to choose one, it would be the sympathetic for the defendant or whatever this is, right? But what it's supposed to be, and that's kind of like where you are, free, right? It's supposed to be non-sympathetic and like non-sympathetic, objective, facts of evidence, all these types of things. You're sitting there attentively, you're trying to like understand, does it meet the threshold? That's what everybody would want. Like that's the ideal thing. And Finley's kind of merging into like, well, what is the actual like things on the ground? Like what's happening on the ground? And you can see how we were just talking about this yesterday. Oleg brought up like $1 billion lawsuits where there's these like consultants that are paid like $40,000 for like an hour to sit back, read the potential jurors, right? Because they're trying to control for these types of things, right? And I don't see a problem with like what Finley's saying, right? Because if you're looking at just the GoFundMe's of like how people became tribal and $500,000 is raised for this person because they're countering, well, according to them, they're countering something that exists, and then online it just spreads like water. Like, how are you going to control for that? Right? Like, we're the trenches that are going to tame this wildfire of everybody now being like politicized with like the whole movement of like this cultural shift. And okay, it's happening everywhere. We have to fight. It's everywhere. You can't get this thing out of like our like consciousness and that. Right? Like, how does a person avoid that? And I think that what Infinity will speak to this, the majority of the jury, the potential jury pool, aren't going to be what you actually want. But I was just reading this here. It looks like the prosecution was putting on their case. They said that they actually had the footage and they're running the jury by it. And the view catches like basically like the whole football field and then where the tents are. And like he enters in, and then they say that after the stabbing, Metcalf holds his chest, says, you guys stabbed me or whatever. But this part right here I think is kind of damning, and I'm wondering what the statements are going to be like during this trial, where he runs away from the scene, throws the knife by ditching the knife, and then tries to blend into the crowd so that he can flee the scene. kid was like a little. I didn't really know about a lot of that stuff, so I think it's Concrete family.
I'm not the family.
I think it's on Concrete. Concrete was it for me. Is he here? Is Concrete here?
Nope, go ahead. And I said after you, so we have back and forth. I feel you're gonna ask me some things.
No, I showed up when I started talking. So. I think Simone did a good job because I did answer that question already. Simone did a great job of kind of still my point and articulating it. I don't have anything else to add other than knowledge.
Okay.
I think knowledge. I think you be hanging around with your listening skills when I speak because I ain't said none of that. I said none of what you said, but I'm gonna leave it there.
Okay. So good for you. So I think I understand what you're saying, Philly. So.
Yeah, don't use me to take a shot at
Reverend.
It's crazy. Yeah, it's just they put me in the.
So here's this, family. Here's this. Let's do a quick back and forth. So sympathy should go both ways, right? I understand that the defendants presume innocent. That don't mean you deem them innocent. You just presume that the prosecution has to prove that case, right? And with that being said, you do empathize with the victim or the alleged victim too. That Metcalf was just a decent, law-abiding kid. He was in the place where he's supposed to be. He makes. Okay, those are my trust with them. But anyhow, so you empathize with both parties. Hence, both parties have to make their cases. And I'm saying that to say that race, in my opinion, should be highly suppressed because that creates the bias that someone is going to judge it. It's not really a factor. Because you can understand young people, young boys, they're testosterone, they kind of want to prove sometimes. They kind of don't take things. They're still trying to figure out the world. And in this process, both of them could have made a bad decision. Metcalf could have said something to him out. And Anthony took it the wrong way. And Anthony likely responded in the worst way possible by stabbing him with a knife that he shouldn't have brought to school. So I'm saying to say that the jury have to look at these facts and undermine their own biases. Sympathy is there because we're human, but when the facts are presented, the defense, right? Yeah.
Is it you over?
Is it me? Yeah, I was talking to someone. Holy shit, I thought I wanted to make shit.
I had said put me in the queue with somebody.
I thought what, but you didn't know we were in the Matrix.
No, you went in the Matrix.
Oh shit, okay, my bad. I'm sorry. Yeah.
You could put me in.
So yeah, real quickly, goddamn, I had to repeat all that. I'm gonna make it fast. So no, I was saying that sympathy should go both ways, and the jury, and as well as us.
Right, Charles.
Oh, okay, good. All right.
Yeah, Charles. Lou.
Yo, who's in the queue?
I don't know. We fucking praying or something. Why so quiet? Shit.
Simone, go. I'm sorry, not Simone.
We could do if there's nobody that was lying and
you cut
Simone.
We didn't hear the last 5 seconds.
Thank you, knowledge. I thought you were fucking with me. Okay. I was just asking Finley that sympathy should go both ways, and sympathy would subside if the facts doesn't give credence to the defendant. Meaning that if Anthony operated in malice, meaning that he had malicious intent that day, not necessarily against him directly, but he happened to be the one that he stabbed that day because the conflict arose with him, then that sympathy is not considered anymore. It's just like any case, whether it be a rapist and a rape victim, like you don't have sympathy for these people if they're operating in malice. And I'm saying that's why the ideal of race shouldn't be considered almost never in these cases, because you're basically applying bias in favor of the side that you like, which is, in my opinion, is not, especially coming from your background, is not objective at all.
Can I go?
Yeah, but that's not a jury trial. It's just us voting for people we think could rule better. We're not voting for
Open your billionaire gift. Archangel Michael says you've been granted a billionaire's inheritance. If you don't open this message today,
the poll that was done, I'm voting guilty. And I think that
sound due to the fact that I'm most likely the one that will fight for that same black kid. And the reason I voted guilty was not because of my bias. If we took race, history, and every other thing that divided America, and we just have two human beings, and the same scenario played out, we just gave these human beings letters instead of identity, and you heard that one letter stabbed the other letter because of a confrontation under intent, we would all come to the same conclusion. Just like it's really that simple. Not the line. But what happens is we add all of those other variables. We add all of those other variables into the story, and we also internalize it. We pull our personal histories, and we bring in the fabric of America, and that is how we are determining he's not guilty, or what about his upbringing, or his mama was sick, or we humanize people who end other people's lives. Now, although he is guilty, I have to say this other part. I believe that if I was on as the one that's going to sentence him, I would give this young man a slap on the wrist and tell him, don't do it again. Send him on back to his house and then give him a hug.
For murder. Don't do it again. He said, don't do it again. No more murders today, anyway.
I would give the young man a hug.
Yeah, tell him to the Israelites what's going on.
Be respectful. Don't make me have to get all monkey with you, please. Because I will interrupt y'all.
Actually, you normally are. Don't do that impress everybody.
So the point is.
Oh, I know you can't emulate your father. He never showed up.
Look, I'll start moving people down. It is lines go respectfully. Line anybody.
Some shit in his underwear, and that'll be about it. I think you all are up like maybe 400 years and a couple thousand bodies. You can lose one or two, maybe one or two a year by the hands of a black person, and look the other way. Y'all got so many damn hangings and lynchings all over the place. Stop crying about this one white kid. Forget, right? You're all Christians, right? Jesus told you to forgive and turn the other cheek, right? Like you keep telling us. Well, forgive. Yeah, we murdered him. Now forgive. Show us the compassion that you want us to show you when you do this horrific shit to us. And let's just move on.
Yeah, I kind of see that a little different, right? Because there could be some forgiveness with consequences that, right? So like these two things could exist at the same time, right? For me, the way I look at it is as the prosecution already starts at a negative for me, right? There's already an uphill battle for them because it has to be beyond, not just a reasonable doubt, but beyond that. So we're not going to start at 0. We're going to start at like -3. And if I'm not even looking at the defense at this moment, right? I'm looking at the prosecution. How good is your case? Okay, cool. If they fail, I don't even have to hear from the defense. Like, that's the way it's supposed to be. It's like, did you rise to the threshold that you were supposed to be? And if I'm sitting there looking at all the evidence, I'm like, bro, all this is gas, third party, hearsay, circumstantial, like the person's not even there, this and that. I don't even have to hear the defense, bro. Right? And I don't think anybody would have to. But if they make a convincing argument, then you're interested. Then you're like, okay, well, shit, there was like 5 good points there. Hey, defense, what do you got to say about this? Right? And then it's kind of like this sparring match where it's like, oh, shit, both sides are doing pretty good, right? And I'm over here got the front part, I'm over here kind of analyzing it. But still, the starting point should be like at -3, and the prosecution has to work their way. That's how I think you should kind of see that. I don't know why a person would say, hey, man, you're guilty of this thing, right? I can make the argument, and I've been making it lately, that I see where the defense is going to go. And I kind of like it, right? Because they're saying, hey,
a reasonable person in this type of a circumstance reasonably would react this way, right? If you're just adding all the things that can kind of be like added in his view of it, and then make the judgment there. I thought what I just read, as far as what the prosecution just said to the jury, I thought that that's pretty bad, like what he did afterwards. Right? Because a reasonable person would be like, whoa, you ran away from the scene, you chucked the knife all the way away from you, then you started blending yourself into the crowd to conceal like your identity, and then you're starting to ask these questions of the police officer to see the level of
jump the sock.
We can, let's do it.
I know, but Eric was expert. Y'all can't just supply this. No, you're not after him.
And sound good. Now, I don't know this. I gotta look up like lawyers, like these Carmelo Anthony lawyers. But to me, it's not a good one. This team is not good. Right. First indication that it's not good was he allowed this shit to stay in Collin County, Texas. Right. He should immediately ask for a change of venue because he knew he wasn't gonna get a fair trial. Right. That's what I would have said. Right? That just would have primed me up for the appeal process that I was going to do. Number two, he failed the Batson challenge, which, given the circumstances surrounding the jury selection, right, it should have been very easy. They challenged them. They were like, yeah, this dude's kicking all the black people off the jury. He's stuck with 3 black women. And the reason that the prosecutors gave why they picked those 3 women off there, because they were educators and they didn't want educators on the jury panel. And right, that makes sense. It sounds right. But when you look in the other, like there's a white woman still on the jury who's also an educator, right? Which should have been like, bro, it's clearly right not the reasons to exclude, because you would have got rid of all educators and black educators, female black educators. Right? So just shows the level of competence. I don't know. That $650,000 don't look like it went a long way for him to get like a great lawyer. Probably what that happened.
Okay, that's it. So here we go. So last thing I want to say to you, brother. I do agree with what you said. It was a good point. My issue is this right here. I'm gonna go. You know what I'm going on?
Norm hasn't got at all.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Do you mind? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Do you mind? Can you go after?
No, let's go. Sure.
I'm not sorry. Yeah, switches from the prosecution to the defense. So as Samoa said, if you're not mounting self-defense, okay, proportionality, the unlawful immediate threat of harm, reasonable belief, and imminent necessity. Okay, so number 1, reasonable belief. You have to believe that force is immediately necessary. Okay, now this case might fit that. You have to have a subjective belief and an objective belief that you are threatened. Okay, maybe this case fits that. Imminent threat. The threat of harm or unlawful force must be happening or about to happen right away. It might fit that. Not just verbal arguments, but physical threat. Okay. Unlawful force. You must be responding to an unlawful use of force. You can't claim self-defense if you instigated the confrontation or engaged in criminal activity. Now, there's the beginning of a problem, because if you say, touch me and see what happens, as we've heard that he said, you have initiated the confrontation. Touch me and see what happens are fighting words. So right there, he might have destroyed his ability to use self-defense. But there's more. There's also proportionality. So deadly force is only reasonably justified when you believe that it is necessary to prevent death or serious bodily harm, or an aggregated felony like kidnapping, murder, which doesn't apply here. So once again, you have to show that the person was defending reasonable doubt that Metcalf was going to kill him somehow. And I don't think they have the evidence there to show that that Metcalf was going to kill him. Like if he had his hands around his neck, or if he was on his back, or if he had some weapon in his hand, or in some way Metcalf was able to threaten the life or the serious bodily harm, and that's just not a punch in the nose or pushing, then Carmelo Anthony might have the beginning of a defense. It would still be an uphill battle. But as such, and as Eric said, I think Carmelo Anthony has a horrible lawyer, because I would never have taken this to trial because of the weakness of the self-defense element. I think Carmelo Anthony has got pretty much an empty hand when it comes to the elements of self-defense, namely that he did not have a proportional response to an imminent threat of death. And there's a lot of witnesses there under that tent, and I don't think Carmelo has any witnesses on that. I'm shocked to see what they were thinking, unless they're just going to bail at some point or try to use this as some sort of way to get publicity or something. I think they're going to fold before the end of this trial and take the plea. You have to racialize. I think Carmelo Anthony stands to lose a lot. Thanks.
And free racism towards me. Appreciate it, brother.
No, I haven't seen any racism towards anybody.
I'm fucking with you, man. Calm down. Shit. You don't have to speak.
I feel very calm. I hope you feel calm.
Okay, all right. You don't have to respond, bro. I got you. Thank you. I was trying to compliment him saying that it's not alleged ideas down, right? So you have the confirmation that he actually caused the homicide. It doesn't mean he's not innocent. Of course, you have, like you said, proportionality, that you're standing your ground, but you have a ground to stand, right? Like, you know, what led to this particular by law, they don't have to, but they're going to have to justify a lot of his actions. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't understand why a lot of people are defending him, because it seems very indefensible. I'm not saying it's indefensible. There's some great lawyers out there, but that shit, it's an uphill battle is what I'm saying. That's all. I was just pointing out a good point that you made.
Again, I'll reiterate this. We actually don't know what's going on. We're aware of the defense offering, or the defense is going to say it's a self-defense, or at least that's the claim that's being made. You have somebody who posted on Facebook at the original start of this providing some information, but that has not been corroborated. You haven't seen any of the videos. Nobody, except for a limited scope of the police report, which is initial statements and not really a complete investigation, seem to be going on and just saying it's self-defense or it's wholesale murder. So the ones with the tiki torches and the white pointed hoods are sitting there saying that this needs to go, and the other side is saying this is 100% self-defense. Neither side is right, because quite frankly, none of you know the evidence. You don't know what's being put forward. There has been a plea deal. There has been gag orders. You haven't heard much except from in the beginning by that one guy that was lifting off of the family. We got them to get a GoFundMe. He took his cut. She bought a house and a car, and that's about the extent of what you have there. But as far as the two boys, you have no idea what's going on, because nobody said anything. There is nothing out there except for like conjecture and things that are just floating on the internet. And in terms of having an all-white jury, yes, it is kind of odd to see this in self-defense on the Carolina case, and then Mr. Chow, or whatever his name is, General Tso's chicken, they said he deserved to be let off because it was clearly self-defense, and argued from a point. However, when you watch the video and you hear the evidence that was presented, you can clearly say that running after somebody with 100 yards, you're no longer aiming a firearm and firing. You are no longer the victim. You become the aggressor. You become that person. And then Bill had flipped. And so now all of a sudden we're giving carve-outs and caveats and trying to make really weird sidesteps for one case and then coming down on the hammer on the other. And I find it really weird that people want to just make these judgments before you've even heard the case. It's the same thing that happened in Rittenhouse, and everybody's saying he deserved to go to prison for almost. You didn't even know the facts of the case, and when they came out, everybody was silent, including those on the right who thought they knew the case, and they still had the facts wrong. So, I mean, most of you, I would kind of say pause. I'm just waiting to see what evidence gets presented, because it's going to be a high-profile case. We're going to see it. We're going to hear about it. So we'll know. And then all of you that are screaming up and down, one of you is going to lose. And I think a lot of people are just going to be absolutely wrong. You guys are just going to try to do I don't want to throw some more under the bus because that's not really fair to him. I will say you'll do the, let's forget about this one because, quite frankly, we don't want to talk about it and move on to the next virtual signal outrage that you're going to do on Clubhouse.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
Yeah, so far I've been right. They have said everything I said that they were going to say. And nothing changed. Just want to point that out.
You're still going to lose your financial bet with me, Eric.
All I got to do, right, is when they say guilty, I come back on the room and shit on all y'all. And then when they sentence to less than 25 years, right, you have to pay them.
Wait, hold on, but there's nothing new. Like, as far as, like, the general knowledge, like, of what we had, because it hasn't been presented yet. So, like, the opening argument, or the opening salvo from the prosecution is basically what we all thought it was going to be, right? But what we still don't know is, like, what's the defense going to say? At what point are they going to start describing the state of mind of Carmelo Anthony? So, for example, Eric, if we say it's only 2 people, and the prosecution hasn't said how many of the Memorial kids were around him, and then you find out that in the defense the statements are there was 6 people around him, does this give a little bit of some shifting to like how you can see the defense's argument being?
No. Okay.
How about 9 people around him?
No, because you would have to argue, like, are those 9 people all hostile towards him?
Yeah, they don't all have to be. That's the point.
In order for you to factor into, like, your rationale of, like, you wanting to stab somebody.
No, like, red jersey versus blue jerseys, right? There's one person speaking, one person that's the aggressor, but he seems like the ringleader of this 9-person game.
That's what I just asked, nigga. I said, and from the, what is his name? Is Carmelo Anthony.
From his perspective, they don't.
From his perspective,
yeah.
All 9 of those people have to be against him, right? In his eyes. And that's why
hold on. You said that all of them hostile, right?
Yeah, from his perspective, brother. Look, he doesn't. He's not Professor X. He can't read their minds.
Hold on, man.
So I
clearly drew a distinction between Austin and the other 8. Okay, and the reason for that is that our view could be like, there's one person speaking to you getting aggressive. You see 9 people with blue jerseys. Is it reasonable for you to believe that when he strikes, they're all going to rat pack you?
Yes, that is reasonable. That's why.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, but nigga, that's what I just asked you. I said if that's the way that they frame it, yeah, I agree. But like, if it's not framed that way, then I don't automatically assume that because there's 9 niggas, that they all was out together.
You took an L somewhere there? I just can't identify exactly what it was because you were shifting and wiggling.
On like face value, just presenting that there were 9 people present outside of what's the other dude's name, Metcalf, doesn't necessarily this is blue jersey. Then it would move it, but like on its face, just saying there was 9 people there doesn't do anything.
So Simone, what are you talking about? How many people was on the camp on the scene? What catch me up real quick?
Yeah, so like on this camera view, they say that we can have a certain view of people that are in proximity that are benign to the actual conflict, right? But we have to be able to place ourselves in the defense's side of it on what was Carmelo's perception of these blue jerseys in front of him, right? He's obviously outnumbered. He's Centennial, their Memorial, whatever this is. He's escalating this thing with this whole mob mentality that they're going to try to like lay out, right? And I'm saying that that these are 2 different perspectives, and we have to give some sort of room for these arguments to either be valid once they make them. Now, obviously, we don't know exactly what the arguments are going to be, but if it was me, that's what I would go for. Like, immediately, like you're saying self-defense, so now you got to show that you were actually in imminent danger. So that's the only reasonable argument that I can see to be made out of what we have now to evaluate, right?
You still go with the self-defense and not stay your ground?
Yeah, Brown, that's kind of like self-defense. That's what they're open to use.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So self-defense, from my understanding, is that you felt there's an imminent threat and you had no choice. Standing your ground is that someone is trying to engage you mutually, and you comply, like, hey, we both about to square this shit off, we stand our ground. So,
Not with standing your ground.
go ahead.
Standing your ground is a self-defense statute in Texas. So you believe somebody is trying to harm you, rob you, or let's commit like some.
They say your ground says a specific type of self-defense law that removes that duty to retreat completely. If you are in a place you have a legal right to be, you are legally permitted to stay. No, dude. But stay your ground due to retreat, which is saying he will. No, dude. But stay your ground due to retreat, which is saying he will be doing stand your ground, not just self-defense in the sense that he's retreating.
Bro,
because
that
he's trying
might
to
have to be proportional. You can't escalate. Did you not hear me say? Did you not hear me say that like he is using the stand your ground? He's not claiming self-defense like.
No, I didn't hear you say it, but okay.
He's relying on the statute, right?
Nah, I didn't hear you say it. Yeah. I'm not saying you did. I just didn't hear you.
Listen, bro.
No, I just hopped back in the room, bro. That's why I told him to catch me out.
He could stand his ground, but he can't respond with deadly force unless he was faced with deadly force. And he clearly was
That's
not.
not true in Texas. Wait, hold on.
It's
The
true in
defense
Texas.
said, no, it's not. Hell no, you be lying all the time, nigga.
I read you the
I know, right?
The
defense hasn't presented their version of like what they're going to be. From what I understand, the defense hasn't like stated if it's going to be one or the other.
No, that's the only one they can claim self-defense under. What are the statutes going to use? There's no self-defense statute.
You can only use deadly force if it's proportional, if you've been faced with deadly force.
It's not Texas self-defense law.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. We just talked about this yesterday.
I read it to the room. I'll read it.
Oh, well, you're incorrect in your readings. Mind you, El Normal, you be reading a lot of shit and don't even know what you the fuck be reading. So, hello.
That is incorrect. So, I will read you once again. When you use deadly force, it can only be in response to deadly force. You cannot
say that in the Texas self-defense law.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true.
Texas self-defense.
Please PTR.
I don't think that's true.
That's not true, El Normal.
You don't think it's true? Okay, so here we go. Deadly force standards. This is in Texas. Deadly force is only justified when you reasonably believe it is immediately necessary to prevent death, serious bodily injury.
That's not what you said, El Normal.
Yes, it is.
That's not what you just said, El Normal. No, it's not.
To stop the commission of an aggregated. You're just not listening.
I'm not finna read that last
part. Nigga, you're not comprehending. That's what you're not doing.
Listen very carefully.
Can you read that last part?
Yes, I will read it.
I think it's very pertinent to the conversation.
Yes. Deadly force is only justified when you reasonably believe it is immediately necessary to prevent death, serious bodily injury, or to stop the commission of an aggravated and that includes kidnapping, murder, sexual assault, or robbery.
Absolutely, yeah. So you were wrong. Thank you.
I'm not so wrong. He escalated to deadly force. No indication that you're offering deadly force. Normal, you cannot escalate over me, then you can't there's no excuse.
Order in the court. Order on the stage.
Over me, then you're not asking the question.
Order on the stage.
Is this a mod speaking?
Yes, it is. So,
you can't ask me a question if you're talking.
Hold on, brother. Okay.
Carmelo.
How about this? I apologize.
Hang on. It's okay.
But you're using deadly force by now. You think that my voice
Carmelo Anthony. Hang on, then I'll take your question. Carmelo Anthony escalated to the use of deadly force by pulling out a deadly weapon. The other guy was not presenting deadly force, nor was he threatening with serious bodily harm. He just asked the guy to leave. So boys tussling on a bleacher is allowable, but you escalating to deadly force will get rid of or eliminate offering self-defense.
Is this a felon?
Wait.
So one question at a time.
Yeah. So normal. Do you not believe that tussling with somebody who is 100 pounds heavier than you can potentially be deadly?
Irrelevant. It's not what
that
I
is
believe.
very relevant. Wait. That is
It's not
very
what
relevant.
I believe. It's what it's not a religious question.
Oh,
it's a factual question.
Who said it's a religious question?
Well, belief is religious and facts are facts.
Okay, but I'm asking you your opinion.
I'm not offering opinions. I'm offering facts.
So Norm, let me ask you this: you're in the streets of whatever city you're in, right?
Right.
There's somebody who's like way bigger than you by 100 pounds, right?
Right.
Hold on, brother.
He can be big or small.
Order on the stage.
There's plenty of order. Order
Got
yourself.
it. Yeah. So the part of
Order yourself.
Yeah. So you can order yourself by staying on mute.
Yeah. No, that's not how it works.
Thank you. Lead by example. Hold on.
Try calming yourself down.
I'm very
Take a
calm.
breath.
I gotta get the question.
Put your feet flat on the ground and have a sip of water.
Okay.
You're gonna be fine.
I prefer coconut water, but here's the thing, right? So
but you can't afford the coconut water. So
I literally have it right now. Pineapple coconut water.
Have what you can afford.
So anyway,
pineapples are gay. Don't drink that.
Pineapples are for swingers.
That's correct.
I do swing. That's for sure.
Well, yeah.
From a tree. No. Whoa! Wait, y'all heard that?
I heard it. Right. Now let's hear the question.
Whoa!
Yeah, let's hear the question.
I was going to swing from the stage to the goop.
Okay. Okay.
But anyways, this is the reason why Carmelo Anthony killed a white boy, right? Because the thing is, you feel entitled to talk, however, to people that you don't know, right? And the boy felt threatened. I just know by your statement.
His feelings do not matter.
Yeah, but my feelings do right now.
No, they don't matter either. Only matters is the fact.
I'm just going to go on mute.
Make the stage a lot longer. Is what they're arguing. Let me ask you. What? He can stand his ground, but he can't escalate to deadly force.
Oh, that's an elder rule, right? Is assault in Texas a felony?
Depends on the assault. There are felony assaults and misdemeanor assaults. Why do you ask?
Nigga, if I said is it a felony, right?
Thank you for calling me that.
I wouldn't be talking about the misdemeanor.
It's not if it's consensual.
No.
Yeah. So Carmelo Anthony says, touch me and see what happens. Those are fighting words. He's now inviting the person to fight with him.
Hold on. I'm talking about previous to that.
Hold on. No, not necessarily. You can bump into them. You can say, excuse me.
No.
Depends on what you know.
I know we're using these circumstances.
The fact that, yes, under these circumstances, it's not clear that somebody committed a felonious assault.
But somebody pushes you.
Yes.
Unwantedly, right? What is that?
It depends on the circumstances.
Oh my God!
There's no definite rule.
That's assault, brother. Look, I'm just you don't want.
You said it's assault, but it's not necessarily. It's not felony.
You gotta hear what Eric is saying.
I hear it. It's not felony assault.
It is.
No, Eric,
bro, just let me finish.
It's not a felony necessarily.
It is.
No, it's not. It depends on the fact.
It is.
By default, it's a Class A misdemeanor.
It depends on the fact.
No, it's not.
It's a felony if
read the felonious definition. That's helpful. Go ahead.
may I please my association defendant is described by subsection 71B1 blah 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 of family code.
Domestic violence. That's domestic violence.
3, a person who contracts with government to perform a service, a pregnant individual to force. 8, a person the actor knows is pregnant. 9, a person the actor knows is hospital personnel. 10, a person the actor knows or really should know is an employee or agent of the utility.
What the bro? Don't ever do that shit again, bro.
Why?
Fuck. Can you please scan it to see if it's applicable to like the conversation before you just waste our time?
The point is that it's not.
Oh my fucking god. Alright, hey, Eric. Push.
I'd like to fact check it in a minute.
Alright, so like a push or a punch, right? A push would be something like 4th degree. Something that's not like the severity, right? A punch would be something that's like 3rd degree, 2nd degree. Would you agree with that statement, Eric?
Say it again. I wasn't going to say it.
Yeah, a push would be something like 4th degree, right? In severity. A punch would be something like 3rd degree. A weapon would be like
misdemeanor or felony.
1st degree.
Which degree what? Misdemeanor or felony?
Yeah. The misdemeanors are 4th and 3rd.
Different degrees, yes. Different degrees.
Right. For using the Carmelo Anthony case, the first point of contact is a push, according to the statements made by the people that were there. Okay? And then he responds after the push, so this is the whole misdemeanor assault right here that you're talking about. The next one is a punch me, do this. And the first point. Yeah, the first point of contact was the push. And
I thought the first point of contact was, would you please leave?
No, I'm talking about physical contact. Like actual physical contact. The first physical contact.
Walk us through it. So the guy says, would you leave? And then what does Anthony do?
And then Carmelo Anthony basically says, no, I don't gotta fucking go anywhere. And then he starts walking towards him and he says, touch me and you'll find out. Then he pushes him.
Wait, stop it right there. Those are fighting words. He just lost his self-defense right there.
I don't know if those are fighting words.
No, you touch me and see what happens.
That's not fighting words.
Yeah, that's not what happened.
Those are fighting words.
No, you're taking it out of context.
No, that is the context.
And then Carmelo, the white dude pushes him. Then
No.
Carmelo
Wait, hold on. No,
push me again and see what happens.
Yeah, contact was already made.
Wait, hold on real quick. We're not disagreeing over the facts. Come on, guys. So let's get this clear, right? First he says touch me, and then he says punch me. Yes or no, Eric?
Bro, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about.
Hold on, man. I'm only talking about Carmelo Anthony's responses.
Bro, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that, brother. I'm saying you made a mistake when you said that Carmelo Anthony walked up to him and said,
no, I said
he didn't say me. Hold on, bro.
Everybody meet up. So Eric's right. Like because I was about to correct you on the same thing. You implied or you said that like Austin walked up to him. Then Carmelo said, "Touch me, see what happened."
Thank you.
Then Carmelo, then Austin pushed him. That's not how it happened. Carmelo only said, "Touch me."
That's not what he said. Come on.
Real quick, let me just finish. I'll be quicker. Look. Just to clarify, I think what Eric was going to point out is that the push happened first. Then Carmelo said, "Touch me and see what happens."
Yes, that is correct.
According to the report, that's not true. No. The report, he said, touch me first. Then he touched him. Then he said, now punch me.
Yeah,
so he said that first.
That's right. One mic on now.
I'll be quick. If you want to pass the message to I got a message from Joey saying that he got the money sent to you. So send me your cash app or whatever. Just send me whatever you want.
I know we all benefited from that toilet flush. Thanks so much for your kind.
So Free, can you tell us where in the just read from where in the police report that it says that before the dude was pushed, that he told him to push him?
Yeah,
the first time.
I'm watching this next live until I play first. So my bad.
He said it. Let it read.
Wash the dishes in the
Yeah. It's in the police report. Give us a wash the dishes.
Wait, Eric. Wait, Eric.
You gotta kill him.
I want to know about there.
Page 4 of the police report.
Yeah. So page 4 of the you touch me thing?
And make the terms clear.
Go ahead.
Yes. You are saying that Carmelo said, touch me before any physical contact was happened, right? I'm saying that isn't true. All right, I'm going to say, please show me in the police report where that is the case.
Sure, give me a second, pull it up.
Yeah, so while he gets that, I want to make sure that the claim is clear. We're saying Carmelo Anthony said two things. First he said touch me, and then he said punch me. Okay?
No, that's not my objection. That's not my objection.
I might have missed it, but I didn't hear the second one.
Yeah, that's not my claim.
Yeah.
That's not my claim.
I
didn't disagree with you on that.
Yeah. Whoa. All right. So I want to make sure that you said that you disagree with something that I said.
Yes.
All right. So you're saying that we want second declaration from Carmelo.
We're not disagreeing with the statement that you're saying he said. We're disagreeing with the sequence in which you said it.
So I want to make sure this is clear, right? So Carmelo says touch me. I'm saying that this is when the first touch happened, and then he elevated it by saying now punch me.
That's what I'm saying happened.
Yeah,
No, I'm saying, no, we're saying Austin first pushed him. Go to page 4. Go to page 4 of the police report. Austin first pushed him.
No, you're only looking at the one statement.
No, that doesn't matter, bro. Look, whatever.
Whoa, hold on right now.
Actually, it does matter. Several statements by several officers.
If you're looking at 30 statements and the common theme is that he said, touch me and you'll find out that he was touched, and then he said, punch me and you'll find out.
That's not my point of contention. I don't know what you're talking about.
Attention, though.
Just hold on, bro. If what I'm saying is, out of all the statements, this is the theme that they're running with, the police is running with.
Why does that matter, brother? That is not what I object to.
Hold on, bro. Because if you're only pointing at one statement as far as like the order of events, the other statements outweigh the validity.
That doesn't matter. That's not my argument. It's not a fucking argument. Nigga, that doesn't matter.
It's on the police report. Who's getting it?
Yes, I don't know why you keep talking about like that one rule.
We read this out the other day. I just read it out to free.
Yeah, I don't know why like you're doing like this weird thing where like you act like you don't hear like the claim that is being made, right? I'm not objecting to one outweighing the other. Like that's not my fucking objection. My objection is when you originally presented it, you presented it as if Metcalf didn't touch Anthony first before like anything was said, and I'm saying no, he touched him first. Then Anthony responded with touch me again and like see what happens.
Yes,
right?
we
Something along those lines. Right?
Yeah, that's not the sequence that I heard. Yes, that's what the sequence that I heard was saying is wrong.
Before there was any touching, Carmelo Anthony said, touch me and see what happens.
Yeah, that's just not true. Yeah,
that's what I heard. That's all
Why is it so hard?
Yes. So no, just read it out loud because we wanted Eric to anchor in.
Well, I'm normal. Could you not
read it? Do you want me to read it?
Please read it.
Point about moderation.
Keep in mind, we're talking about the particular point of being touched.
Please read the thing before y'all get back. Read it out loud.
Yeah, but I want to make sure you're reading the right thing. That's what we were talking about the other day. I'm looking at it now, but I'm trying to skim through it because I can't get up to the word.
I see. Yeah.
Go ahead, Hugh, if you.
Nick's on top.
Okay, wait. Free was there. Okay, so this is something when I read this out from Officer Fisher Alvin. I read this out. So do you want me to read from a particular section? Because
before you start, what are you reading? What are you looking for?
Go to page 4. Officer Fisher Alvin.
Right, but I'm saying what are you looking for in this book?
Check your Instagram.
Paragraph 2.
No, I got you. What are we looking for, though?
You're going to be more specific. He's not.
I'm trying to make sure we're looking at the right thing on page 4, and we're looking for what he was touched first before he said it, right?
Okay, so let me just read it out. Let me just read it out, okay? I attempted to ask them both what happened. I cannot really get. Fisher Alvin.
All right, thank you. All right.
Okay, paragraph 2. I attempted to ask them both what happened. I could not really get anything out of Hunter, but blank stated that he wanted to speak. I asked him what happened, and he stated that they were all sitting on the bleachers, under the Memorial High School tent, when another male who he did not know walked over and sat under the tent. Blank then said Austin, the victim, told this male that since he does not go to Memorial, he had to leave the tent. Blank had said during the male went back and forth, and Austin stood up and pushed the male to get him out of the tent. Blank said that during the time of arguing, the male was reaching around in his bag. He had, it was the time, sorry, my bad. It was the time the
male was looked up, it's not time. Samoa, are you still there?
Yeah.
I know y'all here. Wait, hold on.
I'm ready to read.
No, it's on me because I'm waiting for him to finish. Hold on, it's on me because I'm waiting for him to finish. Read my part. I do have a police report, yes. So here we go. This is right here, so the deposit.
Which cop is it? Which police report?
It's Wetzel. Officer Wetzel. Business bleachers what dispatch advised me the victim was. When I was walking towards the business bleachers, I was approached by a witness who identified himself as blank. He began telling me what happened, and I asked him where the stabbing occurred. Yeah, he told me what occurred. So he goes back to the thing. So Austin and the suspect, who was later identified as Anthony. Anthony was from Centennial High, and he was sitting under the Memorial High School tent. Austin had told Anthony that he needs to move out from under the team's tent, and Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and reached his side and proceeded to tell Austin, touch me and see what happens. Now, again, according to this right here, no touching happened. Okay, cool. It said no. No, one more time. I'm just reading what it says. It said no one really thought Austin knife and stabbed Austin once in the chest, and then he ran away. So again, the touching happened after he provoked him to say, touch me and see what happened. Yeah, he initiated it. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
Read yours again, Huey. Because Huey's Huey's out there. Just let him fucking read. Damn. Bro, shut the fuck up, bro. Yeah, we want to hear both fucking sides. Don't gotta get every fucking side. Read the full thing. You guys keep on crying. Go ahead, Huey. And Samoa's not gonna know.
I've got the police report up too. I'm gonna go after you.
Free, can you go to page 4 and read fish things in the second paragraph?
Okay, let me see. I got when I arrived at the crime scene was already marked off and suspect was in custody. I began to ask people if they were witnesses to anything.
Hold on, what is back?
Right, but I'm saying it's really vague. That's exactly. I'm saying it's very vague. Because if you said it in those words and it changed the whole dynamic of everything. I'm gonna finish. I'm almost done. All right. Like I said, doing this.
After you read it.
No, because people was at this time that the mail took out a knife to tell Austin, and seeing this was all like mail took out a knife to tell Austin, and seeing this was all like remember when he talked to me after this. I still remember when he talked to me after this. I still with three athlete witnesses until CID arrived and interviewed them, and I was there really blah 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 blah. So that's it. So again, real quick, this is very important. Hold on, real quickly. I want to say something real quickly. The point about them going back and forth is very important because it's vague as fuck. That part. No, it matters everything. Because think about it. The first part I read gave context to it. That one doesn't. It said that he told him to touch a person.
One person say testimony.
Agreed. That he told him to touch a person.
One person say testimony.
Agreed. But that was more right. We don't know who initiated. You don't have context.
So like Huey's example, Nathan, is back and forth. The first one.
If I tell you rape me. And you rape me, that means I initiated.
But that's specific. No, that's specific. If you say we went back and forth and you got raped.
My bad, Joe. I can't afford to talk over you, but I just want to point something out. We keep saying that the first one was more, but the first one negated the push. Like, so how can we go to saying
that's wrong?
No, it didn't. No, the first one didn't include that too. The first one you grabbed him. I'm saying you touched him. You
can't speak over y'all. Just let the man finish.
I'm gonna read another page.
I just finish real quick, bro. In Houston, it says they went back and forth, and then Austin pushed them. Okay. In the first statement, and the one that Norm's gonna read right here, it says, hold on. What I'm saying is that Carmelo Anthony responds to him when he says, "Get out of the tent." That touch me and you'll find out or something like that, right? And then he
19, and now he's asking. The following is a summary of my contact with blank. Right, he's sitting under the Memorial High School pop-up tent with his team, and was sitting under the Memorial High School tent. Austin has told Anthony that he needed to move out from under their team's tent, and Anthony grabbed his bag. He told Austin to punch him and see what happens. A short time later, Austin grabbed Anthony to tell him to move, and Anthony pulled out what we called as a black knife and stabbed Austin once in the chest, and then ran away. Okay, so
read page 4. Read page 4.
Read page 4?
No, yeah. What Huey?
I'm on page 4.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, Huey. Second paragraph. So like Nathan, what Huey's saying is exactly the same order of events. It just doesn't give context on what back and forth means.
But I can't read it right now, but they didn't even include the push within that one.
In Huey's?
No, in yours. And the one that's El Normal. Where did it say push them?
Brother, like El Normal just pointed out where
did it say? I want to say that I have to go. El Normal to give me, but I want to say I just did the research. Samoa and Free are right.
Thank you very much, brother. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Huey. You want me to read it again?
No, where did it say push them?
Austin had told Anthony that he needed to move out from under the
push them. Said he pushed him right here.
I'll read it out loud.
Never mind, bro.
Austin told Anthony he needed to move out from under the tent, and Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and reached inside and proceeded to tell Austin, touch me and see what happens. No one really thought Anthony had any weapons in his bag, and
Right.
So Samoa, you were right. Before he before he's touched, Anthony said.
When did it say he pushed him?
In the one that Huey read.
I'm just moving you down, bro. That's what I'm asking a specific question. I'm asking
the one that Huey read.
Okay, so the one where Huey read said push, right? The one that he's reading doesn't say push, right?
No,
the one with Huey read, the one with Huey read said they were going back and forth, right?
Yep, and then
And then the one with you read said, hey, he said, hey, touch me if I know.
Yeah, it explained the back and forth, yeah.
So why is the order there?
What do I have in common with these non-white immigrants that come here and think?
No, because in Huey's, there's a back and forth before the physical altercation. And in the one that El Normal and Freeze reading, there is a back and forth, but it's more detailed.
Are you ready for page 68?
Before the touch, yes.
Yeah, that's what I said. Hey, you want to cherry pick this one and say that, because he said,
one gives an ambiguity, the other was pretty clear. That's the difference. Yeah. No, one gives ambiguity. That's not what this
Trying to physically put him out the tent. What part don't y'all understand? That makes more sense. He was under the tent that was allegedly there. The young man said, "You can't be here."
With his words.
No,
Everybody going out of the team. See, we get to the end, but the story begins. You feel it? Many kids, and we break it down. Breaking out, and we breaking the codes. Similar to the jack who stole to the cabs in your ass, and you take explosive, get it out. Send your body to fly. Everybody got tired tonight. Everybody coming off of the ride. Oh, you said all these accolades. Everybody going out of the team. See, we get to the end, but the story begins. You feel it? Many kids, and we break it down.
Did you know a Muslim conqueror
once again, I don't know what kind of accolades or what you're supposed to be. Don't act like that. I don't need to hear him because it doesn't make any sense.
You said you didn't know.
The old dusty bitch down. He's so pompous, I can't take it. Bottom line is, it's an unfortunate situation. I'll say it again. Both boys' families are affected. In this case, I didn't say it's all
More so one than the other, because the other one is dead.
You know how it goes, peer pressure.
It was all self-defense. When he murdered him and killed him, it was in self-defense. Because if he didn't kill him and murder him, he would have been killed and murdered himself.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, nobody's talking about, like, the guilt or whatever this is. We're just talking about the recollection of the events on how
But you guys are saying the same thing. What makes your article different than Huey? You're calling Huey a lot?
Yes. Right, so Huey said that there was a physical interaction or there was words that were exchanged, okay? And we're saying you're wrong. There were words exchanged.
You did not push him out of the tent?
No, wait, hold on.
Push him out?
Hold on. We're just pointing out that the words came before the physical interaction. We're not saying that he didn't try to grab him. We're not saying any of that.
Okay, after he said, "What are you doing? You got to get out."
Yes.
And I'm not going nowhere. He pushed him. That's what happened.
No. That's what I'm saying. That's why the reporter report. That's not what happened. What he said is he has to get out. He said, touch me. No. So, see, come on, slow down. Let's walk through this. He said, he told me get out of the tip. He said, touch me. Like, you gonna do something about it. And then he touched it. Then he said, well, punch me. Like that touch is not enough. No, real quick, this is very important. This is real important. I want to ask this question. This is extremely important. I want y'all to think about this. Wait, about to punch me? He said punch me in response to the touch. He said he's trying to escalate. He like the touch is not enough, so punch me. Yeah. This is real important. I want y'all to think about this. Hey, I want you hold on, think about this. Both of them. I think Samoa just did. I think Samoa just did. They understand.
I made an objection to Samoa's recount of events, sequence of like events that happened. Right. I said that Samoa was wrong because I was under the impression, right, that was Metcalf.
He hit him first before he said something. Yeah.
They pushed Anthony before Anthony said those words. But I did the research and the arrest report. Not from social media. This is from the actual report. It says that Anthony said the words "touch me" to find out first before he was pushed.
Yeah, that's what I.
Yeah, exactly. Someone pointed out. But here's I'm gonna say the last thing about 5 seconds. Y'all need to think about what both of those police officers said, regardless of the ambiguity or the discrepancies.
I got a question.
Listen. I got you. Oh, I'm not the first goddamn. I got the land. Okay, cool. Just think about what they both said. He was reaching around in his bag while they was talking. That means it's pretty much that he's looking for the weapon at the time. It wasn't immediate. He's planning it at the time of the incident. He's actively searching for the weapon. So I just want you to think about that. Go ahead.
Okay. So my question is this. This is to you. If I said rape you, and then you rape me,
that's a fact.
Then I escalated.
The rape is not applicable.
Yeah, it's not the same, but it's totally different.
Listen to what I'm trying to say. And answer the question. I'm not asking you how. Let's follow the logic. If I said rape,
the logic is flawed.
Why are you scared to?
I don't want to violate you and be disrespectful, bro. If you can't answer the question, don't even interject.
I'm gonna answer the question. The premise is contradiction. I'm gonna tell you why. Because
answer the question.
You can't ask someone to rape you.
Answer the question.
If you say don't rape me, and I say no, and then rape you, are you raping me?
How often do you hear those words?
Now, I'm going to ask the question again. If I said, hey, rape me, and then you rape me, did I escalate the rape?
It's consensual.
Brother, I think they're right, and there's legal nuance there. Which like you can't.
So you ain't gonna answer the question.
You can't because it's like
no, they're saying because he said, "Hey, punch me or touch me," that he escalated. Because he said,
"That's not the escalation. Those are fighting words. That's different." So the escalation is when he pulls out the knife. That's the.
He said, guys, I'm gonna say it again. Y'all saying it's in the words, though, Nathan.
Get this through your head, you motherfucker, you only exist out here because of me. That's the only reason. Without me, you, personally, every fucking wise guy still around will take a piece of your fucking dough ass. That way you can go.
It's fucking ridiculous. I'm giving you an analogy, bro. I don't care how you feel about it. I don't care if it's like, oh, too taboo. You don't see it happening. Just think about the logic. You're saying that because someone uttered the word, hey, do this to me.
I started robbing drug dealers for a living.
Therefore, the person said,
you can say I was doing a community service.
Exactly.
What facetious.
What that phrase should be interpreted as is.
You don't say anything.
Wait. What that phrase should. Any reasonable person would interpret that phrase to mean.
Basically, Carmelo sending him a warning, like if if you touch, basically Carmelo sending him a warning, like if you touch me, you'll see what happens. So like I don't really understand like why all of a sudden people are acting all like they have to respond a certain way. So I don't see what Carmelo's response in protecting himself was wrong because like I said, this is often
this is for like Fury's argument, right? So like when he says touch me, and then you'll find out something to that regard, right? He's already set a threshold that should warrant a response that's like reasonable, like in nature, okay? But then after he's touched and he crossed that line, he actually like escalates it to something that's more like severe.
Because at the point he was touched, he's now being assaulted.
No, I don't think that. I don't think that was the point either. I think it's that they had an argument. They were having an argument.
No, I heard what you said. Yeah, but I'm telling you now that the state of mind of Carmelo Anthony, knowing the difference of severity when it comes from a touch to a punch, and by him being the one that moves the line while he's arming himself, look a little bit questionable.
He's not the one.
It doesn't look questionable when you have people arguing with already approaching you in a hostile manner. They initiated the hostility. You're isolating it because you want to make him you want to make him the villain in your narrative.
All right, thank you. I'm only offering what the prosecution is going to provide as far as state of mind. So we can say, from step 1 to step 2, we can just look at this objectively and say, hey, his first point of understanding the threshold of where his line is the term touch. And then after that was crossed, he was already armed by now, right? By now he's armed. And now he's raised the standard of severity to punch. Because one would say he knows the difference between a touch and a punch. And because he didn't strike after the touch, he acknowledges that this isn't good enough. I can't hit you yet. But punch me and now it's going to warrant me hitting you with this thing. Okay?
No,
that was my argument all along.
So when he, come on, it wasn't like
that's assuming the motivation. That's assuming the motivation.
Well, it makes the most sense, right? Because why did he stab him after he said touch him?
No, it does not make the most sense. No, it only makes the most sense if you're trying to point at him guilty.
Why are you guys removing the fact that this boy Austin?
They didn't, because it's not true.
And it is actually very true.
According to the opposing report, he approached him with words, agent, you don't respond with violence.
He approached him with words and force, and the implication of force.
Exactly.
I'm not looking for that.
Put me in the queue. Yeah, we just contradicted itself. Agent is after me. So Free just said it. Free said he approached him with words, and Free approached him with words, and you don't use violence, right? So man can have to use violence. Carmelo Anthony's words. Go ahead, Adrian.
No, I'm not sure. I'm not
come on.
So, hey Nick, how are you? So like my thing is that you like I see this guy don't like having conversations with like people like Samoa because they like to isolate people and portray people as villains and not look at the context of the entire situation. When you approach someone, I mean, I don't know, I'm from New York. If you approach me in a hostile manner and you want to argue with me, you don't know what the outcome is going to be. They should have never approached him. It was two guys because it was the twins. They started an argument with him to get him from underneath the deck or the tent or whatever it was. At the end of the day, they should have never approached him. They should have never confronted him because that's how it's been repeatedly reported as a confrontation. Okay, so that already admits to some form of aggression. There's already some form of aggression coming from Austin.
The problem is
knowledge is always approaching kids under 10. Knowledge is always approaching kids under 10. Knowledge is always approaching kids under 10.
I'm next.
Go ahead, Alex. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not small. Come on, let's go.
So when we talk about confrontation, we're already saying that it's an aggressive communication style. So if you're approaching someone with aggression and hostility and you're trying to challenge them, that is going to be the result. You don't know what the result's going to be. So Austin initiated the problem or the altercation. And like, I don't understand why that continuously has been omitted from the conversation. Now all of a sudden people want, especially some of you guys who have wished death on people, who have said some of the most egregious things to people, not knowing how they will respond to you. But now all of a sudden you're going to say, well, words are just words. I would never do such a thing. Blah, 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 blah. Come on, now get out of here. Like, you guys are so absurd. Like, you guys really don't understand how the legal system works. But everybody here wants to be a clubhouse lawyer. You're
Boys don't want to talk to the other. Come on, but when you pull out a deadly weapon, we're in the court. We're in the court. Does anybody think this phone was for me? If you do, I'm on the positive. I said I was nice. Bro, if you want to go before me, go ahead. You can go before me, I'll go after you. Less than 20 seconds. Less than 20 seconds. It was bro. Less than 20 seconds.
Who was it on? Me?
Less than 20 seconds. No, it was also more than me, but no, she's out there. Oh, no, you go ahead, PC, if you want to go. I'll proceed. Less than 20 seconds. I was going to say, everybody knows damn well that we need a Republican because he knows on everything that his light stands for, that if he was in front of me, and he would have been like, yo, push me, my eyes can push me one more time to see what happens. He would have shot me. He knew that's the only way he could have a bare hand. Thank you.
So please, Samoa, he said I could go.
No, yeah.
Samoa.
He's after me.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. Let me ask you, Samoa. You're at a football game. What's your favorite team? You're at a football game, NFL game.
Oh my gosh.
You're saying please help me. This
all right, let's go. Come on.
Roll with me. I mean, damn.
I'm at the Seahawks game. Go ahead.
So why are you trying to monopolize the mic?
I know.
Ooh.
I just want to know the game if somebody said you didn't mind.
Nigga, I'm literally in the queue, nigga. Go ahead, Miss Fifi.
If someone said, okay, you're in my seat, and you say, no, I ain't going nowhere, and the guy proceeds to say, you're getting up on my seat in your face, he says, come on, man, get up on my face now, come on. You want to tell me, what you want to do in that situation? That man put his hand on you and get you up out that seat.
Yeah, I'm a stab him.
You don't know what you're going to do. I didn't say stab, I'm just saying these are children. You're talking about children. You're thinking from a adult, man.
No, I would defend myself. Yeah, he's being tried as an adult, by the way. Yeah, I would defend myself. Yeah, so I would defend myself. But
I know he's being charged, and that's unfortunate too, Norm, because he is a child.
All right, well, he's not a child. He's a young man. He's a teenager. He's an adolescent.
You guys are very bitter. You guys are very bitter. It sounds that way.
Guys, so I would point this out.
Bitter.
Guys, I would point this out, though, right? Is that when we're talking about the case, right? Come on, guys, come on. Factors stubborn, all right? Come on, man, you guys are showing you guys. All right. So just real quick, okay? Because what Agent did there was a little disgusting, right? Like, kind of like generalize the statement when we're speaking about like the thresholds that Carmelo Anthony is setting for himself, right? I'm saying that if he warns him and says, touch me and you'll find out, that when he touches him, this is the time to strike, right? Because he's announcing like what his mindset is at the time, and that he is detecting like some sort of an imminent threat, okay? But because he didn't respond at that time, I think that time is past him. Because now he draws a new line. The new line is a punch now, right? So the touch wasn't really that bad. And this is Carmelo Anthony saying this. Well, this is what Carmelo Anthony said. First he said, touch me and you'll find him.
So, I mean, that's not interesting.
Wait, can I finish?
Oh, go ahead.
Hold on. Hey, come on. So, like, when Carmelo Anthony, like, first, and the events went like this. Austin Metcalf said, hey, man, get the hell out of here. He says, dude, I ain't going nowhere.
It did not. That's not the fact. You were peddling.
Just wait, please, Miss Fishy. Please. Come on. We all agree now, right? Like, everybody that was on that side are now on our side, so let's just move forward, okay? And I'm just giving the charitable, like, reading of what Carmelo Anthony is saying. He's saying that he's grabbing his bag. He feels that there's this threat in front of him. And he tells him, hey, man, if you touch me, bro, you're about to get it. Right? So he's setting his line right here. The dude touches him.
We heard
he
this already.
Hold on. The dude does nothing. Right? And then him himself, nobody else, Carmelo Anthony says, now punch me. Right there. That's an admission. Why don't
did say that. You didn't read the police report. Page 4.
No, why did he do it though? Why did he hit him though? Why did the boy put
He touched him because they asked him to touch him. That's why.
All right, brother. Hey, Free. I defer the rest of my time to Free.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Sorry about this. So real quickly, listen.
Agent, why did he
Ladies, order. Because he asked him to. So here we go. So one of the Agent, come on, Agent, come on. It's okay. I know I'll let you speak when you speak it. You always do that. I made way for you. Come on, Free. I made way for you now. Yeah, thank you. Come on now. The bottom line is you guys are trying to look at this in like the worst faith aspect as possible. You're trying to make it seem like the white guy did everything wrong and Anthony did everything right. Which is insane. The bottom line is
put white in there? We did not.
You're not supposed to go here. And y'all should have an issue, if you're going to be objective, to think that he's by himself in the so-called racist area that people like to say. He's by himself as a black guy, and he's, whatever felt some type of way, said, hey, touch me. Because he asked for it. He said, why did he touch him? He said, touch me. He touched him. He realized, this is, stop. He keep asking these questions. No, you don't get it, because you still think he's justified. Exactly. I'm not answering them. I'm just telling you my position. So let me finish. Yes, order your court. Get these women on the check.
I love that we're all disagreeing with each other. It sparks the conversation, but let's just...
Still not good enough to kill somebody. And little did you know, Metcalf is why not still not good enough to kill somebody. And little did you know, Metcalf is why not do that because he don't really want to be violent. He probably humiliated him by touching him because he probably didn't believe he would touch him. He probably felt this motherfucker actually touched me. All right, well, punch me then. And he's like, you know what, I'm not going to punch you. Grabbed him according to the police report, and then he plunged his knife in his chest. But in between that little interval, however long it was, he's reaching around in his bag. That doesn't make sense to do so. If I challenge, let's say, Nathan to a fight, because we're getting the argument on Clubhouse right now, and they say, all right, fuck it, let's do it, Free. We go outside, right? And I shoot him. Everybody would think, all right, just let me finish. I'm almost done. This is my last one. I know you don't like Asian, you don't like thinking. It's fine. It's cool. You can go back, play crayons and everything. It's cool. But let me finish. So I shoot Nathan after the argument. We agreed to argue. I initiated a combat with him, say, hey, we're going to go out and fight. I said that. Because clearly, if he wants to come outside with me, that would be the mutual engagement. I could have shot him inside the clubhouse, so hypothetically we was in the same room. But I take him to another space, and I already know what I'm going to do. I plan on shooting him. So when he's reaching the bag, he knows what he's going to do. He's not trying to fight him. He's trying to stab him. That's not a good sentiment for the situation at hand. Yes, the way he felt about it. You should feel like killing somebody because they touch you. You definitely can. Because by your logic, women will be bullshit. Because a lot of you don't be bullshit women. No, stop. I know. He did. Hold on. I tell you what, Fifi, I actually agree with you. I don't think he was trying to kill him, but he was trying to do damage to him. And the damage led to his death. Because when he stabbed Noble, he was trying to hurt him to get some get back. And when you stab somebody, you don't know how that's going to be. But I know you guys don't believe this idea. Let me finish, guys. I'm almost done. Y'all make me feel like concrete. I don't even like talking. I know. I got one last point. I promise you. Just let me finish. All right? When you do this type of stuff, right? Not meaning proportionality, because again, I don't believe y'all believe what y'all saying, because by y'all logic, y'all finish. I promise y'all believe I would have been done. Don't believe what you guys are saying.
After this, you need a half an hour before you get free. After this,
all right, please, some decorum. And Fifi, I've been nice to you all day, relating to my spots and everything. Okay, all right, let me finish. What I'm saying is, you can't believe proportionality is not considered, because you know a lot of y'all don't believe a man should hit a woman, right? There's no circumstances. A lot of y'all don't even like the idea of that. So clearly, if a woman hit a man and he breaks her neck, you're like, oh, that's disproportionate, let alone him hitting her back. So right now, if this boy punches him, the equal opposite would be him to punch him back. But he takes a knife out and shoves it in his chest, and then wonder, shit, how bad is the damage? Did I kill this nigga? Is he gonna recover? Because clearly, I might be facing murder. He's wise enough to know what the fuck is going on. I'll land.
Okay, thank you for landing, because that was like 8 hours of nothing. But my thing is that what I know is
partially your fault.
Yeah, it's not my fault. You just talk too much. So my thing is that one thing I noticed is the two of you guys is that when it comes to black boys going to prison, you know, for going to prison, you guys are the biggest cheerleaders for black boys going to prison. But you never talk about cases where black people are murdered, black boys are murdered. Like the Rick Chow case, how he shot a black boy who did not steal from his store, ran after him, chased him out the store, and shot him dead. You don't want to talk about that, right? And that man got off of murder charges. You won't go into the intricacies. So you don't want to go into the intricacies of that case and talk about how that Asian man shot that black kid.
We actually did it yesterday.
Yo, get your tooth fixed. Okay, we're talking.
I don't have to.
Now you lost your tooth. You still haven't fixed it.
Well,
it was bad to gingivitis.
Right.
Bad teeth.
No, there's no gingivitis. But you know what there is?
Anyway, so like I was saying, I was actually going back to what I was saying. Now go.
We're happy to talk about
your puree. Go eat your puree food. Thank you.
I don't eat puree.
Sounds like it. So anyways, when we're talking about the Carmelo Anthony case, we're specifically talking about the legality of it, and you guys want to sit there and put your, emotional, trauma dump and emotional baggage on the case. What they're trying to prove is imminent danger when it comes to the Carmelo Anthony case. And when someone is sitting down and you approach them and you get up in their face, that is presenting a danger to someone. If they're sitting down, they did not get up. And that is what Carmelo was facing at that point. Austin Metcalf, he presented himself as the aggressor, started an argument with this kid, and basically responded. So that is what they're trying to prove in this case, is imminent danger. And that's what the conversation should be focusing on. Not, how I feel, what should have been done, because you guys are all upstanding citizens and got it like that, That is what the problem is that Austin did present a danger to Carmelo Anthony, and Carmelo responded. Yo, can you brush your teeth before talking to me? Okay, or resolve your tooth situation.
You don't sound like you have one breath.
I think it's embarrassing. I think it's embarrassing. I'm actually speaking. Okay, so don't try to use those racial tropes on me, bitch. Okay, because I could.
We're just asking what you thought as far as your analysis. I think it's okay for us to be able to examine all of the evidence instead of just jumping to a conclusion that makes people feel better. But I understand the gender likelihood of that being a reality, right? I'm just wondering if you feel the same way.
The gender of what?
No, we're trying just to examine the evidence. I'm just talking about the evidence. And if you're not aware of the evidence, then what you're saying doesn't really make sense to us. Agent talks about imminent threat and then says threat, but not the imminence, right? Just points out that she doesn't actually grasp the appreciation.
Explain the situation. You just don't listen.
Can I go after some more?
Respond to this. You are retarded.
No problem.
You are one of the dumbest people on the
I just want to make sure this is clear, right?
You just to say things and doesn't make any sense.
Can somebody help me?
And it's embarrassing.
Can somebody help me? You don't have to be so reactionary and everything, right?
Therapist, and you need to
Sounds
stop
good.
speaking.
Thinking
about things you know nothing about.
Wait, ma'am.
No,
ma'am.
I will allow her to keep cooking.
Hey, yo. No, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Ms. Fifi, what you're dealing with in this case isn't objective, rational people. These are obviously biased people who have been conditioned to hate the Negro. They are leery of the Negro, suspicious of the Negro, exhausted.
Nobody remembers when it was my turn to talk earlier. It was like, I'm gonna do my thing. I'm gonna talk. Was anybody here for that? Yes, that happened today. I want to say about 3 hours ago. Yeah, it was my He said I was going to state. And you know what happened? He ended up cleaning an entire room. I want to say
Come on, Gustavo. You can't turn the other butt cheek.
Yeah, he's gonna keep crying. It's okay though. I hope you feel better, homie.
So, yeah, I was saying, we ended up cleaning an entire
do it right after I get it started. You're about it. It doesn't work the same. All you have to do was let me get 20 to 30 seconds. That conversation would have went straight through, and guess what? A whole other conversation would have unfolded. Guess what? You said, you said, I want to hook it up. I don't care about reputation. And I know y'all here was lying. I am going to call the man, gentlemen. And as long as this is up the wrong man, you can blame it on me, but I don't care. To overtime without being interrupted. Was it his turn? Who knows? And there was a lot of crying going on. And now niggas want to cry some more. So you want to look at the situation. You want to say, I got all the time and the niggas started crying about some other shit. I want to see babies go about. Hey, I want to see 15 minutes. Hey, maybe 15 minutes without you. 15 minutes? No, every day. Every time I crash out, niggas gonna cry. He goes out. 15 minutes, man, cry. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with the crying. I'm okay with crying. I don't care about the crying. The crying. You keep crying. I actually never care about crying. That's why I'm never gonna be tired. Please continue to cry. Every single time. I'm here for you. When you're done crying, you make this now. When you're done crying, this is the problem. Look at this. I'm telling you, just know you're crying. It is 3:10 p.m. Nothing we can tell you about it right now. I don't think you can run us until 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. I'm on the Johnson now. I'm going to cry. I'm going to this isn't different. Look, that's how do you always be able to actually do this consistently? Why is it hard? Without stopping. We feel 3 rings around your neck. One nigga's gonna try to get it. Let's see. In a room full of fucking straight dudes that are full of time. This is real big boy advice. Go to the gym. Cardio is gonna help you, my guy. The reason why I can do these long crash outs is because I go to the gym. Because I actually go, I do cardio. Because I go into the freaking, into the sauna. My God. I am giving you good advice. The ring around your name on the way 5 times in the first. It's a comment that we have. I'm giving you good advice. I'm not telling you something bad. Concrete. Go to the gym. Do some cardio. Do it daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, and you'll be able to be who I am right now. You'll be able to hold a long conversation without the ring around your name going away. The ring around your name went away already 7 times. It is a whole crash out. You know what the funniest thing about it is? You lost earlier. Everybody
ass nigga. Right over.
Has anyone suggested today that they just tell him don't kill any more people?
For the record, he left the room.
That doesn't count. Oh no, it does count because his phone could have died.
Hey, so here goes a couple of facts that are straight up the trial, bro. So one fact is that they did not know each other. This is from the defense and the prosecution, as far as Hunter and Carmelo Anthony. The other fact was that I guess.
Is Hunter okay?
What? Say it again? Oh, wait, all right, so anyways, I guess Austin Metcalf got a text message from his coach.
Document on Clubhouse recently. They said that silent monitoring is not effective. And I submit to you that knowledge can silently better than It's quite aggressive because I do have a knack for it.
Can you not hear me?
The word knowledge. People need some ass whoopings up in here. People need some ass whoopings up in here.
Oh, now you do it. Yo, I done whipped this nigga's concrete ass at least 3-4 times today.
Yo, you hurt Smoke's feelings. You said you could do.
5 years ago.
All right, thank you very much. All right,
we can't
just want to say this, right? Thank you, brother.
Yeah, me and my
very interesting. Yeah, that nigga knowledge is a weirdo. All right, let me just point this out though. Like, this is straight from the can we mute her? She's like, she's on the hot mic.
How you gonna call me a winner? I'm celebrating my freaking win. My third win today.
Bro, you heard me? I was trying to. Can we mute her again? Yeah, can we mute her again? All right, so like this is from Austin.
Your soldiers in line.
All right, can you be quiet now, Monica?
I'm not stepping out.
I was trying to give an update about the Carmelo Anthony trial, right? So they never knew each other.
I'll attack people up today with my.
Can we just mute her?
And
she's acting like a West Virginian.
Oh, Dawn, now you can't hear Monica, Dawn?
Who was that arguing with this morning about what?
All right, anyways, so they didn't know each other. The coach from Centennial High School did not have a tent. There was no tent for Carmelo Anthony's school. And the reason why he was in the tent was because a friend of his was on the team in the memorial and waved him over there, right? So these answer the questions that all of the pro Austin Metcalf people had. Why was he there? Because he had a friend there, right? And how come he wasn't underneath his own tent? Well, because he had his own tent, right? No, because there was no Centennial tent.
He is guilty.
Hey, can we put her on mute? She's hot micing again.
34% believe he's not.
Yeah, she's not by her phone, Don. So can we help her out? I don't want her to say anything incriminating.
No, I did it.
I was muted.
Oh, I thought you were hot micing.
Yeah,
it sounded like you were hot micing.
Yeah, so I think this actually helps out Carmelo Anthony's case right here, right? Is that he did not have his own tent. He did not know Austin Metcalf. And the defense says it's Austin Metcalf and his brother was standing over Carmelo Anthony. So this is from the defense and the prosecution. This is from the actual trial. So that kind of changes a lot of things now, right? So did he have a tent? The answer is yes.
If knowledge would have been there, he's always pitching tents for kids, so he would have been safe.
Stuck the landing a little bit better, but real quick, knowledge.
Mike started on the pitching tents.
But real quick, knowledge. What's that mic that you got, nigga? Why don't you just send me the
link, bro?
Yeah, I can send you the link.
Oh, please.
Is it Amazon?
Yeah.
Is it Amazon?
No, it's not. I bought a bunch of Amazon ones. They ain't
no, it's multiple. I only had one good one from Amazon, bro. I had one good one from Amazon. It was for the iPhone 16, bro. It was something that you said, knowledge that was hella funny.
How are you doing?
Hope
you're butterfly.
And did you hear that a lot, Tim, about rape me?
I did.
That shit, don't rape me. That shit was
You know what's crazy?
Hummingbird.
I guess it's stand up me when he has to go to
Wait, yo, Samoa, were you here yesterday when my son knocked him out?
Nah, no.
Bro, so look. So yesterday was the last day of school, so I was taking the kids to school, and actually it wasn't yesterday, it was the day before yesterday. Yo, Samoa was talking, not Samoa, Tim was talking so much shit while I was in the car with my daughter, while I was coming back from dropping her off with my son. Everyone was like, yo, you gotta fight back knowledge. Yo, as soon as I got to the crib, I put my son on the phone, and my son goes, "Hey, Mr. Tim, can you please let all the kids out of the basement?" Yo. Yo, he's been trying to recover since that. It's been bad.
Not the basement.
It was a knockout. Tim was like, "Who the fuck said that? What kid said that? And I where they're at, so I can kidnap them too."
I'm gonna add them to my collection.
Right. I was like, I can kidnap them too.
Add them to my collection in the basement.
Yo, some more. I know you saw the Knicks do their thing last night. I know you saw.
Yeah, bro.
That's crazy. I ain't gonna lie, I thought the Spurs were gonna spank the Knicks, but Jalen Brunson is underrated, fam. He underrated.
You want to know who knows it even more than me, bro? Louis knows it even more than me.
What do you mean?
Who muted me? I've been talking this whole time.
He bet Op.
Oh, they got a bet? They got a bet?
Yeah.
Oh, like,
Well, they lost the dub on that one game.
Louis going with the Spurs?
Yep, Louis.
Wait, Louis paid up though. He paid up.
Yes, he did.
Oh, they only bet on that one game?
Yeah. They put money like that.
And now Hagat has a bet out there. With Nathan's one of them for $20. And plus there's another one for $20.
Wait, hold on. You know what the crazy thing is? Yo, someone made a bet for me, and they owe me $2 billion right now. They're on stage.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Johnson
Hey, Rose, you fucked up a $15,000 bet yesterday. I want that off the $2 billion.
You want a $15,000 discount on the $2 billion?
I'm talking about. Someone knows what I'm talking about. Fuck that. Actually, I was gonna lose 15.
How are the Democrats cheating in LA?
Yeah, you would have lost 15, bro. What is that right there? Yeah, that shit was funny.
Tim, you know what I can't understand, fam?
Here is the stinky correspondent.
You from the...
This is definitely racist. One white guy ain't thinking of it.
Yeah, they all kind of just saying it.
One white guy we talking about.
They all look kind of translucent.
Yo, send me $100.
Yo, some more. And old. You forgot old.
Yes, and old. Hey man, so it looks like it's starting to look better for Carmelo right now. I'm hoping these dudes at the freaking county can shut the hell up. I'm looking at a lot of videos of them protesting, and like they're out there calling every white person they see a cracker.
There's no, you said it's looking good, bro?
Yeah, why you mean what you mean it's looking good?
Yo, Simone, you know Simone, you know what's crazy? When I hung out with Nathan last weekend, I asked Nathan, I was like, yo, you met up with Mr. Finley, right? He was like, yeah, I met up with Mr. Finley. And I'm like, is he as tall as his is? He's like, he definitely can't dunk. Ain't no way Mr. Finley can't dunk.
That's why he focused on that left hand so much, so he can get the reversion there. Just saying.
And he's still dunking. Hey, I came at the perfect time. Yeah.
I never had anybody over
Watch out,
you got
jump shots, mid-range, and layups. That's telling.
Yo, Kendo. What up?
Yo, if you look at Mr. Finley's PTR, his wife in the picture is 4'8", so he's barely about 5 foot.
No, he ain't short, bro. Like he reasonably tall.
Kendall like 6'3", 6'4", though.
You're doing a great job too, Monica.
Thank you, though. Kendall said he gonna back you down.
Kendall is tall.
He's about to spin the block on you.
So he gonna come back.
About to start.
And I done got a little wiener.
Come on and play.
I done got my footwork back. I've been at Lincoln, bro.
Come on and play. Chaos. The room is crazy right now.
Yo, Kendall, my
I can't hear you, but the room is crazy right now.
Please don't. It's still on.
Kendall, wait, hold on. Is the mic loud?
No, that's your phone talk loud, bro.
No. If it's loud, I'll change it. Hold on.
Nah, that shit low, bro. That shit.
Oh, y'all taking advantage of
Yo, Kendall. No, I'm asking. If it's loud, I'll change it.
Yeah, you gotta be louder, bro.
Okay.
What up, Philly?
So my last time, 2 times, I think it was not the last time I was up there for but the time before that, we played at Lincoln, and it was pretty much the OGs versus the YNs, fam.
Oh, yeah. Hey, look, we just had one of those games the other day. And we destroyed them niggas.
Is it better?
Yeah, some of them can't run because they be
I lost audio for 10 minutes.
So you know, like,
I lost audio for 10 minutes.
we do the Rip Hamilton on.
Can we go on
Black
Black?
Philly?
Can we go with that?
That's a fact. And what's crazy is that every game we play 3 games.
Yeah.
I was killing with that nigga. You know they gonna chase you on the 3-point line. That's all they know how to do is shoot threes.
Them black people lungs make y'all talk louder. Them black lungs make y'all talk louder. That's what it is.
That's what it is.
So, I apologize to everyone. I
Hey,
cannot.
what's up?
I don't
I
accept
didn't
the
know.
apologies, Monica.
Hey, poor Chucky.
I apologize. I'm womanize.
I kept look. Not only did I hear anyone, everyone looked like they were on mute.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Crazy born to believe in miracles.
You must have got the MAGA hack.
I harassed you
Exactly. The MAGA hack. It mutes every minority in the room on Clubhouse.
Yo, Kendall, why you think Monica use that seductive voice? What do you think she get that seductive voice from? Why you think she does it?
I think it's a performance voice, and
Exactly, bro.
I think she's a Negro whisperer.
Like, she's so fucking fake. Why she put that seductive voice? So she could entice certain people and make us think she sound like that. You know Mike Tyson be putting a fake voice like Michael Jackson? She be doing that shit too, nigga.
Wait,
hold on. Jacobus, are you admitting that you've been enticed by Monica?
I think so.
Bro, I'm an honest nigga. I'm an honest Joe.
Huey, why you put that on my back, my jacket?
You see how it came out? You put it on my back. You see what she did?
Come on, don't sexualize this old lady.
Hey, when she said, Huey, why did you put it on my back, bro? The visual is crazy.
I'm telling you, bro.
I just had a flashback. I was like, hey, yo.
Nigga, she likes it.
Take your glasses off, Monica.
Monica has
you
a
look up
crush on
those
Huey, bro.
toys for your baby girl?
Monica has a crush on
I
Huey.
did. The only problem is that she's already crawling. So I feel like I'm too late for the ball.
No, not the ball. She rolled it when she
She
rolled.
wanna talk to Huey about balls. She likes Huey, nigga.
That puppy was cute.
Oh, yeah, that puppy.
The Robo puppy, yeah. But everyone who I've ever seen get it.
She's rolling over this nigga right now.
Real quick. That's why I kind of want something that's like low investment, like I hate to say cat toys. Cat toys is like the best option. You know what I mean?
Huey's a married man.
You don't want her to eat them either.
Stop trying
No, because they're more durable than baby toys. So I'd actually rather her, if she's gonna like choose them,
Now she wanna have babies with you. I wanna tell you crazy, bro.
I definitely give her a ball though, because she's so active.
Active balls. My nigga.
They have that train with the dominoes. Have
I
you seen
hear
that?
it, but I don't. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, Monica, the thing is, it needs to be automated, like robo, like something that's robotic to keep her in the playpen, because we just bought a playpen, like, so it's like a 1 meter by 2, 1.6 meters by 2. And the problem is, if we leave her in there, she gonna cry. Like she wants to be out.
The ball.
Unless I'm in there with her.
I think the ball would work.
You know what, Joe? I'm gonna tell y'all
because it's tactile. It has light and sound.
It's
the colors. If it was all black, maybe. Because the weird thing is like,
the worst is all black.
I'm telling you.
Well, let me go look to see if I can find one for you.
He's wondering why he's getting fingered and not understanding how. She's doing it. What the fuck? They penetrate dogs with a bite. With a bite. They penetrate with a bite, and she sunk her teeth into Huey. And on stage, Huey was getting masturbated by this demonic woman. And he let it happen. He didn't say no. Just like Adam didn't say no when it happened.
Hey, I can
This is your shame. This is your shame, brother.
You punk
I
ass
will cover
bitch.
your shame.
That's why you blocked. And
I
you
will cover
stay
your
blocked,
shame
Jacoby.
with love, brother.
Every time I take him in, it's too hard on Jacoby. He's having a hard time. You should give him a break. You should give him. You should
I got enough of him.
give Jacoby a break. Every time. Every time.
That's what this is about.
You pervert. You perverted. You perverted street.
I don't want
I want to come here.
I don't want that. No, I don't want it. No,
You can't like me.
Where's Nathan?
No, I don't want
Nathan,
it.
I don't consent. This is gross.
Implicit meanings are gross, yet the words that are stated are hidden. This is crazy. Tisk, tisk, tisk.
Hey, Huey, did you get the update?
Unlucky.
So he had a reason to be under the tent. Who? Carmelo. Oh shit.
He had a reason to be under the tent?
Yeah.
What?
What was the reason? Yeah, so he had a friend that called him over, or like he was speaking to a friend of his underneath the memorial tent. And to answer the question that's asking, like, well, how come he wasn't underneath the Centennial High School tent? Because there wasn't one. So like, and they never knew each other, the brothers or anything. And from the text, they're saying that it was both brothers standing over him while he was in a crouching position. I'm not gonna lie, man, this is gonna sound cold as fuck, but like, I don't give a fuck because I know for a fact he's going to jail. Even if it's manslaughter, they're gonna get him on manslaughter, right? I think he's been charged with manslaughter.
It'd be a miracle if that didn't get off.
Wait. What are the actual charges? Do you know? Or has that happened yet?
I think it's manslaughter.
Yeah, premeditated murder. But do they add manslaughter too? Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, he's definitely not getting away with manslaughter. There's no world in which that happens. Best case scenario is that he doesn't get hit with manslaughter. Still what, 5 to 7, 5 to 8? Right? What does anybody know the manslaughter terms? I think they're gonna hit him with the max for manslaughter. So it's kind of a little kind of like a Zoom scenario, really. I don't know, man. It's like if you say that the process of how you came about with premeditated murder was this state of mind, and the jury doesn't believe you, and then you're like, oh, well, maybe it was kind of like an accident or whatever, but the defense be able to go from so extreme left and right to like a middle position. Like what just to be like, well, he did something, we don't.
Samoa, let me tell you, what I think it is.
Oh shit, was I muted this entire time? Was I muted this?
Incredible amounts of stupidity.
Nope. I'm like, motherfucker, that ain't milk. That's almond juice, right? And then they're going to have a whole discrepancy on that. And then to prove them niggas wrong, I'm going to say some deeper shit, and they're going to say, you know what? We're going to go back to that, and then we're going to attack that. So basically, I'm going to say this, look. A honeycomb is a nut, a vegetable, and a motherfucking fruit. And when you squeeze it, juice come out, or honey.
saying, bro? So look, all I'm saying is, I was like the tiny little seed that fucking sprouted late. So my perception is a little late, but it's ahead of the time. So all I'm saying is this.
We'll talk about
I can say it again. I know, but remember, I gotta give you 1 and 2. 1 and 2.
Why do they call the stuff that comes out of the coconut milk?
See, I don't want y'all to get confused. Because it's gonna happen.
Maybe because it's white.
Hold on. Let's not get confused, and let's respect who's bringing you the dinner. So now, my nigga Huey is on my side. He understands that almond milk is some funny bunny shit and it don't exist. But almond juice does. And that a honeycomb is also a nut, a fruit, and a vegetable. And when you squeeze it, you make some water. You make some juice. And when you add a little water, it becomes sweet water. And when Moses gave the Israelites sweet water, he gave them honey water. Now go back to the almond milk and the almond juice, like I told you. And then you will attack the nut, vegetable, and the fruit, known as the honeycomb.
Yo, I can't think of any juice that's white.
My nigga.
Do you guys know if any?
Nigga.
Is there any juice that's white?
I can show you seeds. Listen, I can show
Technically, coconut milk would be.
Nigga, no. You see? Now I'm about to you with some deep shit. Watch this, bro. Let's go deep. Because we ain't gonna go homo. Watch this. If you got 2 seeds, and you squeeze those 2 seeds, and some white liquid come out.
At a track that day, there were 8 teams in Samoa, and each one had their own step. Okay, Chad.
Why would you put that in your body? Mikey, look at himself. Mikey, look at himself. And he's going Mikey, look at himself. I think he made me look at myself. Bro, I'm a fucking poser. You said it. I was a professional poser. I stared at myself more than anything, bro. And now I was the one that declared me staring at my butthole. You didn't do anything. Guess what? Mikey saw. That's the thing. Mikey. I look at my butthole. Now guess what? Mikey saw. I look at my butthole. Mikey look at himself. I did it on my own. Mikey saw. Mikey look at himself. Now guess what? Mikey saw. Mikey look at himself. Now guess what? Mikey saw. I'm gonna keep you making you say that. Mikey look at himself. Now guess what? Mikey saw. No. Don't stop now, bro. I don't think you can handle it. Mikey, it's too much of a tongue twister for you. Mikey, look at himself. You're already slowing down. You're slowing down. You're I'm dancing with the song. No, you're not. You're not dancing. Now, guess what? You already broke too. I'm doing dance when they kick their legs up and the women in the dresses. I'm doing that. Mikey, look at himself. Now, guess what? Mikey saw. Nigga, you got my I'm trying. I know, that was a good part, right? Now, look, let me go back to the fruit and the vegetable. You would agree that ain't no way almonds got titties and they cannot produce milk. You would agree with that. You're trying to change it now. Look, you're trying to change it. Mikey, look at himself. Now, guess what? Mikey saw. See, it doesn't sound good. It doesn't sound good. Look at himself. Now, guess what? Mikey saw. Nah, bro, it don't sound good. Now, everybody go look. Everybody go look at you and guess what you looking at? And you won't have to tell us, Mikey. You gonna have to tell us what you say it. Say it. Why are you stopping your rhythm? Because I want to tell them about the milk. You quit. Okay, go.
Wait. Jacobus, can you do the because it was the blood? That's my favorite.
Yo, I never knew singing was powerful. I thought it was just blood. I forgot about that one blood song. That's crazy. That's scary. But look, let me just say this, Mikey. These niggas was telling me that almonds got titties and they produce milk. And I told them, no, that is juice. When you squeeze nuts and you squeeze vegetables and you squeeze fruits, you get juice. Now, when you squeeze a
why isn't it an extract?
Oh my God. So now when you squeeze a honeycomb, you get some juice called honey. And that's a nut, that's a vegetable, and that's a fruit. That is juice. And therefore you would say that is a fruit. Now, therefore you would say that is a fruit. Now, this fruit a man has. Now, this fruit is forbidden. No one is supposed to touch it. No one is supposed to eat it. You're not supposed to consume it. But a woman touched it and looked at it, and she consumed it. And now, yes, this is deep. For the forbidden fruit, I shall eat.
Yeah, I had a really quick question. Come on, I had a really quick question. Yo, She-Wolf, I just saw your PTR. Yo, did your man finally put a ring on it?
He bought me 2 rings, Knowledge.
What? I see 3 rings in there.
Okay, the middle one I bought, and I said I was gonna give that to a man one day. That's a man's wedding band in the middle. It don't fit him, and he don't really wear rings, so I never gave it to him. But that's a man's wedding band in the middle.
She-Wolf, that's your hand?
Hey, Monica.
Yeah, that's my ashy ass hand.
She-Wolf, congrats.
Oh, she can
Monica, you need to read better.
These are old.
Yo, She-Wolf, you can scratch a good back.
I've heard that many times before.
What about a bad bag, nigga? What about a bad bag?
I do scratch a good back.
You scratch a good back.
I'm checking Samoa now.
Yo, She-Wolf, you know what's funny? Have you ever heard the saying cats have like 9 lives?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you
gotta read that. I never believed in that saying.
Samoa, can you put it in the chat?
I saw Huey die at least 4 times.
It was bad.
I saw him die 4 times yesterday. 4 times today. I think he's on his last life.
I mean, you know what that means, bro. When they say,
I'll be real with you, Huey. You're one of the better argument makers.
No,
But yesterday it wasn't good, Huey. I've seen you make some of the better arguments in the room, Huey. But I'm gonna be honest with you. Yesterday it wasn't good.
That's a fact.
Can I tell you what Monica's done?
Yeah, Monica's been trying to say something to Samoa for a minute.
Let him get that joke out.
What am I going Samoa and Monica?
Throw that shit like David.
It'll be really quick. Like in your Grok response here, it says typically this is what they do, and what I'm providing you is like what was testified to in the trial today. The Centennial on this day didn't have it. Okay, so that's the difference.
I'm asking too, but the Grok also says Centennial's tent location was positioned on the far side or opposite side of the stadium from the Memorial High School tent. So
why you guys use Grok? That's the worst.
Real quick, is the trial being televised? You know.
No, he's underage.
No, these are all the local reporters that are providing 45 minutes. Then they go out there, and then they give you the briefing of what they. You know what I mean?
Grok is the worst.
Well, they could not show him and record the trial, but I'm not too sure about how that state works.
There's no electronic devices allowed anywhere.
Damn.
That's some bullshit. Yeah, but you can tell that Grok doesn't actually have the up-to-date information because it's really generalized in what is.
So I told you, it sucks.
Right.
Well, it's just a prompt, right? It's bro.
If you use chat right now, get better results. You're gonna get better results.
Well, that might be true.
I don't think so.
But there is a way. Well, they both have different default settings, right? But if you're asked something direct,
which one is more? My claim is based off of accuracy, and I'm saying in reference to what you guys are looking into. Grok sucks.
I don't know. I usually
test it. Put it into something.
Oh, love and lunch.
So
Centennial High, according to Grok, for my new prompt, Centennial High School was the only team without a tent set up that day.
Right.
And that's why Mike Defense Attorney, he is a public defender. He's not a. They hired a.
Yeah, these are the people that are in the room. You know what I mean?
Right.
There's a lot of conjecture on what the actual arguments are going to be. So I've learned 3 new things just from watching these people. So
what's the other things you learned?
No, just that they don't know each other. The coach asked Austin Metcalf to be more of a leader and kind of controlling the dynamic at these types of track meets. And
there were some thefts at previous track meets.
And that Carmelo Anthony had a friend that was underneath this specific tent that called him over, and that's who he was engaging with.
Yo, so Samoa, forgive me, my nigga.
No, you guys do your thing.
No. I gotta tell you something, Simone. Right? No, I'm not accusing no one. I'm just saying. Backstabbing, two-faced. I said, you understand what I'm telling you, right?
No, it's stupid. How many people want this suspension All you, like, if there's 3 people that want to go to Kingston, I will mute up. I'll probably leave too, but I will mute. 3 people. 3 people. Who wants to do COVID? I'm looking. Hey, Dima. Why are you begging for me? What the fuck? That about the comments?
I've been on a killing yesterday, the day before. I started healing, and today I killed concrete at least 3 to 4 times. So I am on. Alright, so battle me, nigga. Come on and play.
Dima, I was talking for 15 minutes thinking that nobody was talking, and then I changed the audio setting and realized that everybody was talking. Oh, very cut out.
Ah, you scared, nigga?
Yeah, what was that?
I'm totally embarrassed myself.
Text me.
Nigga, do you have a Siemens phone? Was that the Siemens phone?
It's just called Siemens.
Wait. He said Siemens. He ain't talking about the fucking Procreate. You nasty.
You hear Hunter speak to the press after the killing? Do you hear what he said? He had 2 interviews. One in front of his house and one in front of his seat.
The truth about one.
My husband from coming into the country and his uncle.
Oh, is that finally happening?
Yeah, the trial's right now. They just had an argument. The defense spoke as well, and they're going to provide what was going on.
Why haven't we had a trial for Luigi yet? Where's Luigi?
Yeah, it's going through. It's just they stop cameras from going inside because obviously.
What trial for Luigi? He committed murder.
Like, he's done some trial.
Yeah.
It's premeditated murder. He's going to be sentenced for a long, long time.
They took away the death penalties now.
No, I don't think they'll put him to death.
Does anyone think that this youngster that stabbed him is going to get off?
What Luigi Mangione? They did a really good tango song about him. I'll put it in the chat.
It's called due process. We can't just adjudicate him guilty without a trial. What the fuck?
For sentencing, they're gonna, like, the guy openly admitted to doing what he did. Like, it's done. They're just gonna sentence the kid.
Alright, why do you keep calling him a kid? Kids are innocent. This wasn't an innocent man. This is somebody who murdered.
Carmelo's a kid too. Being
treated.
treated.
Look, when we say
Yeah, but he's black, so no.
When we
Black
say
boys
kids,
aren't really kids.
look, when we say kids, we mean that there's a connotation that we have around it that makes us feel like a kid is innocent.
Kanye what? A Kanye what?
Kid. Relax.
A connotation? What word are you using so I can learn it?
Oh, connotation.
Like maybe
Connotation?
No. Let's make it helpful.
Yeah, if it's connotation, I know what that is. I don't think he's using it correctly, but
Let's make it helpful. If you exercised this morning, you would have been out of breath and you would have did yourself a favor. But you didn't do that. So don't try to exercise your mouth now. Okay? So now all I was saying is this. When we have words like kids and babies, we think of connotations, things that make us look at it in another manner that's more polite.
oh, he did it again.
And when we, oh my God, and when we look at this individual, this murderer, He was not innocent. He knew what he was doing. He also knew the consequences. And the fact he knew the consequences means he wasn't a baby. He was ignorant of what was going to happen. So he did this himself and he chose it. And you got people in this room saying, I will make the same mistake, so he is not wrong. And that doesn't make it right.
Jacoby? Or are you talking about Carmelo? Or Carmelo?
I was talking about both.
Oh, okay.
Simone,
what do you think happened to Carmelo? I think he might get off, bro. Like, does it matter to you guys that in court today it's been verified that this dude outweighed him 100 pounds?
See,
So you got 230-pound guy.
I fucking told you guys. Go ahead, Samoa. I fucking told you.
Let anybody in here. That kid's going to jail for the rest of his life, bro.
I think you go be and Asian of college making us go through all those gymnastic hoops that you put us on.
Well,
explain to you. Hey,
this is the first day of the trial. That's how
they can't put him away for the rest of his life because he's a minor.
Yeah, they're not.
You can't get minors life without parole. Can't get minors outright.
He's now 19. I do it's just upsetting when black boys and black teenagers are like,
she's already
Austin Metcalf.
I don't remember. Okay, whatever.
Austin Metcalf.
Whatever his name is. You've already decided that that child was killed. I don't have to say I want to. No, don't tell me what the fuck to do. That's what I'm saying. And you've already decided that he was killed unjustly. We don't know yet if it was self-defense. You've already decided in your mind that it was murder. So that already goes to show that people like you cannot be objective in a fight, right? You already have preconceived notions about whether or not the child was murdered or he was killed in self-defense. You've already decided that. So somebody like you cannot be unbiased, cannot be objective, cannot listen to the evidence, and will not listen to the evidence and wait to make a judgment. Right? That's why they say people like you should not take over an entire jury, 12 people who look like you. That's why we say that. Because 12 people like you will decide before they hear the evidence that they are unjust. Somebody like you will decide before the evidence that it was unjust.
Austin Metcalf deserved to die.
Monica's a racist. I just want that to be biased.
She will. Do you think Austin Metcalf deserved to die?
Nobody deserves to die, but that's not what you're saying.
I'd like to hear from Shivo. Is that a possibility?
What if he is a murderer?
Can I speak to Shivo?
We don't care. We don't care.
Can I
And Austin caught that heat.
Do you think?
I'll burn down all South Carolina. Let's go.
Monica, wait, Monica, just wait.
Shivo, do you think Austin Metcalf deserves to die?
Yes. I think that we should wait to see the evidence to decide if it was justified or unjustified. And we shouldn't decide before whether it was unjustified or justified.
That's a fact.
That's what I think.
I agree. You're not answering my question. Can you answer this one? Can you answer this one? Do you think Carmelo used excessive force?
Monica, you want me to make a decision before seeing the evidence, and I'm trying to tell you I can't do that. Did Rick
I accept your answer. Thank you, Sheila.
Wait.
Thank you, Sheila.
Can I ask a different question? Let's like we're talking over. So Monica has. Wait, can we get one back? No. I just wanted to ask Monica a question.
You still alive?
Okay.
Welcome back.
Monica, hypothetically, wait, hold on, Monica,
Monica's always going to be on the side of whiteness, so like, what hypotheticals are
no, hypothetical.
It's all of the... Yeah, but it's weird though. It's only a few, like, it's what, 2-3 pages.
what would you expect him to say?
No, I mean like.
8 pages total.
No, but.
Why is he doing that?
It's really short.
Finish, Alaska. Just finish.
Thank you. Sorry, I was just confused.
No, shit, no,
Like,
I'm
my arrest report was.
Read, just shut the fuck up.
Can I have my question out real quick?
No, yeah, I'm gonna finish in like 5 seconds. Yeah, I was just confused. So, yeah, my arrest report was like triple that size, and it was just for like a tiny bit of like you know, like non-violent or whatever. So I was just confused why it's so short. It just.
That's
okay.
a good point.
Maybe.
This is a narrative.
No, she just saying she was more of a gangster. I thought I heard a woman talking. I thought I heard a boy in this.
I got a question for you.
Oh,
my God. No, Miss Fifi, I'm sorry.
No, she know what she did. She knows what she did. I got some questions for you too.
So we ain't gonna let Huey go?
Fucking skinny Michael.
Okay.
The mic is low, Fifi.
I thought you guys would find this question interesting.
Huey, go ahead. That's very low, Miss Fifi.
I can't yell.
I know.
It's disrespectful to be yelling like that.
No, just turn up. You don't have to yell.
I can't
Yo,
yell.
free. Shut the fuck up.
Like that, baby.
Shut up, you call me a piece of shit.
Oh,
Hey, Huey, bro, you gotta do your thing, bro.
who was I talking to? I can't trouble.
It's me.
I forgot what I was
I'm so sorry, Miss Fifi, because I actually cut Miss Fifi off to say what I said. And I apologize, Miss Fifi. I should
Come on, send me $30 so I can get a big mic.
Can you guys be quiet so Miss Fifi can say what she wants to say? Because I cut her off, and that was rude.
All right, cool. Moderate. Thank you very much, Mrs. V. Huey, go ahead.
Okay, no. It's not kind of moved past the point, but I just did want to ask Monica. Monica, hypothetically, if, let's say, a person like Candace Owens decides to investigate Austin Metcalf and finds out that Austin Metcalf was dealing drugs or doing a whole bunch of like shady shit on the side, would that change your opinion on whether or not we should talk about that, or do you feel it's like inappropriate to talk about that?
Or is drug dealing relevant to his death? We should all the information that's relevant to his death should be brought before the jury.
But would you think it's inappropriate to do a whole investigation about like his past?
Huey, that likely would be something that a judge would say that can't come into the trial. The jury can't.
No, she would.
Unless it was relevant to his, if it was relevant.
Okay, so the only the only reason I'm asking is that I always find it interesting that like when it came to George Floyd's death and Candace Owens did what she did, nobody really had a problem with that. Nobody had a problem.
Can you be finished? Fucking Indian fucker.
When it came to George Floyd's death, nobody took the weird sympathetic approach that you're like approaching Metcalf. I don't remember hearing you or anybody on that side like have that same sympathy and been arm in arm with everybody else who's like, it's fucked up that George Floyd died the way he did, right? But it's just interesting that like nobody can really examine the circumstances. We can't like just I guess have any kind of empathy or sympathy for Carmelo Anthony because we shouldn't look into it or XYZ. But like, would you be comfortable if we decided, hey, lefties, let's band together and like look into fucking Austin Metcalf?
Third time you asked me the question, my first answer wasn't good enough. I said if it's relevant to his death. She said no. She said if it's relevant to his death. I don't. Hey, free. Why don't I get that?
So Huey, I think the significant difference is the argument is, Huey, if you can hear me, the argument is that his fentanyl, his drug habits seem to have a role in it because I'm talking about George Floyd, that is, because he was with his drug dealer at the time, and then we also found drugs in the system, and there was an open cap in the car. So if that wasn't relevant, you'd be 100% right. Like when they talked about him, having this robbery of this pregnant woman, I don't think that was relevant. So in that context, you're right on that. But the drug use is really relevant.
So I was trying to answer that question in principle, but like because obviously it's different cases, right? One's an adult, one's not, one's from the streets, one's not. Like we understand the differences. I'm trying to like discern a principle here, right? My question to you is like somebody said, Monica asked, did Austin Metcalf deserve to die? So I'm just going to ask it the other way around, right? Did George Floyd deserve to die?
No, he didn't deserve to die.
So any of that other shit, Yeah, any of that shit about his past and all that, why did that matter?
Tactic, right?
It's irrelevant.
Well, it depends on how you view the situation.
It's not ignoring the fact that
Mike Camp crossed the line, then death would be warranted. So just kind of get a temperature check of how you view the situation.
Let's not ignore the fact that they just selected an all-white jury for their trial.
I'm sorry, I can hear you.
You can't point out that this is a manipulative tactic from the left as far as like virtue signaling and guilting people into doing what they want. And then the person that's like on the right pointing at the person on the left deploying the same tactic.
Trying to humanize
Just hold on.
and dehumanize.
Just hold on, lady.
Could you clarify that?
Yeah, so like the question is, hey, do you think Austin deserved to die? Like this is like a guilt trip from the trap that's kind of like being it's a deployed trap to guilt somebody by saying, hey, you're a bad person, by avoiding the actual conversation, it being of, is this going to be like guilty or not guilty, factoring in the evidence? Like that's the real conversation, right? So her doing that, but pointing at the left, like, hey, you guys are bad people for doing this type of a thing, and now she's doing that type of a thing. I think that's what Huey like picked up on. Like, hold on, let's.
Yeah. And to be fair, Monica, I think you probably misworded because I hate when people do that first. When people say you deserve to die, I think what she said was justified. Did she feel it's justified? But deserving to die is really a weird thing because deserving to die is like extreme, right? Like most people don't deserve to die. Maybe pedophiles, rapists, yes, but just someone who had an argument or a fight, no. So yeah, I don't think anyone is entitled to death.
Except Louis made the argument that Austin deserved to die and he's not sad he's dead and he doesn't even remember his name. And Twerks for Nuggets just said yes, he deserved to die. So I was actually hoping she would say no, he didn't deserve to die.
It's not about whether he deserved to die. It's about whether it was justified. I'm answering you, Monica. You're asking the wrong question. This is about whether this was justified or not. If this was self-defense or murder. So when you're asking if he deserved to die, that is not a question that is going to be fucking answered when this jury makes a decision. That is irrelevant. And I think it's you're asking that question to steer away from, right? It's an obfuscation from the fact that this could have likely been self-defense. So that's why I can't, and I will not answer that question. Because
you answered me, and I accepted your answer, and your answer was, I don't know yet.
Everything is happening.
I have to accept your answer whether I like it or not, because that's your answer, and I thank you for it.
Wait, Monica,
I'm not fighting you over it.
Monica, you don't feel like you did the Piers Morgan trick?
No, and I'll tell you why.
Wait, let me describe the Piers Morgan trick for the audience. After October 7th, one of the things like Piers Morgan perpetually got found himself doing is anytime he had somebody who was I guess coming to speak up on behalf of, let's say, Palestine, he'd do this weird thing where it's like, oh, was October the 7th justified? And he'd force this weird
you condemn Hamas, yeah?
Do you condemn Hamas? Remember that shit? Where it's it's clearly the conversation is bigger and broader than let's say the atrocity of October 7th, right? It's the Piers Morgan trick where you're trying to force people to I guess not committing to the broader conversation and an arbitrary sort of moral position such that it seemingly undermines the broader discussion that they're trying to have, right? It's a weird thing. It's like a weird moral gambit that you're putting people into that kind of situation by asking, did he deserve to die? That's such a weird question,
bro. Huey, what we're witnessing right now, Huey. What we're witnessing. Listen, Huey. What we're witnessing right now is.
Don't let new speakers talk.
This is what I'm saying because this is a beautiful conversation. I work for a black grassroots organization, and a lot of people don't pay attention to these things. What we're witnessing right now
is Dominic Alexander.
What works for them? Hold on. What work doesn't work for us?
Don't name me.
Look, what works for them doesn't work for us. When kids were getting bullied in school and people were killing themselves, they started movements and they were locking up people who were bullying their kids. When Carmelo Anthony's bully got killed by the person being bullied, they selected an all-white jury with no black people on that panel.
The laws that work for them don't work for us. Look at what just happened with the Chinese man at the gas station where they chased this young boy 100 yards and he had his back turned when they gunned him down.
130. That's a whole
murder.
Football field, goalpost to goalpost.
Exactly. He wasn't a threat.
Plus 10 yards.
He wasn't a threat, and they shot him down, and he was found not guilty when that is actually indeed murder according to their laws. You understand what I'm saying? So when we look at what's in society, we have to understand and we have to start saying the fact that their laws are for them and they don't fucking work for us. Anytime something happens to one of their individuals, it works for them. But when it's happening to our people, it doesn't work for us. And this is exactly what we're going through in society at this time.
I agree. That's why I think
can't take it serious. No, you got
that's why I'm like, I think
this
like
plenty of cases
shouldn't be commenting on situations like this because they are very biased and they do not.
No, they're not. You just repeat what he said.
You know, I mean, you just watch everything. I understand you're a single man who doesn't count. I
The president likes to act. He likes to pull people in by saying this about the immigrants. And then we fall for the shit. And then immediately after, he attacks black people. Immediately after. No pass, go collect $200. Immediately. So if he's going to do this and put it on the network and on the mainstream, that is so that immigrants, children, don't get birthright citizenship. When birthright citizenship was created because of slaves and slavery, what does that mean for our people?
No, that means we're okay. Like, what are you talking about?
No, it doesn't mean that we're okay because he's also trying to change another thing to where if your last name, if your last name is not the same name on your birth certificate, you lose the right to vote. So what does that mean for married people? See, it's a lot of shit that's changing, bro. I know what you're saying, but this is what he's doing.
No, I'm saying what you're saying is the same thing that makes sense.
But this is what he's doing.
You get married, you literally change your name for everything from your driver's license to
But did you hear what I said? Hey, Free, did you hear what I said? Free, did you hear what I said? They're literally changing things for our people, which is why they just changed the voting districts, which was changed because it was what it is now, which is what they just changed, and it was racist back then, which is why they changed up the districts. So more black voters voted counts, and they just changed it back to where our votes don't count in certain districts anymore, to where Republicans and the motherfuckers who don't believe and, being peaceful on this planet, I'll say that much, they get a majority vote at this
point. We're not talking about the case anymore. We're going every fucking way. We just talking about
I'm speaking about everything that they're doing.
Yeah, but these are the people who claim they want democracy. But when it pertains to black people, all of a sudden things are out the window. These people don't believe in a democracy. And it's embarrassing. And but you know what I noticed is that when men speak, they can go on and on. But when I speak, people want to go rabble to black people. I don't really understand the questions that are asked towards Monica because we know she's a racist. And the thing is,
elementary school.
Go ahead, Agent. Yeah. But as soon as a white person is in question, she wants to, these people like Chicken Head down there and Monica, they want to humanize that individual, even though what they did was disgusting. It was dehumanizing to that individual. And then they want to create a monster out of that black person. And it's really sad, but like at the end of the day, we know Monica's character. We know if she's one of the 12 jurors, she's going to find that boy guilt. But Monica, you're not the chicken head, so you don't need to put that PTR.
Yeah, you don't got to body like that.
Yeah, exactly. I think that we're very aware of, Monica's sentiments towards black people. So I just think some of the questioning or her involvement in conversations, her responses are surprising. They're not
when we think about what we learn in these areas,
But we can't forget about the Reagan boxes. We can't forget about what they did to those black men that had syphilis for 40 years. We can't forget about what they did with Black Wall Street. We can't forget about how Gaddafi tried to get their ass money to fund black education and black people, and they turned that money down. We can't forget about certain things that would have put us in a certain light of elevation to put us on the same level as these people, but they want us to die and they want us in prison because our bodies generate more money for their economy. You understand what I'm saying? There is a lot of things happening that you should. Yes. Yes.
He's right.
Okay, real quick, I just have one more question. I promise I'm gonna be done with this, okay? Monica, I noticed that you have a PTR of a tweet from Austin Metcalf that says something like, faith that God got me and my work will pay off. And I'm guessing that that tweet is somewhat like indicative of his character in some sense, that he's a God-fearing kid, he was a faithful kid. My question to you is, do you think when he told Carmelo to leave the tent, he was acting godly?
I think we should wait for the trial, just
I
like
think
she
that we
said.
should wait.
Hold on. That's not going to be addressed in the trial, though. Obviously, I'm just asking you in terms of his character.
Might be.
Do you think that was the godly thing to do? Do you think Jesus would have told Carmelo to leave the tent?
So in the Discord, there's 3 videos. I'm answering your question. I just need a minute to answer it. So, the interrupters can stay on mute. In the interviews by Hunter, they said they didn't notice Carmelo until he started shouting. And then he started talking reckless. Then he was honoring his neighbor, wasn't he?
Well, let me ask you a question. Wait. Hold on.
No.
Why move me down when everything I'm stating is facts?
Graham, just chill, Graham. Okay, so, Monica, you don't think that it's likely the case that if it was Jesus, you don't think that it's likely the case that if it was Jesus would probably, if he thought Carmelo was like, let's say, a disturbed young man wilding out, would have prayed for him rather than kick him out the tent? You don't think that's more likely?
Maybe performed an exorcism too.
Sure, that would have been better than manhandling him out the tent, right?
We correct. Depends on what you talk about. Manhandling could have been a push, could have been a touch, could have been a shove. We'll see the testimony.
But witnesses already came out and said that he physically touched him.
When someone talks about the U.S. Constitution and they talk about the amendments, we make sure that the verbiage is clear. We correct people when they say things that are wrong, and I'll stand a correction as well as anyone else should. Because when we are impeccable with our speech, it increases the chances that people actually hear us. Not always, but a lot.
Did that answer your question?
So what happened is, what happened in that situation is, hey, hold on, Ma, let me say this.
She wasn't done. Rabble. Y'all interrupted. Rabble.
I'd like to give the remaining of my time to knowledge. Rabble.
Yeah, so I disagree with everything that Dog was about to say.
Listen, Jerry, you just witnessed the fake Christianity that gets oftentimes weaponized against me. And full display, the question wasn't answered. So the question still stands. Would Jesus cast Carmelo Anthony out of the tent, or would he bring him into the fold? What does Christ say about being the lost shepherd? That when the one goes astray, he will go seek the one that is lost. That specific one, he will go seek that one that is lost. Monica speaks about exorcisms, right? Last time I checked, when somebody's demon-possessed, they get violence. That should have been on Metcalf for thinking that he has the authority to put his hands on someone over something that's not even his property. It wasn't his property.
Oh, he just wrenched the Bible.
He was just someone, he's like, lose some weight.
So as I was saying, right?
Let's continue.
So we can hear the brother, the Fleming Samoa's voice when he speaks. I think he needs to get a detox in his system. I recommend ginger, turmeric, with some pineapple. Good way to cleanse your system, brother.
Little Kanye too.
Rabble. He would have de-armed Carmelo Anthony without even putting a hand on him. What did he tell Peter?
Well, if we don't talk about
Freeze next. A
lot of these Christians are
Freeze next. Come on, Graham. Y'all respond, bro. Thank you. Let's go ahead and address this question about the Christian thing. I don't like this idea that Christians are supposed to be pushovers and pussies, right? Like, that's not, especially like back then, all right? We come from the crucible, this brimstone age, where Christians were pretty much, please move. And we always try to interpret this in the worst face possible, that Metcalf just walked up to him and said the most egregious shit. No one, especially for those who are trying to defend Anthony, no one's considering the possibility that he probably asked him nicely. Hey, man, everything's good? You over here for any reason?
There are witnesses and evidence to show that's not what happened. You're saying it's
also
let's
just
get the all-white jury.
Hey, let me finish, bro. I'm going to hypothetical in the first place, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
We don't do hypotheticals when we're speaking about.
Damn, let me finish. A lot of conspiracy theories you motherfuckers believe about this, that these boys tried to jump in, which is not true according to the police report. It just seemed to be, which is not true according to the police report. It just seemed to be one debate between these two boys. Not the team. Nigga, shut. Don't trip out. You disagree, just shut the fuck up, nigga.
Look. Starting right now, any interruptions, you will get muted, no warning.
Rabble.
Thank you. So, the bottom line is, according to the witnesses on the report from the people at the time of the scene, they said it was only between those two boys. If they didn't say, I look at his toddler time. So, between the people involved, those two boys only had that. So the whole narrative about the two boys approached him, false. The boys tried to take his phone, false. They tried to jump him, false. They was bullying him, false. They knew him beforehand, false. So far, there's nothing corroborate that bullshit. At the end of the day, he did touch him. That does not want you to get fucking stabbed or jumped or kicked or none of that shit. And these same people, I guarantee you, in any other scenario, they wouldn't have the same sentiment because, again, they only lean to their bias. If a guy went to a women's gym, he knocks them the fuck out or stab them or break their neck, many of y'all would say, well, she should have kept her hands to herself. You would think like, dude, that's not an appropriate fucking response. But in this situation, we're going to act like it's totally normal to reach around in your fucking bag, look for a weapon after you ask someone to touch you, knowing they're not aware of the danger that you pose to them. So the bottom line is, I'll land on this point. You don't know what tone he came to this dude in, spirit he was operating in. It's not like because he's a fucking Christian, he's supposed to just not stand up for himself, or at least consider, I don't even say stand up, let me take that back, consider to address somebody who might be doing something wrong. Because he's probably thinking that, hey, you being here could cause a conflict amongst us, so I just want to ask you nicely to leave. The bottom line is, yes. The bottom line is you're not operating in good faith to give any consideration to the white guy. I would do it for the same for fucking Anthony. But like I said, it just don't look likely that he had any justification to be there, let alone respond the way he responded. I'm just calling you guys out. You're full of shit. I'm glad you guys are in the fucking audience. I hope you stay there so logical people can speak.
Are you crying?
No, look. Let me, because I'm finna leave. I'm about to leave the room. Wait, hold on, I'm about to leave the room. I pose this question before I leave.
I think Samoa was next.
Okay, Samoa and then Bima. I think if no one was after Samoa,
but yes, one mic on Samoa. Any interruptions, you will get moved as of now.
I normally don't like entertain like the fleas and everything as far as like those that aren't even at a white bill status, right? But like when people range the Bible, so like this is in reference to a person's flock of 100. This is in Matthew and Luke, right? It talks about like being within the flock. So the flock here
on how you're able to apply this to the Carmelo Anthony thing is there's a real high school flock. If one of them would stray away, would you not go retrieve the sheep of the flock? Is Carmelo a part of the memorial flock? Answer, no, absolutely not. Right? So like when people take Bible verses and try to like make a point, it's just so stupid, bro. Just to update your record. So just to update your for you, Free. So it says here that something that was said was that he did have a friend there that caught his attention that went over there underneath the tent, so like he was speaking to somebody there, and that the defense is arguing now that it was that Hunter and Austin were standing over him is the wording that they use. So, hey man, new information every time.
Yeah, thank you, Small.
Next in the queue is
May I go after Bima?
Next in the queue is Bima. Any interruptions as of now, you will get moved starting.
Wait, hold on. Can I go after Bima?
Yes.
Greg said he wanted to leave also and he wanted to go, so let's get Graham in there.
Oh, Graham can go before me.
Alright, it's on Bima. Any interruptions as of now, you will get moved starting now.
Okay, thank you so much. So yeah, we could have gathered that the brother was there from just listening to the brother's statements. The original interview the day after with the mother, he was standing there. He used the term "we got in an altercation." We got in an altercation. So I mean, like that's coming directly from Hunter's mouth. He included himself even later on in the interview, and he said that he was there. Right? He said it. He said I was there. We were talking to him. I turned my back. I mean, when the actual stabbing, because he started to walk away, he didn't see the. But basically, the point is he admitted that he was there too. Okay, so
reckless as well. Sorry. Specifically, the Carmelo was talking reckless, whatever that means.
Thank you. So we already knew that. Okay, that's the first thing. And the other thing is,
It took a while because someone turned off the handwritten.
Okay. So again, what we're litigating is whether Carmelo is guilty of murder. Is he guilty of murder? Versus, I want everybody to look up what is self-defense. If you feel like you're a statist and you can't look to and figure it out on a moral status, I know that's a big deal for a lot of people here. You got to get into you got to get into a lot of stuff. You can appeal to the law. Okay, that's fine. Look up what qualifies as self-defense. What happens during self-defense, right? What are you able to do during self-defense, right? And to form then your opinion. I want you, because we're going for Texas. Okay, so I'm going to tell you right now, I don't agree with a lot of what these states consider what I have the ability to do if I feel my life isn't threatened, if my life is if my life is threatened. So I ask you, we'll do a little bit of a test, right? We'll all look to see what self-defense, what qualifies as self-defense, right, in the state of Texas, and we're going to see, okay, well, what was Carmelo able to do? And I want you to remove a couple things. Well, we'll get there. Let's start there.
Who's next in the queue?
I'm next because I'm finna go pick up my kids.
Where the queue at? Is there a queue?
There's a queue. There's like 4 people. Let me back to the queue.
One
mic on Graham. Any interruptions?
Now,
one mic on Graham.
My baby, before we pull out.
One mic on Graham. Any interruptions, you will get moved as of now.
That was real quick. Can you post it?
Alright, so this goes back to what I was saying about what self-defense is when it comes to what it means for them and what it means for us. Now, if we looking at it in the light of the situation of the way that they're trying to explain it to other people in the room, okay, say if Carmelo was in a tent that he didn't belong in, right? Okay, they asked him to move. He didn't go get the authorities. Instead, they approached this young man, and in the evidence and the witness statements, it says that Metcalf forcibly pushed Carmelo. That is an act of self. Once someone puts their hands on you, your life becomes in danger in that instance. Now, that's just like if someone punches you and you have a gun on you, you fear for your life and you shoot them, correct? Or am I incorrect?
Just because they didn't have one doesn't mean anything. Your life was in danger. You felt for a threat for your life, so you took action in that moment. And his brother already said that he was a part of the situation as well. They tried to physically remove that young man from that tent as if though they were the authorities or the individuals, says the coaches, as if they were the coaches or the people who were hosting that event, even though they were the people who were a part of that event. They should have never put their hands on him. What Metcalf did is fuck around and find out. But the law only works for them, correct? Because if it was reversed and it was him sitting down and a black man approached him, they would give him life. And he's facing an all-white jurors. You feel what I'm saying? This is blasphemy. The law only, and it's as simple as that. We can try to ignore what the fuck is going on in the world, but this is what's happening right now. It's the way with the boy that they said stole 3 waters, but when they found his body, after they chased him down all of those yards, he didn't even have any fucking waters, but then they said he had a gun. Okay, that's fine as well. He had an unregistered weapon that he did not fire, and they chased him down. He was not a threat. How can you find him not guilty? That's murder. Fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Y'all ass got to start understanding certain things. The law works for them, not for us. And it's as simple as it gets. And I'll land there.
I believe next in the queue is Agent. Oh my God. No interruption starting now.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind people about the prophet Tariq Nasheed, and he came out with this amazing film called Hidden Colors. In Hidden Colors, they spoke about a thing called buck breaking, right? And I wanted to tell you about buck breaking. It's a brutal historical debated practice in which slave owners purposely subject a strong, divided, enslaved black men to extreme public torture, including sexual assault, to strip away their masculinity and assert total dominance, right? And what I have seen displayed from Chicken Head and Unibrow Samoa is the aftermath of buck breaking, right? How they feel as though the white man is God. And what they actually tried to do was humanize Austin. They said that Austin basically put prayer hands on Carmelo, that there was no altercation, that the white man can't be violent. You know, the white man can't exert or try to exert their dominance onto other people, right? This is what the 2 black men or the 2 broken men were trying to say, try to claim to. And I find it quite embarrassing. And this is why I feel as though black men cannot lead, because of these broken black men that we see on stage. Now, we know what altercation means, and oftentimes altercations lead to violence. That's the whole term of an altercation. It's always a hostile engagement, right? When we talk about altercations. And that was reported several times. That that's what occurred between Carmelo and Austin, yet they choose to ignore that and try to, like I said, romanticize, because that's what they dream about, sleeping with white men. Romanticize Austin. He was handsome, he was great. The black guy wasn't supposed to be there. It was raining. It was a tent. I think it was a sports event. If somebody goes underneath a tent for rain to cover from the rain, I don't see that as a big deal. I don't see that as a reason to approach someone, and I don't really understand why simple humanity or simple politeness is omitted when it pertains to white men. But this is what happens when you're buck broken, right? You see the black man as a demon and the white man as God because he rammed his dick up your anus. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, thank goodness.
All right. Can you add to the queue, please?
Dog was
I was in the queue. I was in there. I was in there.
AK and then
you chill. That's cool.
I don't even know the queue and y'all enact the queue.
It was AK free.
Dog was next.
That's cool.
I don't know who's next.
How you enforcing it, bro? You don't know shit.
I'm not. I'm enforced to keep over talking.
I'm at the dog.
So how the fuck you know you're supposed to be talking?
Anybody besides Op, if you
Let's go, baby.
No, dog was next. He said in the chat.
Yo, watch your mouth. You don't want to
Said it in the chat, though. Dog said it in the chat.
No. Okay, who's next?
Dog said it in the chat.
Dog name's
someone add me to the queue.
In the chat, though, bro. You want the chat.
Oh my God. How about this? Look, I'm thinking of number 1 through 5. I'm thinking of number 1 through 5.
3.5. 3.5.
Put it in the chat, brother.
Acknowledge it's dog, AK, free, Simone.
Thank you. So it's dog. Okay. One mic on dog. Anybody who interrupts will get moved.
God bless the brother Simone for that. Thank you, by the way. I just want to say that no matter how you flip it, I was partially trolling when I quoted that scripture, but I mean, we can redirect what Christ says about this situation. If Christ really could be put in the situation, Matthew 25, verse 34. Actually, verse 35 is referring to when Christ comes back. It says, "When I was hungry and you gave me something to eat, I was thirsty and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger and you invited me in. I needed clothes and you clothed me. I was sick and you looked after me. I was in prison and you came to visit me." Then the righteous will answer him and say, "Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and we gave you something to drink? When you as a stranger clothed you?" And he responds, the king will reply, "Truly I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did me." Guys, if you didn't it, I think it could have been avoided if Austin was kind to the brother and let him in. Because at the end of the day, Austin didn't know who this boy was. Right? The Bible does say be kind to everybody, for you never know if you're going to be entertaining strangers. It says that for a reason. Be kind to the stranger. It's the whole purpose of it, right? And I think that's the thing that, like, that's the whole purpose of what I'm, like, getting at, is that, like, if you want to take the Christian spin on it, there's a blame on Austin, too. He's not just this innocent victim. And I think we just got to be honest about that. So, I mean, that's all I got to say. We got to get to
Who's next in the Matrix? I mean, in the queue. One mic on free.
Well, firstly, dog, I was surprised you said that. And
wait, sorry. Also, any interruptions as of now, you will get moved.
Thank you so much. So, I'll say thanks to you because it's good to be objective as much as possible. I kind of want to have a back and forth with B, but I'm not going to do it, of course, because we have Q. But you hear a lot of these things, and I have to go meta because when you talk to people who have this very, very inconsistent mindset where they can't focus on one issue, they want to try to make this whole collective bullshit, historical racism and blood breaking, a lot of shit that's just not true. Now, clearly, historical racism is true. Blood breaking is not. I know Agent wants to say something now, please don't. Or matter of fact, say something, and I want to see you get kicked to the audience. So if anybody do any little research on blood breaking, if it's whatever, no credible historian believes blood breaking was a thing. If it's not, it's fake. It's a myth. But anyhow, to up the Metcalf in the situation, back to the thing, to what you said some more. I wasn't trying to make light. I don't think he was saying this. I think on the same page. We weren't trying to make light of Christianity. I think people would like to misuse and weaponize it against actual Christians, which I think, no offense to you, I think that's what you were doing here. You're trying to say he should have took the higher approach, but the onus is always on the whites and not the blacks. Always. Like every scenario you go to, like the guy who just stole the shit, and some of these cases are in the wrong, but we can't call it out. But we'll go to the ends of the earth to make sure the white person, even though the black person has obviously done some wrong, like George Floyd with the drugs in the system, with his drug deal, etc. This guy, he was stealing drinks, which is on camera. He said, he ran off and he didn't have him on him. Yeah, he probably ditched him. I mean, like, what the fuck? Yeah, between the time he was there and to the next point, they probably went there. Somebody shot. And then this guy, Metcalf, he has a knife on school campus. Right? But the onus is always on the white guy because anything they do wrong, it defines our scenario. And anything we do right defines our scenario. Like, hey, well, he was supposed to be there. Yeah, but he's supposed to be on the 10. Well, he defended himself. Yeah, but something he provoked, which is not really defense. But you're gonna ignore all that shit. It doesn't matter. So so Dima, if you want to respond when you get a chance in the queue, I'm just curious. Do you consider Metcalf? And I'm only addressing you because I think you're a little more reasonable than others. We already know everybody's something with that. I already said I can't consider Austin's position, but it's really hard because it seems impossible to ignore all the shit that's wrong with his situation. But I want to ask you, is it possible that Austin just did what most of us would do? The reason why I gave the win in the women's gym scenario Because I think most people in a scenario, women, young, old, work there, who doesn't work there, etc., will see that scenario and address it the same way. And many people probably be nice about it because they want to get clarity why you out of position. Even a man at a park with kids and he has no children, people will even address that man in that space. Hey, how you doing? You got any kids here? What? It wouldn't matter, but I think we can all reason. No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. I think human beings are equal. And I think we can all reason certain things. And wherever we lack, see, that's the thing. That's racism right here. It's weird that, thinks everybody's equal. Thank you. So, and I hate to do it because I like fucking Fifi. She's been nice, lady, but whatever. So the bottom line is that I think we can reason these things out, but I don't think to her point that she just brought it up, I don't supposed to consider the white dude. Austin Metcalf, I don't mean to keep calling white dude. I'm supposed to consider him black. What about the white dude? Did y'all kick somebody? Yes, kick. Yes. I actually kind of like this now. Thanks, knowledge. Yes. I got a gun. I got a partner in crime. All right, so the bottom line is, y'all keep going off too. Stop doing that shit. The bottom line is, I don't supposed to consider the white male Austin Metcalf because I'm black. And the only logic I should have is that black people are victims of white people. And anytime there's a conflict, I should lean on my race and gender or some stupid shit like that. And this is why I think a lot of us are morally fucking bankrupt. Because we don't have an idea of what's right and wrong, what's good and bad. It's just my identity first and everything else. And I think that's fucking retarded. I think that's incredibly stupid. I'm going to land on this because I think it's supposed to speak the most volumes. I had a friend ask me why do I care about these issues so much? Why do I try to be ejected, which is weird as fuck, to even ask somebody. But I told him, I said, hey, if we're going to just turn around and do what white people did, why would they stop? If we didn't like racism when it was used against us, why would we be okay with racism being used for us? Is it wrong? Like, if they used to rape us, is it okay for us to rape them? He's like, well, I mean, you gotta think about it. I said, so you be okay being a fucking rapist? You being a rapist, that's what you're telling me. So fuck all the bullshit about the history and the color and all that shit. Was he fucking wrong? Can he make sense of his actions? Now, I think I said enough, so I'm gonna land here and I ain't gonna respond to pretty much anybody unless somebody asks me something directly. But I rest my case. I think you guys are fucked up.
Is your anus so
That's
what you have, powder milk.
Next in the queue. Alright, so next in the queue is gonna be Op. Any interruptions as of now, you will get moved on. Mic on.
Yeah, free. I was gonna cuss you out right now, right? But I'm gonna take it a little easier because I like what you said, the last statement you said, because I truly believe in that, right? I believe that, if we bitch so much about the things that was wrongly done in the past, why recreate it? You get what I'm saying? I think a lot of chances we do recreate that fucking degeneracy that was done in the past. So I'm with you on that last part of your statement. But before that, I think that because you believe what you just said, because I believe what you just said too, but it's gonna make us react differently. You overcompensate, right? You overcompensate. You find the fucking fault in the black man too much because you found out that some people are displaying racist ways with dark skin, right? So you're all here overcompensating, like, oh, I found this out, so I'm gonna make sure that we hold black people accountable, But you doing too much. You feel me? Now you fucking on the side of my fault, you on the side of you're on the wrong side, bro. Too many times. When it comes to the fucking Central Park 5, when it comes to fucking George Floyd, when it comes to this, you're on the wrong side, because look what you're saying, right? You like, oh, we automatically think, we look at the good in the black guy, we look at the bad in the white dude. That don't make no fucking sense. When we looking at a situation, we looking at what's happened. First of all, we think you got a brain, right? That you've been in America, you know the history. That's first of all. So when you say, oh, why do we look at it like this? Because, motherfucker, you know your mother got raped in the past, you're going to treat her a certain way in the future. You get what I'm saying? So if you know history, when you look at a case, you're going to be like, well, this was the case in the past, so let's be mindful when looking at this. That's the first thing. You try to go in a situation and just delete history out of your fucking, out of what helps you weigh the options of what's right and wrong in a certain case, right? That's where you fucking up. That's one thing. Another thing is, George Floyd, you say, oh, he was this, he was that. Did he deserve to die? Right? That's the fucking question that you're not asking yourself. You're talking about, oh, he did something wrong. It's wrong to jaywalk. You feel what I'm saying? You will fucking hone in on the jaywalking, and the nigga's dead. You feel what I'm saying? That's your issue. You gotta fucking look inside yourself and fucking self-regulate, bro. Be your own judge. You feel what I'm saying? Because too many times you're on the wrong fucking side. And something gotta be wrong with you. You feel what I'm saying? But I like that shit you said last. One more thing. Nathan was talking about 50 Cent. 50 Cent baby mother had a fucking sex tape out, Diddy, all this or whatever. Her name is Daphne Jordan. Right? We had a big argument in here. He's saying that 50 cares. 50 just released a video during an interview saying he don't give a dog shit about her. He ain't been intimate with her for 12 years. He don't care if she out back with a dog. So I wanted to state that I got the video, and he said a bunch of things surrounding that supported that he don't give a fuck about her. He said there's some idiots out there that think I care because it's my son's mother, but boom, bam, beam, bam, boom. And he said he wished that she was in the documentary or with Diddy because she would have been the only one that took part that wasn't a victim. And he went to describe there's women and then there's hoes. All the shit we were saying to him, so I wanted to make sure that the people in the motherfucker ain't gonna do shit. The nigga gonna swipe up and do the same shit he did yesterday. Alright, so keep that in mind when you think you're gonna change a motherfucker life on the set.
All right, thank you. It was me, and I don't know if anybody else was into that. But I'll just highlight just a couple of things here. Like, you don't have to ignore history, AK. You can know history, but still treat every circumstance or every situation like as its own situation, so that you can objectively like evaluate it for what it is, right? You brought up George Floyd. The question is, are you familiar with like how he swallowed all these pills and he had about 11 times the amount of fatal like fentanyl dosage like in his blood system? If you weren't, there you go. How about like 2 months prior to that, like being admitted in the hospital for overdosing? Like that's why like these things are relevant, right? So if people know that, and then they look at like how he passed, they're like, bro, that looks real similar to like an overdose. But the narrative is that we can't say what we are seeing. We can't be like, that looks like an overdose, because you're going against the broader narrative that is tied into this broader like historical thing, right? So then people look at you like when you think the other way. I think that Free is like on point, like when he wants to analyze all of the evidence, right? And like I think that that's the best thing to do. But I would say to Free, like when I'm speaking to Free about this specific case here, that there are physiological differences that are coming out in this trial that Austin Metcalf like outweighed this dude by 100 pounds. And then you got to start adding bodies around, Carmelo Anthony, right? And the question is, like, beyond a reasonable doubt, did he not perceive this as an imminent threat? And I think that's going to be, that's the struggle. Like, that's where the fight's going to be at. And the defense is going to say, hey, look at all these people that are over him. He's basically outnumbered, right? But then to kind of speak to the point about the 10, right? It's the only 10 up. Like, if you guys, like, the whole video that they're talking early in the morning, though.
It's not the only 10 up.
Oh my gosh. All right, look. So, but the video that they're showing the reports are is the only 10 up because everybody else hasn't got their 10 up yet. It's early in the morning. Okay? So, like, they show him, like, in his gray suit. Everybody who's been talking about the tape so far is saying that you can't actually see anything. It's just a blob of people, and then there's this, like, expert that's breaking down the footage, the forensics person, right? He's breaking down the footage of, like, how he stabs, how everybody kind of moves, and then how he runs out of the stadium, right? And all I'm saying is that it's okay to have that conversation. But when Agent called this nigga Tyreek Nasheed a prophet, bro, I almost dropped my phone. I said, a prophet? Tyreek? When did that happen? This nigga got a ministry? That shit was freaking off. But anyways, like all these things aren't the same, AK. And if you're there, I don't think anybody that is willing to just concede that everything is the same could actually call themselves an intellectually curious person. I don't know who's next, but whoever wants to go ahead.
fuck are you talking about, Samoa?
Yeah, like how often do you frequent Aurora Avenue to get broken by white men, Samoa? I would like to know.
He said at the time.
Carry your relationship for white men.
I'm showing you.
His pussy gets moist for white men. It's so weird. Like, how often do you frequent Aurora Avenue looking for white penis? Like, how often do you frequent Aurora Avenue looking for white penis? Because, I mean, the way you sound over white men is for white men.
Please stop telling us your Google.
Pussy moisture. Wipe your pussies. What word?
All right, are we done? Samoa, I'm going to ask how you interpreted my submission because I was directing it or something to that effect, right? If anything happens forward, let's say she gets in trouble for CPS coming to her house, right? She has uninhabitable living quarters. I'm talking quarters. Right? She has uninhabitable living quarters, right? You're going to take in effect her history, right? In account her history. Right? I'm connected to the Wi-Fi, so I'm pretty good. But you're going to take into account the history. That's all I'm telling Free to do, right? When critiquing the climate of certain situations. He can't tell me that there's not asshole, racist, fucking white people that will go above and beyond to do fuck shit to people. He can't tell me that.
There's black people that racist too?
I think so, yes.
Since we're not in the queue, then I'll hop in here. You mind if I respond to that again? Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it. How you gonna ask me? I think you should let Samoa do it, and then you Free, because I did speak to Samoa.
I just want to make sure this is clear. Like, you brought up a specific example that he was on the wrong side of, and this was the George Floyd case, right? I bring up 2 facts of the actual case with the history that's attached to his overdose, and you don't respond to any of it. Is there a reason why?
I'm responding to it now. Mainly, I didn't respond to it yet because what I said is what was important to me. But when it George Floyd thing, does he deserve to die? That's the first thing. Second, was the procedures in what cops enacted proper? Right? One of those 2 questions, I'm on the side of George Floyd. Yeah, I'm not saying that he's
let me give you 2 more questions.
Let me just finish real quick. I'm not saying he's a commendable, outstanding citizen. Right? If the question was that, I would say no. But when it comes down to quality of life, deserves to continue, or if
these are the 2 questions that you should be asking. Okay. If a person massive amounts of drugs in their mouth and swallows it, and they overdose, do they deserve to die?
Is that an excuse when you leave white men's dick slips in your ass? I mean, is that
about white dick?
Because they love it. They're buck broken men. They love white dick. They're buck broken men. They love white dick. Samoa says they slipped into his behind, he loops up and heads over to Aurora Avenue.
One question, and then freaking go. That's one question.
What's up, bro?
Yeah, so the question is, if a person, on their own accord, puts a handful of pills in their mouth and swallows it, and they die of an overdose, do they deserve to die?
They didn't die of an overdose.
Can I speak to Samoa, please?
Come on.
Sorry,
just real quick, right? So somebody puts a bunch of pills, because I've seen this happen, right? Cops run down, you put a bunch of pills in your mouth, right? It's not necessarily that you're gonna overdose, you might get sick or whatever the case is. Cops leave, you can throw them back up, or you get locked up, they're gonna take you to the hospital, pump your stomach, right? That's usually how shit goes. Now, so yes, I'm saying you automatically down some pills don't mean you deserve to die. This is a tactic used to get away from cops sometimes, get our evidence. Hold on, sir.
Oh, come on, bro.
Oh, so you want me to do what you want me to do?
A person puts a handful of pills in their
mouth. See what the white man does to him.
Right.
That's what you gotta say to him.
I would like to finish answering the way I want to answer.
The question is, if you die from an overdose, right? If you die from an overdose, what you did was you started talking about.
Okay, so now you changed it to if you die from an overdose. Initially, you said.
Hey, Free.
No, you see how you're not letting me finish? I just let you finish. Initially, you said, sir. Okay. Initially, you said to me.
Yeah, you can go ahead, bro.
Yo, don't play with me no more, Simone.
Damn, Jesus.
Don't play with me no more. Go ahead, Free.
That was the question.
No, I got something for you. I got something tucked right here for you, and you running. Before I pull it out,
brother, the question was clear.
Yeah, I heard the question, and you're gonna tell me again, and then when I try to answer, you're gonna cut me short. Right? That's what I'm telling you. I'm about to fuck you up, right? Initially, you said that someone who takes downs a lot of pills deserves to die. Then you changed it to someone who overdosed deserves to die. Which one you want me to answer?
So both of those are part of the question. If somebody put
which one? They're not the same question. So which one do you want me to answer?
Well, there's only one.
Listen. Which one do you want me to answer? You want me to answer both?
No, answer the nigga, yo. All right, listen. There's one question, okay? The one question is this.
One question.
If a person puts a handful of pills in their mouth and they overdose and die.
Okay, that's a third question.
All right. Okay. Hold on. And they overdose and die.
Yes.
They deserve to die?
I got one for you guys.
I would say yes, yeah.
All right, thank you. Did you know that George Floyd put a handful of pills in his mouth and overdosed?
He did not. You're lying.
He did. Let me. Can I speak or nah? Let me get there with the nigga. We dancing.
But I'm listening. I can't go ahead.
Look, you threw a shot, made it, you think, and then walked off the court. The game not finished, nigga. Fuck wrong with you, right? The pill thing with George, like I said, you can not overdose, right? As a tactic used, right? If when he was pills, right, cops didn't follow procedure when dealing with them, the certain force you use. They did not follow procedure. We went through this already in the past meeting, right? They didn't follow procedure. So that does not give permission to kill the dude because he has a chance of overdose. I don't understand you. So if I'm a lifeguard and someone is drowning, do they deserve to die?
Yes.
What? You get what I'm saying? That's dumb. So it's
the word.
Go ahead. I'll get out your way.
Should be changed with: is it foreseeable for someone who took 20 fentanyl pills to die
but then
while he's resisting arrest?
Oleg, okay, is that reasonable to think that that person would die? Yes, because the nigga died. They're saying that it's justified, so he deserved to die is the question. Now, if you want to suffice Samoa, you're gonna ask it the way Oleg did. Is it foreseeable that some die under the hands of the law after taking a bunch of pills? Because you're saying he overdosed, but there's a scientific or there's a medical fucking definition for overdosing. Did he meet that?
But can I ask you guys a question?
Did you know that there was 11 times the fentanyl level in it?
We got a little ISO right now. Yeah, it could be 11 times, 20 times, whatever, right? At the end of the day, if the nigga did not encounter the cops, there was a chance he's still alive, we got a problem. If he didn't encounter the cops, then we would have still been alive now. We got a problem. If the autopsy says, no, I'm talking. If the autopsy, listen, you got an issue, and I can't deal with it for you, right? For the autopsy, that's just horrible shit. Nigga died from asphyxiation. You got a problem. The autopsy didn't say he died from fucking overdose, dude. You're inserting that. No. You're inserting that. Right? There's trained medical people who are telling you. No. You don't want it to be heard. I know.
Yeah, that shit is horrible, man. Come on, man. You're just talking to talk. We're just all shit. We already know what's up. We already know what the outcome is.
Did you cats?
Sounds like he
It's all like that.
Sounds like his phone died.
Yeah.
He didn't get kicked. It's not on the history.
Yeah, I was going to respond to him, but it's open. Who's trying to get in there? Because I didn't want to respond while I'm being here. And thank God they can left. Yeah. Didn't even say that.
Yeah, that shit was horrible. I mean, look, man.
Yeah, that's Huey's girl.
That a lot of
never checks her,
bro.
He doesn't check her. She has an ugly voice, and apparently she's
Look,
oh yeah, that's what he's saying.
A lot of people like the outcome of these cases, so that's all they're gonna stand on. They don't want to.
Agent, you gotta check her.
Oh my gosh.
How's that my girl? You were raving about her the other day?
She's a piece of shit.
Nigga, how was I raving about her the other day? Oh, you were like, she's great, she's fucking hot, she's this.
Wait. No,
Huey, you okay? You know, okay?
What the fuck? Yo, hold on.
Yo, Huey.
Because Red Rum, you get touched when people tell lies about you. Why would you say?
Don't be used to one. I'm not lying. This is the one that we were talking about. The woman that triggers them, and you I just want to make sure that.
Hold on, I've never even seen Agent. Mike's the one who said
I just want.
Yeah, that's pretty bad that he attributed that to was Eric, bro.
Yeah, it was Eric and Mike who said it because I've never fucking seen Agent.
It was
when I
Eric,
actually said, if you remember, Simone, when I said, remember when I said low key, the person who's got the cutest voice is Jazzy. Remember, that's all I said. Yeah.
Old age, you can make these types of mistakes. You know what I mean?
So I think about Yui because he has a great mind. But Samoa, Samoa.
Hell no, I don't got
No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. No. Oh wait, no, I was gonna say Yui. Yui had mentioned it. Explaining
Samoa was the great mind. Okay.
No, Yui had mentioned earlier why we do these people deserve to die. What we're looking at is what was the crime, if any, committed onto these people, right? Like the deserve to die, a subjective, just entirely egotistical vein. Just it's such a crazy, unquantifiable metric. How can anyone?
That's not true.
Hold on. Well, I mean, maybe not for you, but for a Christian that believes that everybody, even someone who has overdosed or has taken lethal amounts or even a lot, nobody deserves to die, okay? I'm sorry that you feel otherwise. I don't feel criminals
No, like you're using a different meaning to that.
I don't think, this is
like assisted suicide. Does that person deserve to die?
Hold on. Wait, there is no deserve. Did he want to is the point.
Is he entitled to?
Did he want to? No. You said did he deserve? Entitled to, or if he wants, did he consent?
Listen to my question.
If he consented.
Listen to my question. If society, right, acknowledges that this person wants to do it, right? Society is saying, let him do the thing. He does to make his own decisions.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Right. So then that's even worse because that's total who gives a fuck. Right? Well, who gives a shit about what society thinks somebody should? No, all you're talking about is just basically the momentum of environmentalism. This action caused this, cause and effect. Yeah, we could say that this could be an effect, but you can't put a quantifiable. Hold on. Listen, sorry, let me finish because I'm sorry that you were shut down. Yui had exposed this earlier. You don't do they deserve to die? No, and especially not under the law. You are innocent until proven guilty. George Floyd didn't even commit a crime. The cashier accidentally thought that it was he died over nothing. He died over a mistake that some fuck.
I want to back and forth with you too, okay?
Okay. Well, then I reclaim my time.
Well, you don't have a time. What the hell?
Yes, I do. Because I was weak, so I wanted to get my shit off.
Let me answer the question.
No, I don't want to hear it.
It's for the audience. For the audience, right? Because I don't want you to misrepresent my position and attribute something that I don't actually hold, right? That's pretty dishonest. I'm saying that if he decided to conceal his relationship with his drug dealer by hiding all the drugs in his mouth and then swallowing them, then it kind of changes the whole scenario on how we kind of evaluate this, right?
No, it doesn't. Only you would, Samoa. Do you know why? Because listen, it doesn't fucking matter. That is a circumstance that he had with his drug dealer. That's none of your fucking business. But people believe that it is for some odd reason. You feel that you should interfere with other people's lives. George Floyd wasn't hurting anybody. If he did take some drugs, right, that he doesn't, you don't think that that's a good thing. You don't think that he should be doing it, right? You think that he's committing some ultimate bigger crime into society. No, he's not. It's a consensual basis. He buys drugs, someone sells it to him, that's a transaction. If he decides to put them in his mouth, okay, that's a bad decision. decision. Sure, it's a bad decision. He did it because he was under the threat of violent force coercion. He was scared. You heard him while he was in that fucking vehicle. I'm scared. Before he even came out, they were pushing him, pressing him. I'm scared. I'm scared. Last time I couldn't breathe. I'm scared. I'm scared. He was saying that shit. He was scared. Okay? And the worst part is he didn't fucking even commit no fucking crime. He didn't deserve to die. He didn't deserve to die in any capacity. I don't give a shit. You're not going to tell me that somebody who takes drugs deserves to die. Fuck you. No, fuck you. Okay? Nobody deserves to die. Nobody deserves to die. People make bad decisions, and we all know that. We all know that we get depressive states. We all know that we have bad circumstances. We all know that we have lows and highs. That's the whole journey of life. What we have to assess is whether somebody else committed a circumstance or created a circumstance for which George Floyd met his maker long before his maker wanted him to. Okay? Long before it was up to him. This was up to somebody else. This was some police situation where they came over. You can't say deserve whether he deserved to die or not. That's a horrible take.
Last take enough on that.
But trying to quantify some other person's life, innocent to proven guilty. I don't care. Listen, I listen to your trash.
Do you care about anybody else on stage?
No, I do. I just don't want to allow Doug answer start.
Alright, so like, if this wasn't a vacuum and this is like one-off, I can be like, hey Bima, I think you have a point here. People make mistakes. But because we actually have the body cam footage where he fucking did the same exact thing and got admitted to the hospital from overdosing in another police stop, swallowing all the fucking pills, you can say that this is a pattern of the guys. And finally, his body couldn't fucking take it. So if you just keep doing the same thing and you survive one overdose after another overdose and the third one catches you, I think like a fair person would say, if you keep doing the same fucking thing over and over, you can expect to get the exact same outcome. But he got a different one, and that's his consequence. So there you go.
Yeah, but that's different than saying that he deserves to die, right? Because in the other circumstance, in the same case, he's met by external forces. Okay, hold on. All us nasty, disgusting, fat Americans, we're hurting ourselves. Even you skinny Americans, Tofi, thin on the outside, fat and then die of asphyxiation, or however whichever coroner report they decided to accept. And the worst part is he didn't commit a crime. Now, if he committed a crime, I would have different opinion about that, because then I do believe that if he had committed an actual crime, then yeah, detaining and physical force to detain him would have been justified. But this was just he died for nothing. He didn't even do anything, and he's dead. And everybody's like, let the guy.
All right, I got some important, muy importante information for you. Okay, so while we're on this subject, right, I've always been interested in the equivocation or the equivalence, right? In his blood, fentanyl content, right? And so I looked it up, and it was 11 nanograms /ml. Could be considered a fatal dose in some contexts, but it depends on your tolerance, right? However, when you look at people who take fentanyl for medical reasons like cancer, right? Start out like with patches, right? 25 micrograms patch, right? So take them for severe problems other than cancer, like severe back problems, right? That is just chronic pain that you can't get rid of, right? And they go up from there. 50 micrograms, right? Okay, so a person that takes 50, now listen to this, 50 micrograms patch is a patch that is a 3-day patch, right? And this 25 microgram is also a 3-day patch, right? And I was wondering, so this person with cancer takes this, usually you're on hospice, right? Or you're taking this for some severe pain, right? How does that equal to what Mr. Floyd had in his system, right? In his blood, right? So it translates to, we're looking at patches, right? If you're using it for medical use, at one time, 8 to 9, 50 microgram patches on your body at once, at one time. That is absolutely unheard of for medical or as recreational use. For medical or as recreational use, right? And you decide to pop them, that's a hard, like, yeah, he knew the risks, right? That's an absolute respiratory suppressant, right? Even though the suppressant, right? Even though the medical examiner expert they had said it was because of showing all this, you know, on his neck and all that, I still argued that 8 to 9 patches on this dude at once, right? I'm having a hard time believing that it didn't suppress his ability to breathe. But go ahead. Who's after me?
Knowledge, Monica, and then Nathan, please.
Oh, but for people. Go ahead.
No. The point that I have is no longer relevant. Go ahead, Monica.
Sorry. So I was fussed because I said, did Alton Metcalf deserve to die? And then we spent an hour talking about if George Floyd deserved to die. I don't think innocent people deserve to die. I think sometimes they die. The police autopsy report I saw said heart attack for George Floyd. And even though there might have been some contributing factors, like COVID, the drugs, the pressure on one side of his neck, it seems to me there was reasonable doubt and that Derek Chauvin should likely not be in jail. When you look at the crime scene photos for Austin Metcalf, there was more than one tent. I don't think Samoa got that right. I don't think it was deliberate. But there was testimony today that said the Centennial tent wasn't up, but there were other tents. The fact that that Carmelo was talking to a friend underneath the Memorial High School tent is valuable information. And it actually is good that it kind of lends to it not being premeditated. And that's good. We'll see. Thank you.
Oh, there you go. Yes, sir. Just on the seconds. I was trying to tell Samoa that don't jump on the bandwagon with that home free. Free said that just because someone uses word doesn't mean that you can escalate with physical force. Therefore, Austin Metcalf was wrongfully killed. Therefore, Carmelo Anthony should be charged with murder. If you read any of the statements, you'll see that Austin Metcalf was the one who responded or who reacted back at Carmelo Anthony because he used words. Well, he shot his black ass.
And his audience generally like describing what normally happens or a typical like track meet or whatever this is, because it doesn't have the up-to-date information, right? So I say Centennial doesn't actually have a tent, so that she fought that one, right? Then I say specifically like to the tent, so that she fought that one, right? Then I say specifically like to the video, the reporters that are in the courtroom when describing what's there. There's no other tents that are around the area. What she did was mistakenly think that I'm saying that there was no other tent in the stadium, which is like totally weird. So I'm only offering an analysis from journalists that are in the courtroom. And I don't know what she's doing.
Samoa, the picture I sent you with the I don't remember the school team's name, but there was 2 tents next to the memorials that I sent you.
Totally fine. Totally fine. It's totally fine.
What?
We're talking about the testimony of the video of the timeline. Maybe tents were erected like a little bit later or whenever the hell they took the damn picture. It doesn't go against anything that the reporters are reporting that they've seen in the video in the
If
trial.
there's a crime scene, they're not going to put up tents near the crime scene.
Monica. When the thing happens, right, it takes a while police and everybody are like being dispatched to the area to declare a
Look,
crime.
I'm going to see what you see, because obviously I don't, and I'm missing something. So I'll look it up. Moa. If I'm wrong, I stand a correction. I'll always do.
Well, Monica, I'm just pointing out that what we're getting here, we don't actually have access to. It's reporters that are in the courtroom that are reporting it to us whenever they have breaks. So when you get the Texas, I forget the name of the newspaper, like when they're like releasing like their reporter, that's all we can go off of. Like we see with all the information that we have, we don't know what's real or fake, right? So they're telling us, hey, this is what's actually happening.
I remember when it happened, I watched the video footage. I watched the chart that they used to cover the knife in the stands. And I saw more than one team's tent, Samoa. So I'm genuinely confused. I'm not being contrary or obstinate.
Have you seen the video that they're seeing?
I don't know. I need to see their video to see if it matches what I saw.
If I'm telling you right now that the reporters are saying that this is the first time that they've seen the video in the trial, then I'm probably like betting that we haven't seen it yet.
What video are you referring to? You talking about the one where he's up?
There's like 5 frames, the way that they're describing it, and then they circle him when he walks into the stadium, then the glob of people, and then after the stabbing, how he runs out of the stadium. So like they're using like this sequence to move to 5 different frames, and they got this forensic guy, right? I'm saying I've never seen this video. Like it's not in circulation for me to be able to know.
Yeah. Right.
And I do remember now that I'm talking about it, there were certain networks or certain like media sources that were able to view it, but like in a skiff or something.
Yeah, Newsweek saw it.
I remember there was something
some of it
far
was
away. It was an ugly video. Like you can't really see shit.
Yeah, very blurry.
Yeah.
Who was allegedly showing this video in the courtroom?
The state
prosecution. Yeah.
The prosecution.
Yeah. So the guy on Newsweek, and I got the link to that too. Like it seems like it. Yeah. But that's the thing about it, which I'm trying to get people to kind of make a sound defense for. It's like people buying into the conspiracies of all this other shit in order to try to justify this case. It's like this is a hard case for this guy. You know, like just bringing a knife along makes it bad, but let alone being in the area.
Was it a knife or like a tool for a trap?
Oh, the knife. Yeah, I'm seeing people say that's another thing to another conspiracy. No, it's a real knife. It was not no trap tool or no shit like that. It was an actual fucking knife. Yes, it's on a police report. Yeah, they found the knife the same day. Officer Schultz. No, actual knife, or black knife. It was a knife with a black handle. It's in the police report. Yeah, look at Officer Schultz. He recovered the knife. And they covered it with tarp because it's on the rain.
For some reason, look, I don't think that the guy should have been killed, but I can see why. I can see a justification. Just had some big fucking bully. He found out really fucking right. He tried to pick on someone smaller. He tried to get involved with something that he didn't have to. He's not a cop. He ain't shit. I don't think it had. And I don't think the kid wanted him. I think he just wanted to fucking be like, fuck you, man. You're gonna fucking do this to me. And fucking ran away.
Nathan, you there?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a matter of embarrassment. He probably felt embarrassed to challenge.
No, really not you. I can say he feels threatened.
Well, no, it is why he did it. All right, so it seems like you're not familiar with it. It's like, hey, welcome back, AK motherfucker. I want to question you.
I'm not.
Yeah, I can trust you. I can trust you. So, you're in the Matrix too, nigga. I'm glad you're in the Matrix. I got you in the matrix. So, psych. So this is what happened. This is on page 4 of the police report. So, Metcalf at some point just asked him to leave the tent. We don't know how he did it. We don't know hostile or not, but he asked him to. So they had he was under the tent, under their tent, their team's tent, right? Now, the ideal is that he knew someone at some point in time. He spoke to them. That maybe he lingered around and then they told him to move, or maybe he was in the middle of talking to somebody and they told him to move. But it seems that they just told him to move without him actually interacting with someone at that particular one time. So, in between that back and forth, Anthony tells him to touch me, and Metcalf touches him. Now, presuming there wasn't enough for him to respond, so he said, punch me. After he said it, so the touch was there, then he says, punch me. And when he says punch me, Anthony started reaching around in his bag, which is searching for the knife. So while he's saying that, Metcalf just grabs him and tries to move him according to the police report, and then he takes the knife out and punches him in his heart.
Yeah, I remember that. And there was something in the police report that said that
you notice how he said he grabbed him and tried to move him. He didn't say the motherfucker shoved him or pushed him. He didn't put no negative. You know what I mean?
To me, look, the white guy walked up to him, and he tried to be the enforcer. And the guy, and the kid stood his ground, like basically, like I'm paraphrasing, like nah, fucking get away, don't fucking touch the big fucking white boy was probably a usual bully in life. So much to the point where this is my look. It was always the way he got away with certain things, and he tried to fucking punk somebody, and guess what? This kid fucking was a fuck you, bitch, and he fucking swung back, right? I'm a human being. I don't feel the fucking confidence, the arrogance, the authority to walk up to a person and say leave, and then like try to remove it. I'm like, are you kidding? Like, what kind of person does that? Especially to a smaller person. That's a bully. Those are indications of somebody that feels comfortable, that has got away with stuff like that before. And he's around his friends, so he has all that motivation. He has all that confidence, right? And he's going to be the guy that, I fucking got rid of. You know what, bro? Sorry, man. Like, you fucking fucked with the wrong one this time. And the kid's probably going to go to jail, but the other kid could have lived if he just fucking minded his own business, or if he fucking went and told somebody that actually had authority to do something, but he's just a weirdo. That's it. Fuck those kids, bro. I remember those kids.
Yeah, so
fuck those kids. Fuck those kids. Fuck those kids. How am I? Fuck them. Fuck.
I would like to respond, Mike.
We need you guys.
I don't care. I don't feel bad.
All right, real quick.
Yeah.
We're gonna do a mini. Yo, who's disobeying? Okay. Now, real quick, we're gonna do a mini Q. Okay, so I'm gonna quickly say something. We're gonna have Free, who wanted to go next.
Monica.
Okay, Free, Monica, Bima, one more person. Free, Monica, Bima, 90 seconds apiece. We're doing the Q and Q. Real quick, Mike. I just wanted to.
Can I go after everyone else? Because I know they're gonna come after me. So I want them.
It's gonna be popcorn after that. But like I just wanted to point your attention to something. If you read, I don't know if you're driving, but if you read Monica's PTR, that's like an alleged tweet from Austin, right? It's basically, I can read it to you. It says, "Faith that God got me, and my work will pay off." And like I think like the point of like these tweets that are surfacing are to show that he was a good Christian boy, Austin, the kid who got stabbed, right? Now, my theory is, if he was a Christian, he should have done the Christian thing and welcomed Carmelo into the tent and said, "How are you, my brother in Christ?" And did all of that shit. I don't think Jesus, from what you know of Jesus, I don't think Jesus would have kicked Carmelo off the tent or even tried to kick Carmelo off.
Right on.
So that was I just wanted to give you something to think. When it's your turn.
90 seconds each, too.
Alright, go ahead. Okay. Free, so, and then, what? Okay.
Free Monica.
Yeah, so let's take the answer. Yes. Alright, so real quickly so I won't forget because it's fresh on me. So, Huey, we don't know what type of Christian he is. When you talk about these Christians, you don't know if he's Calvinist. I don't know if I said some game for pause.
Add 30 seconds to the timer.
Thank you. So, we don't know what type of Christian he is. He could have been a Calvinist.
A point of moderation. You know how the queue goes. It's nice and short. It shouldn't be too long. At the same time, though, anybody who cuts me off, one of the speakers off, I'm going to have to say just to keep it clean. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. You guys know I'm pretty fast. So we don't know what type of Christian he is. He could have been a Calvinist or these other type of Christians like the West Baptist Church, where they don't take shit and they definitely will address you, especially if you're in the space. Especially these Hebrew Israelites on this app, they're very aggressive. So they will tell you straight the fuck up to not be on their property, and they consider themselves Christ-like. So again, I think we're being a little uncharitable to the idea of him being a Christian in general, let alone what type of Christian he is. Next point, I think. Mike, and I hope we're not doing this interpreting more than bad faith. I don't think it's too much to ask someone to remove themselves from your area. I think there's a way you should do it because, of course, you want to be courteous. But at the same time, just to do it in themselves is not a bad thing, especially coming from my demographic, which people hate to talk about. We don't play that shit. Black people don't play shit. You don't even know if a black person call you, so they post you in their space. We will tell you get the fuck off stuff, and we don't necessarily do it in a nice way. So the irony of this is that this boy can't particularly ask him anything, let alone in whatever capacity we want to interpret it in the word spirit. But I don't think it's too much for him to just address him and be courteous to ask him that. And like I said, let's say worst case scenario, he did do it in a bad spirit. I don't think, which I think we both agree on, that it's not warranted for him to respond with a knife. And I hope he was taking into consideration what I was saying, that he was searching around for his knife to stab him while he was talking to him, which is really fucked up. Lastly, to AK, this is super brief. You said, thank you. You said that I don't dress, I guess I have this bias where I only dress black people, whatever. I think you guys pick shitty cases and it makes you look bad. I think your own bias makes you look bad. You think I'm biased. You guys pick every fucking case that happens about black people that are supposedly victims in some capacity. And then I have to look at the facts and address it. And since I don't think you have your bias, it makes me seem like I'm biased. And that's not the case. Let's take the case we talk about where black people are actually innocent and justice was done wrong or whatever the fuck. So y'all don't call it cases. Y'all call all of them. And just all of them, all of them, because you guys don't consider facts. Now, man. Thank you.
All right. So I have so much resentment for people who are not listening to all the evidence. Can you hear me?
No, I'm not.
Can you? Oh, thanks. There's my body. I think to a child's toy idea for that's worth a lot of years. You can look at my time starts now. So we saw this with Nick Sandman. We saw this with the Wolfenberg. We saw this with City by Karen. We see people a little bit of information about a situation and then thinking they know everything about it. Well, he's a big farm boy Texan. Of course he's a white boy. We sure? We sure. Because today is the first day of the trial from what I understand. And there's a lot of evidence that I'm learning that I didn't know about. So instead of pronouncing the victim, the dead guy that died in his brother's arms bleeding out, how about we check it? How about we make sure we write about this stuff? How about we don't have to have an opinion on every goddamn thing? How about we don't know and be comfortable in not knowing? And then instead of making assumptions personally, from what I've gathered, Alo was 13 or 14 when the family moved from Baton Rouge, Louisiana to Texas for a better life, away from the urban environment. And then there's photos online we should consider. But I actually hope that Carmelo is innocent. Be nice to think that people aren't targeting white boys for death. Wouldn't that be a treat? Thank you for the mic time.
Who was on me?
Bima and then AK.
Be master of yourself. Go ahead.
You call my whole government now.
Hold on. Bima, I've got a question for you. I've always been meaning to ask. Benz or Bentley?
Bima, Bentley.
No, sorry, bro. I say Bentley.
You're not black enough for that one.
I don't know. Dang.
What about BMW?
So this is I agree with the
That's a big one.
Let's see. You know, we got to get some evidence. There are definitely some things that are still going to make me change my mind. You know, there's definitely things that I can imagine that are going to change these. I think there were 3. I had thought about them, and I was like, there's 3 things, and if they come out, I think I can change my mind on Carmelo not being not guilty. But I have to also remind everybody, and I want to know if this is true because I've only been able to gather this from evidence. Is it true that both Carmelo and Austin were captains of their football teams? Both of them. So you're talking about 2 captains of 2 rivalry schools, not just 2 players, but 2 football captains. I think you have. I mean, like, if we're not really looking into the psychology of that and understanding, and that could go 2 ways. That could go in Carmelo's favor, and that could go in Austin's favor. You know, I really, really want to know what the exchange was, and I'm really excited to know that Hunter's going to be able to give his side of what was said, but then Carmelo's also going to be able to give his side. So we can actually see what actually was said, what actually were they saying. I really hope he testifies. I don't know if he's going to, but I think that's huge.
Is it my go?
AK.
Alright, thank you. So I just want to give one stance on my opinion. Monica, people are talking about it, right? It's a volatile case. It's gonna happen. So, but I agree with you. Also, part of me is like, he fucked around and found out. I'm sorry to say, but I tell my kids not to bother people, right? Now, we got, like Monica said, we don't, you know, it looks like he told him to get out from underneath the tent. You could act like that's him being a nice guy. Free said you would have done the same thing. No. Like, it's raining, motherfuckers under the tent. As far as how many tents, it's according to what time of the event it was, how many people put up their tents. But all in all, start raining, motherfucker go into your tent. It's fucking to get out the rain, right? Especially in these track events, people share tents all the time. Rain comes out of nowhere. It's the same thing with soccer, right? At the end of the day, when the kid reacts the way he did, I'm all for proportional reaction, or whatever the fucking term is, proportional force. I'm for that, right? I'm gonna tell my kid, somebody do something to you, try to react in a certain way, right? Don't just jump to the most deadly force, right? And I think that's everybody. I think, to me, it's really clear cut. It's 2 kids that lost their life in this case. What you said? Who was that? What did you say? All right. I think that it's 2 kids that lost their life in a sense, right? One lost their life for real, the other one is most likely going to be locked up. If not, he's going to be, you know, in the eyes of the law, he's going to be a problem, right? It's going to be attention, controversy surrounding him, right? So we should look at it like one kid, a teenager, made a rash decision. In my eyes, I think he didn't mean to kill the kid, right? But his actions were stupid. And that's what it boils down to. Thank you.
Thanks, Nikki.
You fucking guys are all liars. Well, let's wait for the evidence. Look, you've been exposed to something. You don't control your thoughts. You have a position. You can call it tentative, but you have a fucking position. You can't say look but don't look but don't look. The kid's guilty of something, okay? If I was a juror, it'd be at least manslaughter because you can't fucking just kill people, right? So that's the thing. But I just don't feel bad for the guy that died. And I don't know why I feel that way. Because he seems like a fucking bully. He seems like somebody that let this be known to all the fucking pigs out there in the fucking world. You can't just walk up to people and think you're gonna get away with it. The kid's done it before. I bet my life on it. He's a fucking punk ass bitch that's used to being the fucking big kid, the big fat guy that wants to fucking fuck around with little kids, and he found out, bro. Unfortunately, the fucking kid overreacted, threw his fucking life away. Let's wait for the evidence. Shut the fuck up. Evidence my fucking nuts. You have a position right now. Okay? Can something change it? Yes. Guess what? It hasn't come yet. And as far as it is right now, someone died. Right? And someone died because someone tried to be a fucking punk ass bitch bully. So all the bullies in the fucking world, be afraid. Because hopefully there's more people like that. I fucking hate bullies. And this guy fucking found out. So fuck the guy that died. And the guy that fucking killed him, fuck him too, then too. Fuck it. It's all good.
No, that was so valuable. Appreciate that. Brilliant insight. That I view the world through a racial lens. I view the world through a racial lens.
It's so weird.
Because you just said it. You mentioned it, Mike. You're just supporting your bullshit point. What a reductive caveman you are. You fucking asshole. Of course. Fuck Charlie Kirk too. It's nothing new. I probably projected. That's right. That's right. Because you like you treat other people, Mike.
The way I've been treated. I know these kind of people. I remember these fucking kids in school.
You just said that I
was never fucking big in my life. I know
my logic and reason because of race. That's bullshit.
I know them. I know how they react. I fucking know them.
Why are you so
I know they're crying. The fuck you talking about? I fucking know them. I hope. It's too late. It's already happened.
Is there anybody else?
All right. Okay. No, the queue's done. Real quick, guys. Look, good conversation. It don't need to go this way. Opinion is opinion. We ain't gotta take opinions fucking personally. Unless I don't. As far as I know, nobody in this room is related to the niggas. So let's just enjoy the intellectual part of this, not the emotional part of
that
this.
He didn't want to make an impression. That he didn't want to be thought of as a thug. That he didn't want to be a thug. Street credit and potentials. That's fine.
Okay, hold on.
You're not hurting me. You're not hurting me, Mike. All I said was, I hope he. That's fine. That's
Okay, real quick, guys. Can we just hear some from some new voices?
Thanks for the rumors, Yuri. I appreciate it.
Real quick, KC, we haven't heard from KC. He's new to the space as well as new to the conversation. So let's bring some weight for him. What's good, KC?
I be in here every now and then. You know what I'm saying? I be in here every now and then. But it's funny because I grew up both of them. I grew up with Monica and Sai. Like, one, you fucked around and you found out. But the other side, too, is like, you don't know Carmel's story. At the end of the day, it's like, the fuck is this story gonna change things? My man killed somebody because he tried to press him. And I understand, too, like, from a world perspective, I agree with, I forgot to spoke before, but you gotta teach your kids, like, you can't try to be that enforcer type unless you shouldn't, because like, you will get somebody out there that's gonna fucking press you or do some crazy shit for no reason. Like, some people out there literally have nothing to live for, so they'll dead ass just crash out, and you might just be the victim, and it might have just been literally just by fate it was you. It might have been somebody else, but in this instance it was you. So you can't try to press people and try to bully people and do certain things. And unfortunately, in this situation, this is where it ended up. It could have just been another, and I'm sure there's plenty of these situations out there. It's just this case in particular became a nationwide case, but bro, like, you can't be moving like that. Like, you can't press people. You can't try to be an enforcer because you know who you're dealing with. And at the same time, just because somebody presses you doesn't fucking mean you kill them.
intent doesn't matter?
It's not that intent doesn't matter. What I'm trying to say is, okay, I'll go this far. I'll bring it back, right? Because obviously intent matters. But why are you stabbing people?
Why? Listen, bro, why are niggas getting bullied? You know people kill themselves over getting bullied. You know that.
Okay, we're gonna wrap up this further. If you don't ask, you never get. Okay, we're gonna wrap up this part of the thing, this discussion by saying this: how many people are there in the United States of America? 330 million. Oh, 330 million. Okay, so I'm gonna say that I have to amend my argument that 330 million people, that no one believe there could be a conviction in the Senate. I have to reduce that to only 299 million on that. But thank you, William. You're saying that nobody else thought that there might be a chance that the senators might fairly review the evidence. The people who introduced the articles of impeachment knew that they weren't going to get a conviction. That's the point.
Or else they would have followed the process all the way.
That's right. That's why
there wouldn't have been complaining in the media about how Republican officials were allowed to dodge subpoenas. Because if they'd had a formal vote for impeachment inquiry, per the Justice Department, per people like Neil Gorsuch, it ups the seriousness of the subpoena. It allows Congress extra power. And they didn't take it seriously enough to take that vote and get the extra power. That's exactly right. They weren't serious about it. William, you're the only person in the United States of America who was serious about it. None of the people involved in the process of conviction, they were just trying to score political points and embarrass. You know, just like they tried to embarrass Clinton, for the blue stain dress. Okay, fine. So mission accomplished.
The number of independents.
I gotta get to you next. And you are next. Thank you, William. Go ahead, Chuck. You're up.
Yeah, the number of independents has surged in the U.S. The number of people that are more disillusioned with our form of government, and that is a number that has increased year after year. So I think we do have to take a step back. If we had good leadership, which is something that El Normo was trying to state, like there would be good reasons to be defensive of against Iran, and if we had good leadership, it would have been a justified statement that would have been shared, and they would have shepherded everyone in, and we would have all been like united, and we would have felt like, yes, this is definitely a justified position to be in. But that didn't happen. So we're kind of stuck with like really poor leadership, really manipulative leadership, if anything. And I think it's something that can be understood based on the credentials of the man that we're looking at. Like his health is, surging, but he's clearly like, he is overweight by any shape or character. That isn't something that you can walk away from.
He is the healthiest president, followed by old Raj. Dr. Francine.
Since I am up here.
This is pretty funny. I like it.
You guys were yelling at each other so loudly that I could not understand what anybody was saying. And I guess my comment is we aren't going to fix anything if we can't even talk to each other in a fairly decent tone of voice.
Okay, I'll help you with that. I apologize, and I'll help you with that. Marshall and I were correct, and William was wrong. That's all you need to know.
That's usually.
I mean, I'm just trying to codify it for you because you missed it. But had you been able to hear what we were saying, you
would say that Marshall and I were right and William was wrong, and and then move on. So I'm just trying to make it easy for you.
Okay, so let me just add by saying that we have lots of things that are threatening us right now, and that they're not the only things are not oil reserves, gas prices, and midterms, but the whole idea of AI and what's happening to jobs and people and electric power connections is another huge issue. And if you want me to tell you whether Donald Trump will win in the midterms, I think the unfortunate thing is we are stuck with him. He's not on the ballot, so no one's going to get rid of him, and we're stuck with him. And you can see why I didn't raise my hand. I usually try to have something of substance.
That was fine. There was substance. There was substance and all that. Especially when you decided you agreed with Marshall and me. Those are words in your mouth, of course.
Marshall usually knows his stuff.
Marshall does, but I don't. I see what's going on here. Is there a mutiny?
Gary, you have been on laughing gas for the last 2 days.
I know, and you know what? I at least enjoy my humor.
You're
Nobody else may.
Too much fun.
Well, I at least am having fun. Now, if the rest of you come along and chuckle along with me, that's great. If you get frustrated like John did yesterday, well, that's your problem.
This question is Christy Brinkley taller than you?
Oh, yeah. Oh.
So could that be why she married Billy Joel?
He's not taller than me. He's not she towers over Billy.
It wasn't height.
Could have been another measurement. It could have been another measurement. I don't know. I'm not saying. Could have been another measurement, but it was not right. All right. Thank you, Dr. Francie. It's a very serious conversation we're having here, ladies and gentlemen.
You've totally relieved me of my dignity.
No, it's my dignity we're talking about here, not yours.
See, I told you. You are on laughing gas, and you were on laughing gas yesterday, too. What's this deal? You find everything funny.
Not everything, but, I think that we're under so much stress in our life that sometimes, this is what we do in the newsroom. We joke about things. I swear to God, if you walked into our newsroom, you would probably think that we are not serious about the job we're doing. Well, we are serious about the job we're doing, but we just make fun of everybody. We make fun of the Republicans, we make fun of the Democrats, and even more so, we make fun of one another.
Oh my gosh. Someone in the chat just wrote, I wish the world would end. Hurry up, God, and harvest your children.
Oh, listen, you can always leave the room. Listen, you can end this world by leaving the room. Don't worry about it. You always have an out from the world of the critical thinking forum. Don't worry about it. What? I'm saying, you can leave the critical thinking forum, for sure.
Yeah, no, the group chat is on.
I don't know why it's on. It's not supposed to be on, but I can't seem to be able to control this environment like I did before. Maybe it's because I'm too busy wisecracking and I don't know how to set up the anymore.
Pay attention, Gary.
Yeah.
Pay attention.
Oh my God, you sound like my mother. Thank you.
Of course, I'm a Jewish mother.
There you go. Oh, Raj, you're up.
Thank you, guys. Good afternoon. Hey, Gary. Hey, Marshall. I came in late, so I don't know if I have the breadth of the whole topic, but yes, oil reserves are low. Gas prices are definitely up. I'm going to make a prediction, not too eventful, but the Dems will control the House. It'll be a tie, or Republicans will hold on to the Senate, and I'm assuming there will be some new impeachment hearings that'll come up. I would like to see it specifically pertaining to the emoluments clause, which he breaks every day in the Constitution. And I'd say right now that's all I got, because I don't know the genesis of anything else y'all are talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Raj. We're going to Merrill, followed by Andrew.
I missed almost the entire show so far. I came in when you guys were talking about the difference between you and Billy Joel. So I think that's a little off topic, right?
Uptown Girl. See, I got it.
Okay. Uptown Girl. Okay. What are okay? Gas oil prices. Okay, oil reserves low, gas prices high. So is this about the midterms? Is that what it's about? Is that what you're asking? About what we think about what's going to happen?
It could be, sure. The midterms, sure.
Well, I will write, do not go far left at all. Don't go anywhere near the left. And just talk House. I don't know, maybe the Senate. I don't know, but maybe the House. But I think Marsha would agree. Marsha will agree with me. They've got to stay on the right. Well, there's
it doesn't matter if she didn't lose her to me.
Just look at your head. You still have more hair than he does. Okay?
That's true.
That's for you. Yeah, that's a big deal. Okay, so is that what you're talking about? Do we think that?
Yeah, that could be what we're talking about. I've lost the train of thought of the whole thing myself. We're talking about all these things coming together. It's like a perfect storm of problems. And how is the president dealing with them? How is the world dealing with them? How are we all individually dealing with them?
Well, individually, I can't speak. I can only speak about myself and the people I talk to. And it's very interesting. I talked to one of my family members who says that she and her husband do not want to talk anymore to people that are like-minded, that are just like them, because it's depressing. Because you're all talking about the same thing, you're all agreeing, and you wind up going, "Oh, gee," and maybe it'd be not to talk about, not maybe to see if there's somebody else that thinks differently, and maybe that gets you riled up. And I think that look, the Trump lovers are the Trump lovers. That's that. But I do
and the
think
Trump
that
haters are the Trump haters, right? Yeah. The Trump haters are the Trump haters too.
But I don't think that everybody should just say haters. If we criticize them a lot, but can find something decent to say, that's not hating. I didn't give him an E yesterday. I wanted to, but I didn't.
Okay, tell me one good thing about Donald Trump.
One good thing about him. Well, I told you that I thought what he did with Bibi in June. I thought that was good. I thought that was a wake up call. I thought that
the initial attack on Iran.
Right, and they didn't know. They couldn't know for certain how successful it would be, because that's only been tested on computers and things like that. But it was excellent. It was executed perfectly, and I think that it woke people up, and I don't think that was bad. I think that was okay. I think this is a good decision that he made. I think that he did good to want to open up the border and to close the borders. I don't like how he executed it, but I'm not angry with him about that. I'm angry about how he executed it. So yeah, I can say that. About him personally, I think that he is a narcissist. He has personality defects, and they're closing in on him, and he's having what, when I read about this, is like what they call a narcissistic break, and he's trying to hang on in different ways. I think you hear his speaking the other day, what he was supposed to be talking. I don't know who he was supposed to be talking to, but all of a sudden he's talking about all the wars that he wanted. Oh, he was rapping the CNN reporter. I thought that was disgusting. He's telling the CNN reporter she's full of crap and she's ugly and she doesn't smile. Oh, she's beautiful but doesn't smile, and then starts talking all about how great he is. So That's somebody who's just
I
not.
think we all agree there's a personality defect there when he does these kinds of things. Even his greatest supporters would agree with you on that, I think.
And staying up all night and having no control. I've said this the other day. We look at this and we think, oh my God, he's crazy. What we should be saying is, oh my God, he's telling us he's telling the truth. Now we know him. We know what this man thinks. Maybe that's not a bad thing after all, to know what he thinks. Instead of always going and saying, well, he probably didn't really mean that. Maybe he did. Maybe this is, in the middle of the night, this is what he thinks. And that's it. So now we know him. We know everything there is to know about him. And it's pretty bad, that stuff. I just think it's pretty bad. And the cognitive tests, which, by the way, I hope that he doesn't mention Joe Biden anymore, because Joe Biden is dying, so I think that is, let's give him some respect there. But Trump is Trump, and I do believe if the Democrats keep it together, Joe, don't just listen to the old Democrats, Chuck Schumer guy, and I happen to be very interested in what Rahm Emanuel has to say, because he won't take crap from anybody, pardon me. And I hope, and I think he can direct them to stay on message. I think he can. And he's not going to say bad things about Israel. He can't, he just won't. And so I think that he can be a good voice for the Democrats, not necessarily the candidate, but I do think that he'd be a good person to help keep them on message. Is Marshall still there? Does he agree?
Who was the candidate?
No, I'm saying not the candidate, but that I think that his message, not go all the way to the left, and that he's not going to, he's going to help them stay on message. He's going to remind them. The
more the message is Trump's a Nazi and he's shitty, the more people are going to go like, okay, what else do you have to offer me? You've been saying that for 10 years, and he's still president, so what's the point, right? If they focus on the economy, at least special election results show that if they focus on affordability, they tend to win more elections than they lose. When they start arguing about ancillary issues like Trump being evil or, essentially anything ancillary. No, I don't think they should either. Anything ancillary to the economy and to making life better for people, I think does the Democrats a disservice. Right? If the National Party and the candidates choose to wed themselves and do themselves a disservice, then they will lose the election to office.
And I think that you can get the young people that you were lost in New York, like the voters, like what you have in New York. You can get those young people back, or you can get young people interested. Once they realize, you know what? Nobody gave you anything. You're not doing much better.
Good afternoon, Gary. I do have some hockey news for you.
Excellent.
Excuse me. My city here in Kitchener won the Memorial Cup first time since 2003. That's the junior championships between East and West, if you will. They beat Everett, Washington, actually 6-2 Sunday night. So that was cool, and my city was quite happy of the Kitchener Rangers. Anyway, to the point of the room. Gas prices high. Food probably could be in jeopardy, perhaps. Other goods and services getting more expensive as we speak. So, this is long term. I don't think weeks is the word. I think it's months we're talking. Even if it were all to be reopened tomorrow, it would be months for this to filter back out of the calculation in the economy, in their decision-making process, and critical thinking. And with regards to perhaps the fingers that are being inserted into the different states for the election in terms of gerrymandering, I think that bodes ill for the Democratic possibilities. It may backfire. Some have suggested that. I don't know. It'll be a wait and see thing. The thing that I think many people might be concerned about too is whether or not some of these ICE agents may be stationed at your booths, which can serve as a very much.
And they explain that they're not going to do that, but who knows?
Well, who knows? And that's something that if you look at it broad, you see in any equitable democracies that I'm aware of, but maybe Hungary at one, I don't know, but and Poland perhaps during bad times. But these are concerning issues for sure. But I don't know that it matters much to the average person. I suppose, I think the problem is more systemic than that. I've always been of the view that, when you put a politician in place, are they going to make my life better? It's not likely. And I think in politics, I think that skews the results. They may say one thing while they're on the stump, humping the stumps or whatever they call it. But certainly when they get into office, that door is opened and there are people in there with suitcases of money. So it's very discouraging. But yeah, I'll end there.
They give checks. They're not allowed to give suitcases full of money, but not all.
It's
in particular, like PACs and super PACs, right? PACs do have to list where their money comes from, so you know who donated to what. I think, to your point, that is greatly distorting of the actual process.
It's distorting of the process. It's distorting the result. So when that person is in office or those people are in office, the decisions that they make, the laws that they pass or that they don't pass are influenced by that. And I think that's where it really becomes evident and most destructive.
Thank you. Pirate Fury, followed by Stephanie.
Thanks, Gary. How's my volume?
Loud and clear. How's mine?
Very good. That should be entertaining. And speaking of entertaining, you mentioned Joe Biden pardoning Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden activated his Twitter, and I would definitely recommend you follow. You going and checking out some of his tweets. It's definitely worth the price of admission.
More comedy, thank you. By the way, yesterday in front of Madison Square Garden, while the Knicks were playing in San Antonio, there was, of course, this big watch party outside the Garden. I don't know whether it really was officially a watch party or not, but there were a gazillion people out there cheering, and it was an exciting game and everything. But Stephanie, followed by Arlene.
Hello. I am out watching. Yeah, I don't think it's only about, it's not just the oil, petroleum, it's the fertilizer, and then gas prices. Yeah, I think that I agree with Andrew. I think it's going to be soon. I'm taking your in tomorrow. I think now the gas prices are going to go down.
Stephanie, you got some problems with your modulation there. It's very muffled and low.
Can you hear me now? Is this better?
What?
Okay, sorry. Okay, anyway, gas prices, I think, even if the war ends tomorrow, or the non-war, whatever they seem to call it, I don't think we'll see gas prices come down quickly at all. I agree with Andrew. And I was saying earlier along the line, everything that petroleum feeds. And midterms. Well, these elections will be finalized. I'm thinking we probably will take the midterms. I think there's a lot of flux. I mean, there was in the news today Trump is going to reopen 14 coal mines or something like that, an enormous amount of coal mines, and he's doing other bad environmental, protecting the oceans, protecting our air, protecting our water. I mean, as I understand, the the research has stopped on looking at plastics and PFAS in our water and all the studies on that to help us be healthier people. So I think besides that, and if the economy doesn't fix or get fixed, we are in for a flip on the midterms. I mean, and so far, the incumbent Republican is first, but the progressive Dem is second. This is in the Central Valley. Other prominent Lefgren endorsed your other.
Talking about how terrible Trump is and all that kind of stuff he doesn't tend to win the day in competitive districts.
Yeah, I mean, what the studies show is that when you get into the voting booth or you're voting on your ballot at your kitchen table, that your emotion is really driving your vote, and secondarily issues. So those two things have a kind of a complicated interplay.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think that Ron Emanuel is emotionally, he doesn't resonate super strong, you know?
No, he's got instincts like a hawk, but I agree with you.
Yeah.
The emotional pull is not really big.
Yeah, but he's right on the issues, and so policy-wise, I don't know. I don't think he could probably swing it because of the emotional piece. But you know, I mean, you can just look at the candidates that ran for California governor. It just plays it right out there, you know. He is easy too. He's easy to listen to. He's articulate. He is easy too. He's easy to listen to. He's articulate. He's you know, kind of easygoing. So emotionally, people will resonate with him. But anyway, I think it's entertaining at the least. Not always fun to live it. Bad things that have happened. Bad things that are happening under the Trump administration. The list is getting longer and longer, and I think it's going to damage them in the midterms and probably next 2 years from now. Although I'm not trying to make that assumption. I'm ready to keep fighting. Anyway.
Thank you, Stephanie. Mace, I think you're going to get the last word today, buddy.
Alrighty. I wanted to talk about the oil reserves. And I can talk from experience because I worked for 4 of the big oil companies in the U.S. in an IT department. And my ex-wife did all the accounting for Enron, Chevron, and many others. So I will say this, that technically we don't need oil. We have, I'm talking about the U.S., right? The U.S. has massive oil reserves. The problem is that we've always taken the position of why use our own oil if we can just buy somebody else's and use theirs, right?
It's not just that, it's the kind of oil that comes out of the ground too. Some of the oil has to be refined to a greater degree, and so it's not super useful in the United States.
And of course, you know, we buy from everyone, including Mexico, right? So when I see our oil prices go up, and it has a direct result or connected up with the wars that we participate in, it you know, I see reality where it's all about certain individuals, right, just making money at our expense. And when I say our expense, I'm talking about the American citizens, right? So we're paying high oil prices, gas prices at the pump, simply because somebody at the top, including Trump, they, you know, don't think for a second that Trump is not getting, you know, a piece of the pie there. And I guess all presidents have to.
Some companies are slipping the guy a check.
Yeah, absolutely. It's called
lobbying. What evidence do you have for that?
It's called lobbying. I will tell you,
that's not bribery. That's covered under the First Amendment, applied to government for redress.
I didn't say it was bribery.
Yes, but you said he got a check. If you give a guy a check,
that doesn't mean bribery.
My point is, Exxon is not sending Donald Trump a check personally. They pay taxes to the U.S. government. but they're not sending checks to Donald Trump.
Is if he is manipulating the oil prices and they're getting advance notice of it and investing or de-investing based on that. But that would be speculative as well. I don't think anybody has been able to show that, at least not to my knowledge. How about yours, Arme?
Stuff like that does not go on. And
Yeah,
Stuff like that may go on, but you made it a habit. It's only valuable when matched with fact, when you make declaratory statements about the way politics work. Like, you need to have facts for this stuff, bro. You can't just open your mouth and say that kind of stuff and expect people like me and Gary not to ask you where you got the information. And then when you say, I don't have the information, it's incumbent upon us then to say, okay, well, that's just your opinion, man. Yeah. And kind of, no, freedom of speech is about the government in your speech, not my opinion of your speech.
I don't believe that. I'm going to disagree. Let's agree.
Well, read the First Amendment. The First Amendment says the government shall make no rule abridging speech. It doesn't say that in private conversations I can't ask you to be factual.
That Gary doesn't have the right to kick him off the stage. Go sue me for kicking you off the stage. I'd like to see you win on that one. Marsha makes a good point, and it's important that people recognize this. You do have a tendency to make declarative statements without information, and then you claim, well, it's true, I just don't have the information in front of me. But then on the occasions where you have been fact-checked, such as the president of Mexico's position on nuclear weapons, you have been proven wrong. Yeah. So all we're asking all we're asking is that when we invite you to the stage, which we will continue to do, you're a good contributor, that you do a little homework before you come. It's not that difficult today with the internet. Even in Mexico, I think you have access to the internet, right?
Of course.
Okay, because you're here with us now. So you can very well find something to substantiate the allegation that you just made against the president, at which point we're going to say, oh my, thank you for bringing that to our attention. Folks, we are Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time. So till 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow, with the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
in order for me to win this bet that we just made here, I just need one. Right, so that's why it's a good bet, and that's why I take the bet.
That's a fact. Listen, I'm confident in white people listen.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, Matt is confident that America is fucked, or at least Texas. Because what the hell? He just needs one little piece of something and he wins.
Yeah, all I
How many counts he got?
mayors haven't figured that out yet.
I don't even know. I know that it is.
Y'all making bets. I don't know how many counts this nigga got.
No, we're making a bet on the verdict.
It's very
Right, I get
rare.
you. But you remember when we did the verdict,
Oh my God.
sentencing and the verdict for Diddy, right? We parsed it out to like what counts and who was more right.
All right. So the bets on the indictment right now, right?
On the murder. You want to do it on the murder? Yeah, let's do it on the murder.
Well, that's what we charged with.
Yeah, we'll do it on the murder.
So if he takes the plea deal, lose. Because it would have to be a murder or not, right?
No, but the plea deal, because I'm making my bet because white people are racist. So the plea deal would have nothing to do with the racist white people.
It's only now. First.
So one count first.
And then he's like, you know what? I'll just take the deal and I'm out of here. Like no time, no jail, no nothing, right?
Oh, he's not gonna get the
Alright, but technically, I mean, you just heard him accept that, so it doesn't matter. But technically, when you take a deal, it is a statement that said, like,
yeah, you're guilty.
Yeah.
Right.
Guilty of they give you the lesser
the
feminist shit. Oh, for real, for sure.
What does race have to do with this?
Really? Excuse me, what does it? Why can't race have something to do with it?
Well, what? Show us the evidence. Stop making up story.
Okay, I'm gonna go inside each of these teenagers' minds and pull it out. But no, like there's things. I get what you're saying. In the actual case, you're looking for him saying the N-word or black kids,
looking
like
for evidence
white
of
boy.
race.
That's evidence of race in the case, right?
Well, yeah, you need some evidence or else there's no race.
You
can't just make it
That's
up.
what you're looking for, right? No, that's like what you're saying to me. You're saying to me that if I don't present to you evidence, right, then there's no possible way that race could have been a factor, and that's just not true, right?
Not true. No, that's not what I'm saying. So the law is
if I don't give
black
you,
and white.
let me just ask you, El Norma, I'm just entertaining this. If I don't give you any evidence, does that mean that no race was involved in the case, in the situation?
That means that there is
no
no
just answer me yes or no, and then I will listen to you. Just for me.
Okay.
If I don't give you no evidence, does that mean that there's no race involved in the case or in the situation?
Under the law, 100%. You notice that Derek Chauvin was not accused of anything having to do with race. Did you notice that? You know why? Because there's no evidence that Derek Chauvin's murder had anything to do with race.
Okay, you know what we're talking about when we bring up race? We're talking about the system, right? You're talking about, hold on a second, let me get there. You're talking about the lawyers and the prosecutor bringing up race in the case. We're not saying that that's going to happen. We're critiquing the system and trying to make an educated guess about what the outcome will be based on the past and the present state of the system. When you hear us bring up race and you want us to stop doing that, that's fucking far-fetched.
I didn't say stop doing it. I just said
hold on. That's far-fetched for a room of niggas like us to do with a case like that.
Well, you're going to have to learn.
What the
stop
fuck
relying on that.
Shut your dumbass up. It's a factor. Shut your what's going on? What's going on? I know when you're so scared of it, we can't even.
No, I'm not afraid at all.
You use anti-Semitism as a crutch.
My bad. Because I realized that he's scared of race, that he won't even acknowledge it as a factor in a volatile case like this.
He's a dishonest cockroach. He's a dishonest cockroach.
I am making up another story.
That I'm afraid race is going to play a part in this case.
Show me the evidence of that.
The evidence is that there's race in the world and they may be in the jury.
Right. Maybe you're racist.
Exactly.
Maybe concrete is racist.
Yes, maybe. That's how that works. I mean,
right. So, without evidence, you're just making
looking up. Do you know what evidence means? You fucking idiot. What is it? Define it. Define it, you dummy. Define evidence, dummy. Define evidence, you dummy.
Yeah.
Fucking nitwit. You fucking brain dead fucking
something, maggot.
weirdo.
So
define it. Define evidence. Define evidence.
Right.
Define evidence. Define it. Define it. Define it. Use your own words. Use your words, dum dum.
I know. Okay.
Use your words. You've been using the term this whole conversation. What does it mean? What does evidence mean, El Normo? What does evidence mean, El Normo? Evidence mean, El Normo. What does evidence mean, El Normo? Dum no. What does evidence mean? What evidence mean, El Normo? El Normo. El Normo. Oh, he doesn't answer the question. El Normo.
What's that? Okay, so the judicial system. Okay, show us where.
El Normo. What is define evidence?
So show us
define evidence.
Racism.
El Normo. You can't keep moving forward until you define evidence.
Already left you in the dust.
Define evidence. Here, I'll read it for you, dum dum. I'll read it for you. Here goes define evidence.
Hey, can we have some order and make arguments instead of insults? Can you address the arguments and not the ad hominem?
Define evidence. Right. Define evidence. Define evidence. Do you want to help him out? Do you want to define evidence?
Where is the AK?
Ben, do you want to define evidence? Do you have the definition, Ben? What evidence mean, Ben? Oh, do you know what evidence means?
I'm not on.
Do you know how the term is used?
I think you're
what is evidence, Ben? Ben, what is evidence? Do you have a definition?
Look it up.
Do you have a definition?
Read it to the
Do you have a definition?
Yes, it's in the dictionary. If you want
why don't you use it in your own words, El Normo? Are you too stupid to say what evidence is, El Normo?
Well, everybody.
Are you too stupid to put it in your own words?
Do you not know what it means?
Are you too stupid to put it in your own words, El Normo?
So dumb that you don't know what
Are you scared to say what evidence is, El Normo?
Well,
how do you qualify something as evidence? How does something qualify as evidence, El Normo? Are you too stupid to put it in your own words?
Why? Why do you
put it in your own words, El Normo? Articulate the concept of evidence, you stupid man.
Why?
Articulate the concept of evidence, you stupid man.
Only got 3 syllables.
Articulate the concept of evidence,
Can you spell evidence
man.
concrete?
Go ahead. I'm waiting.
Look it up.
I'm waiting.
Okay.
I'm waiting.
So I think
you're using terms that you don't know. Is that what's happening?
Of racism.
Figured it can. What is evidence?
If you disagree,
what is evidence, El Normo? El Normo, what's evidence?
In this case,
El Normo.
I challenge you
El
to present the
Normo.
evidence of racism already. Go.
El Normo, what's evidence?
Show us the evidence.
El Normo, what is evidence?
Why do you ask?
Because you don't know what it is.
Okay.
You keep saying that it doesn't exist, but yeah, I don't think you know what it is. Yes.
You know what it is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, tell us.
It is facts or information that would increase the probability of a proposition being true.
What?
Do you know what that is?
So where's the evidence?
Do you know what that is?
Racism?
Facts, different race involved, you dum-dum. Would that be evidence of race being a factor, you dummy?
Absolutely not.
Why not? Why is that not a factor? Why would race being involved not be a possible factor in race being the motivation?
Because racism implies bias, and you show no bias.
No, I didn't say racism, dum-dum. I said race. Race. Oh, so you're changing the goalposts. Is that it?
Not at all, no.
Is race a factor, you dummy?
Yes, you maggot.
Is race a factor? He said yes. Thank you.
No,
we're done.
Say yes,
Thank you. Is race a factor, yes or no?
Show us the evidence.
Is race a factor, yes or no?
Show us the evidence.
Is race a factor, yes or no?
You'll have to show me the evidence.
Oh, okay, cool. So you don't know what evidence is. That's why you keep saying that. What is evidence, El Normo? What is evidence, El Normo?
Both schools have both races.
What is evidence, El Normo?
Both races.
You obviously don't know what race evidence is, you fucking idiot. Thank you.
I think you've proven pretty decisive racism.
What is evidence? What is evidence? What is evidence?
Evidence is fact. You got any?
Uh-huh. And what else? What else? El Normo, that's not the whole definition. You want me to say it again?
Exactly. Race is not race, dum-dum.
Oh, so there's no racism in this case. Good. We're making friends learn something.
Two different concepts, dum-dum. So is race a factor? Is race a factor? Is race a factor, you dummy?
In what way?
Is race a factor? Yes or no?
How is race a factor?
Is race in people's decision making?
Show us.
Is it or not?
What people?
In people who appeal to race, obviously.
Well, who's appealing to race in this case?
Human beings. Human beings appeal to it. Or you don't appeal to race?
Who in this case is
Do you appeal to race?
No.
Do you appeal to race?
No.
You're a liar. You're a fucking liar. You're a cockroach liar.
No,
you're a cockroach liar.
You're a
you have no
integrity.
Shut your fucking mouth.
No, stop squirming on the garbage. I'm just blowing you out. Go take your law. Go do the walk of shame. And if anybody thinks that race is a factor in this case, just bring the evidence and we'll look at it together. I rest my case.
Race will be a factor in the verdict on this case. People racial bias. There's not going to be any proof that don't.
Oh, so you're making it up then?
Because people, the way people interact with the world based on their experience and based on their judgment, you can't provide evidence for that. But I would put money on it that race. If you were to question these people in a deceptive manner that they would not understand why they make the decision they make, you will see that race is a factor. The fact that this kid is black, kill a white kid, is going way on this white people mind.
Well, let's say the kid was white. Let's say the kid was white. You think he'd be convicted of murder?
If both of them were white?
Yes.
Yeah, he would have had a better chance on this.
But would he be convicted of murder?
I don't think he would.
I think he would.
They said, oh, this was a mistake.
I think you would know. Once you stick a knife in somebody's, that's open and shut, man. That's the end of that. Game over.
Races and ethnicities. I mean, the kid would have been around before, so to say that because of that, I think it's more so because they're maybe rivals and they escalated once again. 97% of the population that come to your town, whatever this is white. So even if the school isn't necessarily, I think these are questions to ask in terms of like how race would intersect with this case.
Exposure to the opposite from being a racist minority.
I was gonna say, couldn't the inverse be true though? Being a minority in an area where you are the minimum, like you have an expected air of entitlement. Oh well, nothing's gonna happen to me. Yeah, I mean, everything one way.
Absolutely not in this country. I don't think there's a single country for the minorities, right? It's racist toward the majority. I know, I take that back. When it comes to this, I take that back.
But even though shipwreck, like even if I granted you that could be the inverse could be true, that just shows that race would be a factor necessarily, right? Like race isn't something that we can afford to ignore when looking at the case. It's a good question to ask though, right? Like it could be the case that he was entitled because he was a minority and maybe he felt like some kind of protected status or privilege type thing. But I just don't necessarily. It doesn't make as much sense to me given the context or how the way the story pans out. That doesn't seem like entitlement to me. But I mean, that's just me though.
Wait, what? I would argue that the interaction between the kids might not have been racial. We don't have the evidence for that. What I'm arguing is, I think the verdict would be a racial verdict. I think is white people would not let a black kid get away with murder.
Let me ask you guys a question. So there's the substantive part of a case, right? And then there's the procedural part of the case, like, for instance, picking the jury, right? I'm going to claim that race is always a part of every single case when it comes to picking the jury. What do you guys think?
That's true.
Wait, hold on. You have, okay, so look, I'll
respect your opinion, your professional experience. I don't know if you're offering that as like a thought experiment, or do you have? Because what I would want is like psychological statistical analysis that I could present as a study on how people make decisions and how race plays an influence more so than like dealing with intuitions and experience. You get what I'm saying?
No, I hear you.
And I'm wondering if you have, which one are you operating on, if that is your true position. I'm not saying you're being dishonest or anything. And wait, hold on. I'm not saying you're being dishonest. I don't know if you're.
Am I breaking up or is it now?
Which more is a scientific study or a combination of both?
My bad, bro. You're breaking up. I just heard scientific study or a combination of both, but I kind of get the gist of the
Where have you
question.
been, girl?
I based this on.
Bob was in my room. I was like, where the fuck is she? Bob was in my room. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. They were talking. He was saying again that his grandmother is the only Persian one. I was like, where's Narcus?
So Daniel was telling Abby that the picture he has as his profile picture is his mom.
No, it's Fatima.
No, it's not.
That's Fatima, yeah.
No, it's not.
Daniel, I didn't think that's your mom. That's Fatima.
See the picture before that.
Oh no, I can't see that one.
I just want to welcome back everybody to Find Islam in the Bible, Megatron's favorite way to spend his day, which is with you. And,
Here we go.
And Abby witnessed earlier Tuna Boy. He made death threats against me.
I've been taking a shower with that ankle bracelet you got there, and Ran.
The projection alert system has been activated.
Is that like, do you put soap around it and shit, dude? Like when you're in the shower with that?
With what?
Nothing. He has a pretty little bracelet on his ankle.
Really?
Again, the projection alert system has been activated.
If you want to get brought back down to humanity, just speak to this guy Ayan, and he'll make you feel like less.
Yeah, I know him for a long time.
I didn't ask you that, Abby.
I know how he is.
But I'm just saying, I didn't ask you.
Okay, abuse me. Not abuse me.
No, I didn't bother you. I'm just saying I didn't ask you.
Abby, she's nice to talk.
She doesn't like me. I'm not gonna promote.
I never said that.
She's never liked me.
I don't really. I
She's
never
never
said
liked
that.
me because I'm black.
I didn't know you were black.
Megatron is not black.
He's black from the waist down.
He's not black at all.
I want happiness in my face.
Are you black from the waist down or waist down black?
No, I don't care about that shit.
Purple waist down.
Fuck, that's so disgusting.
Yo, look at those tents. Oh my god.
I'm obviously really good.
Which one?
Baby.
Oh, that's so good.
Love to go away.
Wow. I didn't know you can sing.
She's gone to heaven, so I've got to be good. So I can see my baby when
I think he's fighting in here. I'm joking.
You could bring her
I
in here.
swear she follows me. I don't think her.
You could bring her in here, and I would be so nice to her. I promise.
No, I don't want her to be here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you don't
because she's gonna do something, and I'm gonna get the blame.
No, I would protect you.
Oh, it's okay though. I don't care, but yeah.
But I really.
Thank you. I like you too.
I want you to suck my face.
You went in on our jobs.
When you're what?
That.
I can't go in on somebody who's anorexic. You know.
I'm anorexic too.
I was told not to do that anymore. So.
She probably doesn't care. She literally doesn't care.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I just don't think we should talk about food in front of her because it's probably really sensitive. And I feel like
Or maybe she'll get hungry and she'll eat more.
Oh, that's true. Maybe she'll eat and like, do you think she's bulimic? Like she'll eat and she'll just like throw it out?
No, she's anorexic.
I'm totally interested.
She doesn't eat. She doesn't eat at all.
I hate her. I don't like her.
Don't fucking rob a bank with this fucking chick.
Me?
With me?
Yeah, Abby. Don't ever fucking rob a bank with this chick.
Yeah.
She'll spend all her money and put you in jail to take yours.
She confessed.
Yeah.
Abby, I feel like you would confess.
No shit.
I would confess.
You would take the money and then say sorry.
No, I would not. I would just give the money back to bank.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, I swear.
Mm-hmm.
I found so much money on so many times. I found money and I will just give it back to, or tell the neighbors like, hey, did you lose money?
Well, no, if it's your neighbor's money, yeah.
I mean, where else would I find money? I don't go somewhere else.
Isn't it crazy how much vacuuming can make a difference?
Oh, yeah.
Why?
100%.
I mean, we always vacuum every day.
You vacuum every day?
Yes.
That's wild.
So do I.
You do?
You have to when you if you have kids.
Yes.
I hate
But we don't even have animals, you know?
Yeah, I don't have animals.
Yeah, well, I even more, like once in the morning, maybe once in the evening.
You guys have too much time on your hands.
How many vacuum cleaners do you have?
I have 3 or something.
I have 3. I have one for every floor.
I have Dyson.
We have 2.
I have iRobot.
Yeah, I have a robot too.
I have a good one. I bought it during I have Dream. It's so good. Just does it itself. I also have like it cleans windows itself too, and bathtubs and stuff.
I have every kind of vacuum. I have the Dyson. I have the Shark. I have the.
Yeah, even I have Shark.
I have all of them.
Me too. Don't have to show off.
I'm not trying to show off. I'm just
But
saying.
but you can. For me, these are like very important things.
Yeah, they're essential because I don't have carpets. I can't have carpet in my house. Yeah, fuck the carpet.
I mean, I have, but I don't have like it's not carpet.
Yeah, I have carpets, but I have carpet floors. Yeah.
I can't do carpets. I see carpet and I'm just like, oh.
It's horrible. I like bush though.
The fucking odor that comes out of these things.
Yeah, it's horrible.
You guys don't put like baking soda on there and stuff?
No.
What?
Has to shine. It has to be super shiny all the time.
Well, yeah, but like you put it on it, so like it absorbs the odor.
No matter. I use, you know what I have, Metron? Guys, like this little green thing. You know that machine that's super high suction.
Yeah.
So I love carpets, and I also use it. I use it sometimes on the mattresses. That I have.
Oh yeah.
I've
It sucks it out like
so do I.
So much. There's not much dirt where I live at all.
It's the dust mites that build up.
America
Dust
has a
mites.
certain kind of dust. You don't, especially where I live, because there's desert on one side and there's beach on the other side. It's a kind of light dust.
Yo, I have 2, not 1, 2 covers over my mattress.
Yeah,
the
me
first
too.
one is from the bottom coming up, and then the one on the top goes over the one on the bottom.
Oh, I see. Okay. Mm-hmm.
You understand what I mean?
Yeah. So both are waterproof, right?
No. Those are for my kid. Do the kids have a water? No, that's uncomfortable to sleep on.
No, they're not. You don't know the newer ones they're making.
What are you doing with your bed that you need a waterproof? What? I don't even want to know.
Because it should be just very immaculate.
No,
it's not. It's not water. It's dust-proof, waterproof. This little ticks, whatever. What are those called? Bed mites. I've never seen bed mites, but it's has
dust mites. The dust mites. Dust mites. Yeah.
What are dust mites?
Oh my God! Look it up.
They're like little
microscopic mites.
They eat skin cells.
They eat the. How do they look? They eat the flakes that come off your skin. Oh my god, you're bloody kidding me? This can't be real. Bro. It is not. Yes.
I mean, they are innocent, but like, you have to change your.
You have bugs all over you like that.
Oh my god, where are they?
They live on your skin. They live in your like eyes. They live in like your.
It's not real. It's not true. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my god, I can't do this.
Hello? Hello?
I can't do this anymore. I can't live.
Hello?
You'll be fine. You have lived so far, so.
Just take your skin off. It won't be an issue.
It's unbelievable. They can't be on.
Many of you,
They live in your eyelashes. They live in your eyelashes.
many of you are already altruistic
Kat, do you know what
parasites.
Ethan Moose looks like?
Yes.
No, I'm asking that.
I don't
Remember Ethan, the one that was always talking in Andrew's room, the one obsessed with Andrew?
Yeah.
I'm gonna show you what he looks like. But he's on YouTube, so it's not like I'm doxing him or anything.
You know what it looks like? In fact, they had like put in money to get him. I think he had.
Oh, is he the one? He's the one that was debating.
Yeah, the American.
Yes, the one that talks about the bride. Remember the bride one? The bride thing?
Yeah.
You were around for that one. This is him.
That's why there is no dementia in Israel. If you're a Christian and still don't know that the reversal of memory loss is in the Bible, read the scripture. So it's kind of like clickbait age. I don't know. People, I think, are being justifiably really skeptical.
So at the final apparition she had scheduled on the first visit, in 3 months, I'm going to make everyone believe. I'm going to perform a sign that will make everyone believe. So on October 7th, around midday, which is when the schedule is for all of these apparitions, at this location, which is the Cove on 8th. But okay, so then we keep going, and basically, we have what happens in September, and now this is when we're starting to deal with crowds in the tens of thousands already gathered. And so the apparitions play out as they had before.
Total creep mode.
Oh my god.
Wow, that's amazing. Did you see how many views he got? It's fucking amazing. He's at 100,000 views.
Yeah. That's not on his channel, brother.
3.4 thousand likes. I know, but it's still pretty impressive. Ethan Muse. But yeah, that's what it looks like.
Crazy.
I mean, honestly, with all the videos I've combined of Tom Rabbits, I probably make up like 10,000 views.
Well, anyways, I mean,
Is that all right?
you could take this 5-hour dialogue with him and just do like a key extracts, and then you're like, wow, okay, great, we got the top 10 here, and then you're done with it. But Andrew will still keep coming here for the rest of his life until Mark Benioff decides to shut down this Parasite app. Oh, I'm about to go enjoy my best life.
I need information. I don't need you complaining. I need information from you. Yeah, stop projecting. I need information. I want to learn something.
The projection alert system has been activated.
You don't care about.
Well, see, I believe that, essentially, you're wasting your time. I think you can confirm it if you were to be more aware of how you spend your time. But because I film all of my time, I'm well aware of how I spend my time.
Bro, you look at yourself. You have a TikTok where you're just fixing your face, you're looking into the camera, and you're doing absolutely nothing. Do you understand how, when I see you doing this, I'm like, he must be either peaking from his, what would I say, your controlled substance, your benzos. You're peaking on your benzos, and you want to share your peak moments of ecstasy when you're jittery and you feel like you have this tickling sensation that's going up your ass, and then what you're doing is you're recording for everybody to see. That's exactly what's going on. I've been there too, Ian. I've been there. I know what the tickling sensation feels like. It's just better with a man. I'm just letting you know. So So that's all you're missing is a boyfriend in your life. You should be doing this with another man. No offense. Maybe a younger man. Because you're like the older dude.
It would make a lot more sense if, like, there was a single viewer. Like, let's say there was 2 watching. Every time you go in, there's nobody's watching it for hours. That's the creepy part. I'm sorry. Why would you do a live stream video with no fucking viewers? It's a little bit weird. Sorry. Are you doing a performance for yourself? Are you archiving them for them to later be discovered? Maybe after your death, they'll find it and you'll be heralded. It's a great comedic genius. But right now, we're just left to question your sanity as you sit there and perform.
The projection alert system has been activated.
Honestly, I would have nothing to say to this guy if he didn't come in and was just telling us this bullshit. He's just projecting. There's no way. I don't want to complain about John. John, do you, bro? I jerk off the granny porn.
I told him 1,000 times, listen, you should animate it.
I told him
that's a great time for an animated fucking thing. And dude, there's times where he's funny, he can get some reactions out of people, and you should just fucking just chop it up, dude, and fucking make a cartoon out of it, dude, and sell it to Cartoon Network. They'll probably take it. Just gets, fucking, it's Clown House, dude. You know what I mean? Yeah.
No, I'm blowing low to fucking 70, 80-year-old saggy fucking women online. You know what I'm saying? I have my own podcast. I get it. You know what I'm saying, John? I get it. It's cool. Not like I really do that. I'm just saying, everyone has their thing. I could care less how you spend your time. But you need to come in here and tell us that you're spending so much better time than us, but you're on the same fucking app, recording yourself doing the same shit we're doing. Ringing bells, playing your harmonica, sitting there breathing, doing breathing techniques. I mean, give me a fucking break, John. Go, at least do something. Fly a kite. Do me a favor. You know what would be talented? Open your fucking window and fly a kite from your fucking window while you're streaming. That's fucking talent. Give me something.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Megatron here. I do think it doesn't take much talent to plug in a cell phone and point it at yourself, and just multiply that by 10 or whatever, how many you have. But there is a liability for documenting yourself in this way, because eventually you're just going to forget that you're now videoing yourself, and who knows what you could be engaging in. And you seem like the type that, wants to keep some of your behavior, behind closed doors, so to say. Because I can imagine that you have a drum, 55-gallon drum somewhere in that fucking creepy house of yours. Do you need to get help, John?
I just want to dedicate this song to all the losers on Clubhouse that won't shut the fuck up. Never had one lesson. Amen. 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 Ooh. Welcome back to Barth's miserable existence here on Clubhouse. We are live streaming from the bunker, listening to Barth and Narges and Zabu and Nero and Regal do their thing, which is patterning. Let's start the show. Take it away, Daniel.
John, this isn't helping, man. You need to touch some grass. Maybe you'll get some ass. Because, like, this is no good for your mental health.
The projection alert system has been activated. The projection alert system has been activated. See, the craziest thing is like we're investing all this money in these data centers, and the whole world is pretty much video at this point. So I'm actually just ahead of the curve. You guys are still using a fucking retard app. You should be on other platforms, but you're not. I'm here extracting you, harvesting you. I am House Harkonnen, here to harvest and extract the spice from your meager existences.
You don't want the people. You're watching too many movies over there. That's fucking awesome. Oh my god. I gotta see this. Can you see what he's looking at?
It is so small. It's like he can only hold the tip because there's nothing to hold. So he's just using his his thumb and his index finger. It's disgusting.
Oh no. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, master.
You don't like my little pan flute? Your projection alert system has been activated. Your projection alert system has been activated. Welcome back to Barth's Clubhouse pattern, known as let's get a fucking Muslim up here and talk to him. I tried to do that. It's very difficult. It's just
I think it talks to you. You gotta be creative to do it, though. You have to apply yourself and put.
Say to me, hey, check out this video I made, and I click the link. I'll say, oh, awesome, you're a creative now. But if you just create things to throw it in a mop bucket and then flush it down the toilet, which is what Clown House is, honestly, you're semi-retarded. And the truth is, you're never going to make any money doing this.
Like the fucking Cheech and Chong audio record tracks, or
at least they made money.
The Jersey Boys.
Yeah, they made money.
Dude, and then you have like the whole fucking, prank fucking thing going on with the fucking the like thing, and everybody's doing this blood sport debate shit on TikTok and fucking YouTube and everything else, and it's oversaturated now that it's boring. That it would actually be a breath of fresh air to see something that you could splice together creatively. And have some sort of a representative, whatever the case may be, to put the face to the voice to, and have it a little animated and wacky.
Yeah.
And you can even put yourself in there too, and it would be cool, dude. You know what I mean? Like that's an angle somebody didn't go with yet. If you get what I'm saying. But
well, I know people can't do
the time and the patience to fucking sit there and edit it yourself, or
I don't know.
Have the creativity for
projection alert detection system has been activated. So what I'm trying to say is that when you have an inflatable,
I don't really want to fucking man. I'm tired of Andrew and everybody else and whatever the fuck. Like, talk about something positive, dude. What the fuck? Because like I'm not gonna hang out on here if it's fucking negative every day.
Yeah, try reading a book, fat ass. The point is, homeless people, when you try to give them a tent, guess what? they reject it every time. And I'm like, how do you not want a free tent? You're homeless. And they go, no, I don't want it. I don't want it. I go, why don't you want a free tent? You're homeless. And they go, no, I'm good. And I'm like, well, your legs are puffy because, yikes, that's called diabetes. And, the pus flowing out of the lower bottom part of your legs onto your second chair, yikes, that's indication of a health problem. What would it be like if you just had your own bathroom or your own bed to sleep on, a place to take a shower and sleep and maybe heal a little bit? That'd be nice, right? Instead of being homeless, sitting on a chair, rejecting a tent, pus dripping out the bottom of your cankles. Hello?
Yeah, Regal, we're on one mind when it comes to like what John needs to do to improve. He needs an editor. He just needs someone to pick the good stuff. Because I don't think there are gems in there, but they're few and far between. So if you edit them into spend the time editing, he dumps out there, and it's no good.
You can't have the good without the bad. It's impossible. It's yin and yang, black and white.
Why don't you edit them so that it's where you can have a storyline or a story arc of different characters, and if you're just dumping it out there, dude.
Yeah, it's just dumping.
Or who?
Dumping. What do you think of creating content for like Viacom or something, or news? Like, don't you understand that this is just a live stream in an office, listening to conversations? And I'm sitting here wondering, why am I listening? But then I also ask myself, why are these people talking about this for hours on a Tuesday at 9 or 10 a.m. in the morning? Don't they have anything better to do? I guess not.
Like too many Deadpool comics. What are you, the character in your own story here, and you're the only one allowed to break the fourth wall or something in John's world?
This will be hilarious. So he could do this thing where he could make himself go viral. So the whole concept is man forgets that he's live streaming, and he just starts doing these absurd things. Like, I think that would be a hit. You just completely forget that you're being recorded, and just do what you normally do. Well, that'll get people's attention. What do you think? What do you think, John?
Well, I've just refreshed my beverage, and I am getting very far in Ayn Rand's Virtue of Selfishness. We're on page 84. And it turns out that this book proves my theory about Clown World and R-word syndrome. And until people on this app decide, you know what, I'm going to shut the fuck up and stop automatically talking all the time and responding in gibberish, basically. And maybe I'll try to read a book for 15 minutes a day on this app. Oh my God. I would come to your room and listen to you reading a book. I would come to your room and listen to you reading a book.
Because people can't take this book. So could you imagine being John, but not having medical benefits? To get I would be so nervous. Like I would be a nervous wreck on a daily basis, not being medicated if I was John. I didn't have medical insurance. I see why you like to get the medical insurance.
Uh-huh. Okay, Barth. Here we go again. Yeah. Another exciting
I wonder
episode.
If anyone in his life knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Like sitting at a desk with like 15 cell phones pointed at himself, broadcasting into the ether. I mean, no one's listening.
Nobody.
I mean, unless this is just traveling. He has.
Nobody's listening.
Like
I'm cutting down all these trees and there's nobody here.
Strike a distant civilization that he'll be a success. I mean, that's about how low the probability is that he will be successful or whatever it is here.
Hello?
But as far as his medication, yeah, if you were medicated, I think he would have a better chance. And I think this explains why he is as nervous as he is. He doesn't have that sort of he's just sinking. Bro, you're sinking. Now he's posting the live stream.
Projection alert system detected.
Let's look how many viewers.
Projection alert.
Alright, let's look at how do I copy this? Okay, good. How do I copy this? Alright, I'm gonna. Oh my god, the guy is just so mentally ill. John live streaming a black screen. It's not even, there's nothing, no noise. It says John Kitover, Chicago Mayoral candidate, 2027, podcast, news, philosophy, psychology, politics, culture, yoga. It has one view. I'm the only person viewing it. And it has links to his now he's the mayor. And it has links to the mayor that was like was alleged of fucking election fraud publicly. And by the way, let me pin that link up there. It's a fucking doozy. So you just type his name in.
It's a doozy!
Degrees tomorrow. 90. Wow.
Let's talk about the weather, baby.
Yo, fuck that. That's gonna be terrible. Alright, this is the document that pretty much shows that John was involved in election fraud. And where there's smoke, there is certainly fire. There we go. Let's have a little read here. Board of Elections begins candidate removals. Congressman Darren LaHood will not have a primary challenge as Republican John Kitover was removed from the ballot. Kitover was found to have only 266 signatures. It was alleged the candidate committed widespread fraud, and the board even voted to forward the petitions to the Attorney General and State's Attorney. So, John, I think maybe you should be spending your time in a better way than committing election fraud and just smearing shit on your reputation, reputationally. So reputationally, it's like literally smearing you. Can someone invite John up? It's not letting me do it.
Yeah, I just want to say that Illinois.com is not a credible news website. The founder of that piece of shit website, his name is Finkston. He's a Republican operative working on behalf of the Darren LaHood campaign to besmirch him. I committed no fraud. There's been no investigation. There's been no arrest. There's been no charges other than a news blurb by a big fat turd with a huge herpes sore right in the middle of his lip. That is who published this. It's all a lie. The lawyer who represented Darren LaHood is a punk who wore a Bears hat to the trial. And on top of that, I accused Darren LaHood of committing fraud 1,000 times. He only accused me of it once in a third-party news source, so he's a classy guy. But why would he ruin his 10-year career in Congress by even mentioning my name? It just makes no sense. So this was just a way to besmirch me, defame me, because the truth is I actually got over 100 votes in the actual election. People hate my opponent, Darren LaHood. He has created $20 trillion in debt in 10 years. Because every year we create $2 trillion in debt. He's been there 10 years. It's over $20 trillion in debt. He lied to everybody about the COVID-19 vaccinations. He took millions of dollars from Pfizer Big Pharma. He owns law firms throughout the country with his father. They're worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And, it's just politics. And until you actually enter the fray and put your name on a ballot or a petition, you will have no idea what you are talking about, sir. It is a game. I committed no fraud. My soul is crystal clear as Jesus' heart. Amen.
Yeah, but John, when you type your name into Google, it's on there. So the bottom line is that people are going to get the wrong impression if this is a type of libel, and you could have it removed easily. So the question now remains, why aren't you having it removed?
Well, I requested Google remove it from the search results. They said no. I haven't contacted the publisher. He's reporting. No, you don't understand where the actual news source came from. It came from Darren LaHood's attorney, who gave a speech at the Election Commission, and he was quoting my website, quoting my YouTube. It's on video. And then he took that video clip of that lawyer defaming me and put it into a little paragraph on his website. That's it. And I don't care if some fucking fat pig who ain't going to make it a couple more years because he's a disgusting fat pig. I don't care if his website's going to go away. It's a know-nothing website. I'm not worried about my character, reputation online. I've done my work. I've played my games. And I am complete and unsatisfied. I'm happy with what I've done. Shitting on the biggest pieces of shit. Because you think I like coming here and making fun of Megatron, who's got a wife and kids and no pension, no retirement. He's going to... Hello?
Yeah. The only problem is that it very well may be the case that this is just a false claim. So the claim is that there was an allegation. It says you has 266 valid signatures. It was alleged the candidate committed widespread fraud, and the board this is the allegation. Even the board even voted to forward the petitions to the Attorney General and State's Attorney. So that's a claim that can be proven or disproven by contacting the board.
What's so funny
see if that's
is
it was a candidate committed widespread fraud, and the board even voted to. So the board did it.
Under the recommendation of Darren LaHood's lawyer.
John, the board decided to forward it.
I know. And here I am talking to you. I guess their forward to the Attorney General here in Illinois resulted in no merit. Because honestly, if there was intent or there was actual operations, it's not there, my friend. It didn't commit any election fraud. And the irony is, the people who are accusing me of this, they just recently accused a governor candidate of the same bullshit. It's just politics, bro. They put this shit in the news to try to defame you, to prevent voters from flipping on the pre-elected politicians. Try to do something with your life instead of analyzing a little defamation of John Kitover on the internet. I sit here and record you guys for months now. Sometimes I create recording studios dedicated just to your room, just to record you independently of other rooms throughout the whole day. That's a lot of work. You never go to my YouTube and actually go through the lives and say, Jesus Christ, this guy's got 100,000 Clubhouse rooms live on YouTube. That's a lot of work. Oh my God, I really enjoy his work. He's a great artist. He puts out so much content. It's unbelievable. Magnanimous.
Well, how can we? So is the objective have to do those now, or is the objective just to create an archive of these conversations, unedited? I don't see the vision of it. I don't get what can you help me out? Just understand a little bit more of your vision of it. So the idea is just having if you go to John's channel, you have on offer like hundreds of different conversations. Is that the idea? But they don't have no one's viewing it then. No one's viewing them, man. Is that problematic for you, or is that part of the... I presume you want people viewing it, John.
No, it's not problematic because I'm actually just doing what you're doing, but I'm just filming myself doing what I do. And my opponent, Darren LaHood, he's going up against a Democrat candidate. Now, I challenged both of their petitions. They audited my petitions. You saw that I had over 200 plus confirmed signatures, but they did not audit my opponent's signatures. And he only had 1,600 plus signatures. He wasn't expecting anybody to challenge him. And guess what they did? They rejected my challenge and did not audit his petitions. And guess why? Because he probably didn't have the required number of signatures, which is 1,550, to actually get on the ballot. He was that close. And so politics is dirty. And the people at the election board, they know people. They know the candidate. He's been there 10 years. They have favored candidates. They persecute and prosecute. There's no transparency. There's no equality underneath the law in these election courts. It's strictly lawyers and judges. And until you actually get into politics, you will not realize that the vote is rigged. Your average citizen cannot get on the ballot because lawyers and judges control who goes on. And really, our democracy or our representative republic, it's a joke. And you might be a part of that joke. Hello?
Hold on. We're not all doing what you're doing. We're not just sitting there watching ourselves in video. Like, we're doing other things while we're here. You literally just sit there watching yourself. So you're claiming that we're all here doing what we're doing. No, like, I have a whole life. What are you talking about? I'm, like, cooking and working out. I'm doing my chores. I'm addressing emails. I'm not just sitting there fucking watching myself. What a fucking leader.
Do you know anyone in here? Honestly. And also, John, so 266 of them were valid. How many did you submit? So that we can see how many of them were rejected. Did you submit at least 2,000? That means of the 2,000 submissions, only 266 were valid.
No, that's not true. You've never actually reviewed the audit. I have the audit paperwork. Hundreds of signatures were determined to be out of district. This has to do with the redistricting in those towns. It's such a scam, my friend. Plus, 250 confirmed signatures out of 1,600 is actually pretty good for a first run when they just automated.
You submitted 1,600 signatures.
Yeah, and I didn't actually get to contest their contestations. So, listen, we've litigated this.
166 were considered valid. Really? And you don't think that that's suspicious?
My friend, 266 guaranteed confirmed voters signed for me. Hundreds more that lived across the street that were out of district were negated from being on my petition. The point of the matter is that I was audited. My opponent was not, despite my legal challenge. So there's a double standard. I'm exposing political corruption. This Do you have any idea what the government is getting away with every single month? Every single year? You don't care. You're just a fucking car insurance salesman who sits here and talks shit to Muslims all day. Who the fuck are you? I'm a public, politician. I'm a musician and a magician. Who the fuck are you? Hello?
I'm not putting myself out there like that. I'm not running for public office. That's the difference. But I think that there should be some degree of scrutiny applied in this instance. Though there's 266 valid, you say that the remaining of that 1,600 total.
If you wanted to talk to the employee that I had generate the signatures, you could do that. Listen, courtroom Daniel, you've already litigated this a gazillion times against me. It's pathetic.
Please, I want to ask a specific question. How many? So you say that you submitted 1,600, 266 were valid. How many of them were not out of district? They were just fake signatures. They just weren't. There was no person attached to them.
Well, I didn't generate any of these signatures, so that question is a great question. But you'd actually have to look at the audit paperwork, because when they audit your petitions, what they do is they scan it in, they give you a PDF, and then there's a secondary sheet, which is what you're challenging specifically on that petition. So I have the audit sheet. It's like 300 pages long. Do you want to see it? And you can actually review what they put together in the audit. Is that how you want to take this? Is that how interested you are?
In the audit, how many signatures were fake?
It doesn't state that. You'd have to review the paperwork and actually see what was challenged.
Why is it that 1,400 were rejected?
Every single signature was individually scrutinized against the database.
John, it couldn't all be out of district. What were the other reasons why these signatures were rejected?
Well, you've never actually challenged a petition. You probably don't even sign petitions, so you wouldn't know. That's why you have to ask a subject matter expert like politician John.
They pay college students to collect signatures. I know exactly what you do.
All right, well then great. I'm happy you know. So happy you know. That's right. You've probably done it yourself, so you can get yourself a Subway sandwich in the afternoon. I'm very relaxed. This conversation is already a redundancy, and unfortunately, yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm moving myself to the audience. I'm sick of this conversation with you. Have a great day.
What the hell is your problem? What the fuck is his problem? He has 1,600 signatures. 266 were valid. And then he claims the remaining 1,300 or 1,400 signatures were out of district, which I find that very difficult to believe. What kind of a blunder would you make that you're having people sign signatures for your congressional run that aren't in your fucking district? The whole point is that they're in the district. That's just a lie. So presumably, a good deal of these are fucking just fakes, fake signatures. Not even attached to anybody. And you could get in trouble for this shit, man. It's not just a joke, and that's the whole point I'm trying to make to you. It's yucks on here, and you can have fun. But what you did was something that you crossed. You weren't using proper judgment. You crossed a line that you shouldn't have done. Being a lunatic.
This is so funny.
And you being called out on this is going to prevent you from fucking doing it in the future. So you don't have something on your record like this. You did something stupid, and I'll make sure that you know that so you don't do it again. It's not just a joke, dude. What you did wasn't just a joke anymore. Like, you fucked up. notarized the forms. I've even notarized professional applications. So what they do is they pay people, homeless people, they'll go to low. And if someone that has a job is obviously not going to be going around collecting signatures. So a typical petition will have like 10 or 15 signatures on it. It's not just one at a time. And they pay these people, I think it's $5 for each signature that they got. And of course, these people go and because they want the money and don't want to do the work of getting signatures, they just write in there big names and shit. You can even see it. That the signature is the same handwriting on the same petition. And there's a lot of money involved in this, and that's why when John was fucking around in there, that's why they actually took action against him. Because it cost them a ton of money to get these signatures. Now I'm going to have to contact the board, the Illinois Board of Elections, and get some of the publicly available information. Let me see if I can find any. See if we can find any contact information. Illinois State Board of Elections.
He's still going at it.
I'm just in here testing club deck. Whatever. Oh, that's it.
Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah, but he's just testing on Club Deck.
I've never used it. I should try it.
You'd have a lot better like it would definitely work better for what you try to do.
Do you like it, Joe?
I mean, like is subjective.
Do you?
Isn't it crazy though that it's not a Clubhouse product? It's like what?
That is weird.
Y'all don't hear anything.
No, I just hear you. Your voice. Are you playing something? If you're playing something, I can't hear it.
Yeah, I'm playing off YouTube. I wonder how. I gotta figure out how they get the YouTube clips.
Well, how did you play it before? What was playing? Oh, that was just on the soundboard.
Yeah, they just have those already built in.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's a lot of features. You've used Club Deck before, right?
No.
Oh, really?
Nope. I just get a new burner phone when I need one.
Oh. Gosh, I only used it
like a few times for my laptop.
Let me ask AI.
What should be the room title tonight? Is Carmelo Anthony a murderer, or is he innocent of self-defense by sticking a knife in somebody's chest? Hello?
Yeah, no.
Did you get a new job, or are you still looking for a job, Ann?
Yeah, I'm still looking.
Damn, you'll be ready to retire by the time you start working.
What'd you say?
You'll be ready to retire by the time you start working.
Shut up. You're telling me. You're telling me, sir.
Why don't you just come on Clubhouse and do tarot cards or psychic readings or natal charts
Come on. Do you know who you're talking to?
or prayer circle? I don't know. There's so many ways to make money on the internet. You just have to be, you have to have fun with it and be creative. But even Kalshi, I mean, you could do Kalshi analysis. I mean, you need to get people to buy you a cup of coffee and find value in what you're creating.
Yeah, people. Do you know how much money people make on TikTok?
I mean, on all platforms. Like, you could be a fucking Facebook publisher. There's just people out there that are really good with aggregating content.
Yeah.
But there's so much competition. I mean, the thing is, like, if you want to get into the mortgage industry or financial services, like, you should have an Instagram about it at least, to show you're interested in it, because there's industry news. There's like state organizations, like there's in Illinois, there's the Illinois State Bankers Association, and they have a periodical, so it's like you should be creating content about your industry.
Like Jonathan Bing.
Basically, I mean, I hate that guy, but I mean, I don't hate him. I'm just saying, like, at least he's fucking creating content about, what he does. He has a license. He puts his NLMS whatever number in his bullshit, so he can actually get you a mortgage.
Yeah, he wanted me to sign up for one of his classes.
Oh God.
And then when you are, it's $10,000. And then when you're done, you get like all these leads and stuff like that.
Yeah, right. It's very difficult business, but it is a business.
Yeah, for sure.
Why don't you just look for a state, or federal job, or, I mean, how's your career search going? Are you experimenting, or are you just specific?
No, I'm I essentially have gotten to the point where I've been applying for everything now because I'm not too good for any job now. I need income.
Do you have a casino by your house?
What?
Is
30 minutes?
Well, that's doable. Why don't you look at their website and look at a dealer position, and you could deal blackjack, be a cocktail waitress, or just deal cards. I mean,
I've applied to waitress there many times at all three of the casinos, and I never got a call, and I have experience. I did bartend for 10 years. And then,
we'll try to follow them because they post the days when they do interviews, and then they'll send you to their casino operations school, and they'll actually teach you how to be a dealer.
Yeah, my dad he worked at Chrysler, but then he did he got his dealer certifications because when he was retired, he wanted to just deal, blackjack or whatever. It's only like a 2-week course.
Well, you could also. What about the post office?
Yeah, I can try that. It's really hard to get in there, but I can try. It doesn't hurt to try.
Yeah, I interviewed with the Social Security Administration once, and as I was leaving Los Angeles to my mom's house in Colorado, they called me. They're like, "We got you the position." And I was like, I'm moving. I'm in the process. I am not coming back, but I thank you for the offer." And it was a federal position, which is like they're never, unless there's a riff, it's not going away, or you can come back. But those federal positions are like gravy because those positions just never end.
Right. My friend works for the postal service. Like, she is the one that delivers mail and stuff.
Yeah, my mom did it 30 years. It's hard work. That's what I say. If you were smart, you could find a way on your cell phone and do it in your PJs at home. But you got to offer real value,
I literally just applied because I go on the district, like the district of where my daughter's school district, to see if there's any job openings, and I just applied to be a bus driver. They you have to get your chauffeur's license. I'm like, anything. But yeah, the postal office, I should look into that. That's a good idea.
What about realtor? Do you have a realtor's office near you?
Yeah.
That's definitely a thing you could do because basically it's just admin work and showings. You don't have to know shit. It's just open this door, process this paperwork. Congrats. You just processed the transaction and here's your commission. There's nothing to it. There's nothing to it. You could pass that realtor's exam. It's written for children.
I know, I'm like, that exam I heard is really, really hard. And
It is
I've
not.
worked in the industry for so long.
It's not hard. You will pass it. You will pass it. It is not that hard. Just trust me. The questions are like common sense questions. You could pass that test. But that's if you want to work in a realtor's office, your love life and your job is like geographic proximity. So look in your immediate area and look, maybe you could, there's just so many options, but anyways, good luck. Don't retire before you start working.
I appreciate that.
Hi, and I got to restart my computer for what I just installed.
Okay.
So then I'll come back and test again. But I'll get this set up. So give me just a minute. I got to end this here.
Okay.
Good evening, Dr. Heronstone.
Heron will do.
Is it Heron or Heron?
Are we going to start playing games?
Well, I got one question for you, and only one question.
Okay, let's hear it.
Is your title a projection?
Well, of course, we've all been like, I'm in rehab. We're all brain damaged language monkeys. The only question is whether you're in rehab or not.
Well, there's that saying, those who know do not know, those who say do not know, those who know do not say. So it's like everything is a projection. All communication is projection, but if you're aware of it, that's the spice. So when people are projecting, I like to say the projection alert detection system has been activated. The projection alert detection system has been, and hopefully they see that they're projecting on you, but many times they do not.
Almost never. Can you recall one instance when it ever worked?
Yeah, I mean, I guess with myself, but not with other people.
Yeah, it does work with yourself. It works great with yourself.
It's just so obvious, though. I mean, that's why Alan Watts and other books, they say a sage never criticizes anyone, because if a sage is going around pretending to be a sage and he starts ad hominem other people and criticizing people, well, that just won't work. You can't be a sage.
Criticizing people, but you sure as hell can criticize their behavior.
Yes and no. I mean, Ayn Rand and objective ethics would say, yes, make moral pronouncements, but a sage flying in the sky isn't going to bother criticizing this or that. That's the point.
Well, who cares about a sage flying in the sky?
Well, I mean, Alan Watts and D.T. Suzuki, they say enlightenment is just like ordinary life, except 2 inches off the ground. And so, well, you got these retards that say they're doing yogic flying. And maybe they're right. Maybe they really are.
Well, the thing is, I just don't understand why you spend so much of your energy and intellectual stuff on issues like this. Who cares? Why
it's not issues like this. It all has to do with your room title. Because what you're doing is, it seems to me like you're unaware of what you're even doing.
Is that what it seems like to you?
Yeah, it seems to me like you're projecting that your own brain is fucked up onto other people, and you're unaware of that. Is that projection about your projection or my projection?
I'm sorry, I missed that. Say it again.
Is that my projection about your projection or my projection about my projection?
I don't really care. You figure that out.
Well, it's not up to me to figure out. It's up to the viewers, the listeners, because I'm gonna jump in a.
Listeners here. It's just you and me and a robot.
What are you talking about? You're live on 30 different YouTubes. 300 people are watching this conversation right now, all across the world. We got little.
Because you're on that right now. That's it. So you brought me into your thing. So now a bunch of people are listening to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's one huge network. And
so you're saying there are other people on here live right now listening to this?
On multiple platforms, on multiple accounts.
How many people would you imagine are actually listening?
Wait, let me total it up. 1, 2, 3, 4. What is 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0? How many zeros till you get past the 0? Oh, we got a 1. We got one.
Listen, you and I are here. That's enough.
This is a joke, meaning that This app. I think this app will shut down, personally, because
Of course it'll shut down. It's just a matter of when.
Yeah, exactly. But I went to the town hall, and they had a town hall here 2 days ago, and the people running this app are just so clueless.
Listen, I don't want to even hear about it. I know that. I've been here for, I don't know, 5-6 years, whatever. I've been around since the beginning. I don't want to hear about how lame they are. I know they are. I'm disconnected from that bullshit. I come here and start my room, and that's my interaction.
Well, what's great is it really won't matter if the app shuts down, because there's just other replacements out there for what you're doing.
Well, I haven't found a better one yet, but
You're not using X Spaces?
I've heard about it, and I've gone there. I haven't seen exactly. This satisfies me for now. No, if I have to, that's certainly one place I'll check out.
What other thing I wanted to tell you was on Amazon I bought a memory foam meditation cushion, which is ergonomic, a memory foam. So it supports your legs and your sacral and all that. It supports it perfectly ergonomically with the memory foam. So that is exciting, because the sleeping leg syndrome and the pain of sitting, now you can ergonomically sit into memory foam and offer a much better experience.
You're talking about for meditation?
Yeah.
What posture do you use? I mean, are you sitting with a full load? It work very well.
Well, I have other meditation cushions that if I sit there, I've been getting a
You don't need a cushion if you know how to sit.
I know, but it's like a ritual practice of using a specific tool to,
Listen, I'm not going to criticize this. I don't even do any, real meditation anymore. I mean, where I sit and do it properly. It's been ages.
Well, I have found that the best meditation is just chanting books, like Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching or Bhagavad Gita or Dhammapada.
Well, yeah, the best for you. What works for you. That's good. Yeah.
Well, what I don't think people are aware of is that, the concept of meditation is just focused attention. So when you chant a book, you have to focus your attention to do that. So it puts you in a very focused state of mind, unlike, these casual conversation state of minds. It's very unique. It's transcendental.
Your idea about meditation, it's completely different than my whole approach to meditation. And I don't know. You come here with all these statements that are so broad, and you're really talking about your own personal experience. You're not talking about the way the world is. You're talking about the way you like to do things, which is perfectly valid. But
yeah.
You put it out there like this is the way the world is.
Well, I'm just saying that I record myself doing it, so hopefully other people can also experience my joy and maybe imitate what I'm doing.
Am I doing what?
Reading books.
Well, yeah, good luck.
It's futile, but because I know on YouTube, have you ever seen what is it called, Autovox, or what do they call it? Anyways, there's just YouTube channels that are dedicated to recording books that are out of copyright. And LibriVox. Have you heard of LibriVox? It's a nonprofit.
Yeah, you can listen to. There are plenty of recordings, and you can get recordings of just about every book probably nowadays. It's trivial. Use AI to generate it.
Yeah, that was one thing I was talking about yesterday. Is just photographing a page from a book and then doing photo to audio.
Yeah.
I haven't figured
that's
that
all
one out.
trivial these days. It's easy.
I did take a photo of a page from a book and said, create me a political flyer based off of this page. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's good for all sorts of shit like that.
Yeah. Anyways, I got a hot bubble bath percolating, and
bubble bath?
Yeah, bubble bath. A bubble bath. I was listening to Alan Watts yesterday, and God, he was saying something so remarkable and just so like, it seems like he's here right now, giving the analysis of the situation accurately back then. It's just remarkable. The guy was like next level intelligence. But yeah, I would. Have you ever used that app Meetup?
Oh yeah, I've done a lot of that over the years.
I always thought about just creating an Alan Watts Meetup where you just play.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably find some interesting people, and you'll probably attract some people if you do that.
Yeah.
That would be a good thing to do.
Yeah, that's always on my to-do list because I just.
Well, so that's easy to do. Take it off your to-do list. Do it tomorrow.
Well, I don't know if I would use Meetup. I guess I would. I guess I could.
If you want to have physical meetups, that's the place that's there to set that kind of shit up. That's what it's for.
Like, I actually wouldn't do a meetup. I would organize it, but make it a virtual event where people can come to the Zoom and listen to an Alan lecture.
Do it that way too. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, a friend of mine does that. I like meetups for actual meetups, though.
The best.
No, it works good online. Yeah.
The other meetup group idea I had was just an SEO meetup group to meet with other creatives in your city, because if you can network with other web publishers and you're trying to optimize your business for keywords, networking with those webmasters to give you juice, in a reciprocal way would be beneficial for your business too.
Well, it's always good to know people who have skills that are valuable.
But I was on eBay and I type in, like Alan Watts antique book, Alan Watts recordings, Alan Watts tapes. And so I just recently bought a lecture for $60, 4-tape-part series. And that's kind of a cool artistic idea, is to like buy old kind of antique Enlightenment material like that. It's not really antique, but then just republishing it. Using AI, creating a new image of the book, of the tapes, and then republishing it. It's a lot of fun, and
yeah, it's good if you can get it out. If you can find people to buy it and put it in their hands so they can read it or listen to it or whatever. Yeah, that would be great.
Well, I'm not trying to sell it because I don't think I would have that right. It's probably underneath the copyright of his son, but.
Well, Alan Watts stuff is, sure. Yeah. So then what can you do with it?
It's just for social media, what do they call that? Self-promotion.
Okay, well, whatever.
It's like clout chasing, basically. You're trying to get likes and subscribers by republishing content, but anyways, it's all off of tapes. Like I'm going on eBay and I'm buying tape collections, like actual cassette tapes of classical music, classic rock, jazz, and then
you're doing what with these things? You're actually going out and buying this stuff?
Yeah, I'm buying it.
In your garage or something?
No, just storing it in my house.
What do you intend to do with it?
To clone it, to rebrand it, to republish it.
But electronically, you're not going to actually sell the cassette. You're
Correct.
Turn the cassettes into MP3s or something, right?
Yeah, YouTube videos.
Well, okay, okay. These are video cassettes, you mean, or what?
Audio cassette tapes.
Okay, yeah. So they're MP3s or whatever you want to make out of them. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just the publishing business to try to make money, hopefully within the, terms of service and guidelines, and not violate copyright law. Because YouTube lets you publish stuff up to 15 seconds or up to 1 minute of copyrighted material. You have 59 seconds.
Good.
So you can monetize copyrighted material, but only up to 59 seconds.
Really? Okay, so 1 minute you can use anything as long. What if you have like different
Is that just for one clip? But if you had, what if you had 10 1-minute segments and they were published?
It works. Anything over 60 seconds is a violation, and they automatically delete
If you
it.
have multiple things under 60 seconds, you can do that.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's good news. That's a challenge. What can you do with 1 minute of copyrighted material?
It's not a challenge because the average attention span is 0.03 seconds.
Well, nobody gives a shit about the average attention span. They're not worth talking to. Fuck them.
No, it's not about talking to them. It's really called, I have a book on film and picture theory. And so I've published over 100,000 videos on YouTube. And so the game is, how do I create content that the algorithm and thus users are hypnotized by and don't click away? And then the algorithm keeps showing it more and more because it's looking at the data and saying, okay, this is engaging content. So really, it's just the theory of how to create engagement.
Well, I'm more interested in how to wake people up.
But it's the same.
That's helpful. That's for sure. It's just that most people don't have enough attention that it's worth getting it.
Well, like, Jordan Gruber on here, he owns enlightenment.com. There's nothing on that website. And why waste it? Like, read the Dhammapada by the Buddha and just publish that. Like, at least give people something.
Well, tell him that.
He's too busy talking about his lower back pain.
So write him a message.
I told him the other day, I was like, part of your problem is that you're talking too much. Going back to...
that went over real well.
Well, no, he agreed with me. I said the solution is to just read a book for 15 minutes on this stupid app and stop engaging with people. Because it's basically they're hypnotizing you, and then your emotional response system is being activated by the conversation, and it gives you more inflammation. You have to try to control your environment to control your body, and what you're listening to it actually has medical ramifications in your biological central nervous system. So, you are your own worst enemy if you are suffering with pain. But coming here and engaging in vigorous political debate with people that, you don't like talking about this shit. You like talking more about what's interesting or what's enlightening or anything to do with maybe those types of topics, so to speak, linguistics, language, communication. But this app is ideologically polarized, and it causes people, in my opinion, to be neurotic, psychotic.
They wouldn't subject themselves to this bullshit here if they weren't neurotic to begin with.
Yeah, but I think it just amplifies.
A person would get in most of these rooms, and in 5 seconds they'd realize it's a madhouse, and they'd leave.
I will.
Staying in one of those rooms is either staying because they want to study the people there, or they're just as crazy as another.
So I'm wondering, what businesses have you found to be rewarding and not taxing on, You might not call it business, but it is. Look. They have this one book called Nectars of Chanting, and it's all in Sanskrit and in English, but it's talking about the guru being the highest form of enlightenment, and how the guru, abolishes and banishes this God and that, this and that, but it's trying to emphasize what a guru is. So I look at it as like a business in a way, because Ram Dass, Alan Watts, Eckhart Tolle, even Oprah, and so many other people, they're really espousing self-help and personal development material, which is all interesting and highly valuable. And in fact, it's far more valuable than 99% of the bullshit that people encounter in the media content space. So when you say it's not business, and I say it is a business because it's a publishing industry dedicated to waking people up. The question is, how do you go about, how do you get people to pay you to wake them up? It's marketing,
writing process like?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, he said last time they were on a panel, and this was an actual conversation.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear him when he came in here before. I wasn't here. Okay, I'm sorry.
So they had, much like Derrida, when he did his famous speech at the Johns Hopkins conference in, I believe it was 73 or 76 in signature event context, very important. I said, much like Derrida, they published proceedings from the conference.
That's wonderful. I have a question from like the analogy of the book. If someone has a great quality of taste but can only afford McDonald's, what do you do then? Oh, that's a good question, Miss Lisa.
Well, I mean, I'm not the author.
Book club.
I know that, but I would say
My favorite is the recitation before eating.
Oh, me too. It's so beautiful. Let me look it up. I forget what it is. When I was in Tibet, they would take about a couple of hours.
You got the appetite for it, then work for it.
I think that's part of it. I mean, I think that's a good answer. I certainly agree. I think another thing is this is what like budding chefs do. If you know a kid who wants to be a chef, they'll take the ingredients they have and they'll do, watch this analogy, like Chopped. Y'all know the show Chopped on Food Network? Skittles, egg yolks, poppets, and so make an entree. So you take what you have and you make do. Take the French fries, open it up, take out the potatoes. Guess what you have there? You have potatoes there for you to make your Gruyere mash. Now you couldn't afford Gruyere mash or potatoes, but you can afford a little bit of Gruyere, right? You got the potatoes. You can take your beef, right? Get some butter, a little mustard on there, piece of bacon, put it in the bread, bacon, beef Wellington. It's called improvisation, innovation, renovation. It's called the Black experience in America. What have Black people done other than making brilliant things out of things they weren't allowed to have or couldn't afford? I'm dead ass serious. So that's what you do. And that's what many people do with their partners. Look at Rhombus's wife. I'm sure she didn't want to have a 50-year-old man who didn't clean up after himself. But she found a way to make do. I'm sure she didn't want to have a 50-year-old man who has a dog with children, but he doesn't take care of the dog. But she found a way to make do. I'm sure she didn't want to have a man who sits out in the garage with the car running. But she found a way to make do. I'm sure she didn't want to have a man who's 50 years old who charges their neighbors so they have to see while getting mail and at dinner parties, etc., charging the neighbors for shoveling. But she made do. So when she showed up at the McDonald's, she wanted something from the circle. But all she got was an Arch Deluxe and a Diet Coke. So she made do.
Do you guys feel like for gives men advice in regards to them dating as opposed of like informing women to have standards?
Like, is the advice towards the men dating women, or is it the advice towards the women?
So like, you know, like with the women, it's like obviously if you don't want a Happy Meal, just have standards of where you would like to eat and what you want and what your needs are. But when it comes to the men dating these women, is there much advice around how they approach the dating scene?
I feel like any question. Oh my god. I feel like this is
there's certain parts where I feel like he's talking to the woman, but then, no, I take it back. I think this is totally for the woman. This is the woman's guide.
Okay.
Now that I think
But
about it.
they're pieces. They're pieces because when they were discussing about the tangibles that the guy has, and if he doesn't have tangibles, then what he can gain on the market. So I do feel like it does, but not as much as the woman. So I will say that. So although it's geared towards women, there's a little bit.
I would say, I would imagine that, I mean, I'm not a man, but I imagine that a man would be able to glean a lot from this book about dating, because it's also pinpointing the type of woman that he's dealing with. So if he knows that this woman is not setting any standards, he gonna be doing what he call the flop. He gonna be doing that flop.
The Salisbury flop?
Yeah, he gonna be doing that flop. But if he sets the bar high, he understands that he is dealing with someone who is serious and takes and is taking their engagement and the dating serious, and that will give him a sense of the type of woman he's choosing.
But then wouldn't that be contradicting in the sense of a man could have the quality but not have the finances to match at that point? But then as a woman, the book informing you to have standards, you could overlook someone's quality because they just don't have the money to give you.
Well, what does the money have to do with it? That was only one part. The money is not the central part. And in fact, he started off by saying, and correct me, Johnny, if I'm misreading this or mislistening to you, but I thought there was one part where he talks about, someone may be in need, and said that the man's finances may not be at the place. Like I'm not sure. I'm not understanding why we're focused on the.
Well, what about the menu though? Because the menu highlights finances in terms of its analogy.
Not all the way. That was one part of it. That wasn't the central part. Am I misunderstanding? I thought that the analogy, even of the restaurants, McDonald's and Ruth's Chris, was not to say about necessarily to the money part, but the quality of the meal. You're not gonna get a filet mignon, medium rare, from McDonald's. I thought that's what it was about. I didn't think it was just about the money. I'm just that I'm not centered on the money, but maybe other people were.
I'm listening because I wasn't here. I wasn't listening at the very start, so I've come into it during the menu and the interface.
Can we go back to that part, Johnny, if you don't mind?
To the finances? You want me to read that again?
Yes. Was that a short part?
No, it's only like a page and a half. Yeah, I can read it. Y'all ready?
Yes, thank you so much.
No problem. Jamal says, finances are always a funny thing. Finances can come first for some people. You place finances.
Jamal the AI.
Individual feel is most important.
Have you used the black AI, Jamal?
In a need situation, then the last thing they may be thinking about is the finances. The more stable a male or female is, the more valuable they become in the dating scene. It then transfers from a need to a want. Many daters may be happy that the person has his or her own place, which could actually be the benchmark for some people. The guy who is going in from a want may not give a damn about the finances, whereas the guy who is in need, the finances are going to be according to where he is at in his own life. He may feel like if he has his own car or place, he deems himself as doing something. But will she? If
salary, then
Time to
yes,
take a
finances may start as a number one on the list. It depends on the man or woman you're dealing with and where they are at. Finances are important, such as asking, does the person even have a 401k plan? Those things begin to matter as you get higher up the scale and the type of man or woman you're dealing with. If you're dealing with a man that wants that co-partner or someone on his same level, then those guys may still consider finances low on the menu. If you have a guy who can provide for himself and you as the woman have a small job to just contribute, then he really is not going to trip about that. Sometimes when the man has money, there are women who feel like a job is not necessary for them because he is bringing in the money. She feels like her only job is to give him a blowjob. If the man is able to handle the finances, then that's just what it is. So in case such as this, finances just become less of an issue. That rich guy really wouldn't care about whether that chick has a PhD or making 70 grand a year. He has loot. Now the average man will be the one that wants, and he wants you. He wants you, and he is an engineer. Then ladies, your financial situation really doesn't matter as much.
Transactional. Am I wrong in understanding that?
It might say that. I don't know. This is the hardest for me to get because I'm not a woman. And notwithstanding my food stamps and being employed and a slave, I don't really think about it for various reasons. But I think I disagree. Was that Jamal or Asia at the end? Janice, who were you reading at the end, Jamal or Asia?
About the finances?
About the rich guy.
Yeah, that was Jamal.
Yeah, so this I think this is wrong actually.
So
I actually think this is
not to be political, right? Or actually fuck it. So in the current times that we live in, statistics have highlighted that when we look at predominantly black women tend to be the breadwinners in their household. So if a man isn't earning as much, and like in the book it said that, whether she had her accolades or a PhD, it doesn't matter if the guy had money. But if the guy didn't have money and she had money, would he be offering dick on a plate every night and eating cookie?
Okay, two things. One, I'm slightly uncomfortable with you saying dick and pussy in that accent. I'm just gonna be honest with you. It makes me very uncomfortable, and I'm gonna ask you to refrain from using those words in that accent.
Don't worry, man. I'm about to be in the middle of a sentence right now.
I literally just threw my phone across the room. This is insane. Lisa and me and this thread is crazy. This is insane.
It's pretty my game. Oh my god. Hold on. I don't know what I was trying to think. I really want to think about this because even though I think she's here, Kimberly Foster used to talk about this. I don't think she is in here. Just so people know. Let me. I mean, it's all due respect. I know everybody on Clubhouse is rich. Nobody, no black people. There's like 10 of us that have money, and I'm not one of them. Nobody has any money. There's no bread. Black lady making $75,000, $80,000, and her husband has odd jobs or has odd jobs making $30,000. There's no money. That's not money. And sometimes I feel like the money conversation is covering up something else, and I don't know what it is. I was watching clips from a show called Tonight's Conversation. And I don't know if you all know that's a group of ghosts, but this is dating. So there's a woman who said and I've seen this, and then her husband pays for everything, and she makes more money than he does, and it's not enough. And so sometimes, and I have ideas about what it is. I can go there, but that's why. So that's one thing. I want to say why I disagree with Jamal, not Jamal here, but Jamal in the book. Wealthy men, unless they're psychopaths like Elon Musk, they're not looking for a woman to match them financially. And I think a lot of times sociologically, when people think class, they think finance. That's not what class is. It's about a set of shared beliefs, creeds, sentiments, etc. So you may be worth, I know somebody that's very, very, very rich. You know who his wife is? She was a concert pianist. She didn't make no money playing piano. She made no money playing piano. He wasn't going to find a woman. The odds of him finding anybody as rich as he ended up being was 0%. But he cared that she was a concert pianist. That has all kinds of meanings culturally, socially, educationally. And I actually think that's where I disagree with the author. They want educated women, smart women. That's not this whole thing about men not caring, like high achieving men not caring about the woman they marry, is not true. It's just not true. That was what I was saying. It's not true. Anyway, you guys can do that.
So, but if financial stability is transactional, would it still be the same for a woman that is a high earner then?
I don't know what you mean. What do you mean?
Is that like
financial stability is transactional?
He was talking I could be wrong in how I'm paraphrasing, I'll put that out there, but it was nothing about, if he was earning a lot, then her only thing would be to give a blowjob, right? That's what was stated. So if she was the one that was earning and had the financial stability for both of them, would he be the one that's eating in the author's analogy?
Oh, I think I kind of know. I was using him as an example, and I'm cheeky's going to call him nuts or call him misogynist. I was using him as an example, and I'm cheeky's going to call him nuts or call him misogynist for citing. I think he was totally wrong. He was totally wrong. One of the first trashes I had on this app, that lady they called Miss Nicole and her crew before they broke up, were trying to tell people about high jet. I said, what schools did they go to? What organizations did they go to? She had no idea. It's because they project on, because their idea of a rich person or a high value person is like an athlete or an actor. Those guys are birds. They're dumb, respectfully. Not all of them, but they're generally dumb birds. They want ass. They want racially ambiguous, fat but not too fat, ass, titty, thighs. Some we're finding out want dick, balls, and vagina. After all that, some do want that. That's a different discussion, right? So that's why I think it's wrong, because it's not just a blowjob. Imagine being a 50-year-old, imagine being a 43-year-old man, and all she could do was give sloppy top. We know that's not the case, because where do most high-value men and black and otherwise meet their spouses? In graduate school, in college, in residency. One of my brothers met his wife. They got several kids now. Met her in residency. So they fucking her in the break room. They got ding, ding, ding. They got married a year and a half later. They was smashing on breaks in between rounds. Can I get another round? You thought they was singing about round in the hospital. He was rounding off in the motherfucking break room. Now they got kids. So that's people just don't understand. And no one will guess what he did. So, well-respected surgeon, and she's an anesthesiologist, and they make millions of dollars, and the kids are this, and they're what. He was cracking it from here to kingdom come. Took another round, just like Fat Joe and Breezy said. So that's where I disagree with the author on it. I like the book, but I disagree with the author. It's not just give me the blowjob. And that's why the whole transactional thing, and I'm talking a lot, then I'll end here. I also will say that I think working class women respect and calm from the chaos of the world. If the man makes a little bit less, if the man makes a little bit more, I think it's true for working class Negroes as well. I think all this discourse around finances and we can get K Dusty in here. Well, actually, the man makes $53,000 a year and the woman makes $51,000 a year, so he actually makes more. So he's the bird. I think all that is online stuff for the birds. I've talked too much. I'm now at this point avoiding the work I'm trying to do, which is not an expert work. It's a slave work. But actually, let me refine that.
Better online dating still.
Yeah.
Or maybe for the first time.
Yeah. That's what I think. I think yeah, exactly.
Anybody else from the club that has questions?
I missed most of the reading, Auntie. You didn't ping me, but...
Oh, I'm sorry.
It didn't sound like this had anything on chapter.
I mean, you know,
but I missed
we
the
read
math,
the 4
so.
categories. You did miss the math. We did do the categories, but I think what was one of the most appealing parts of tonight's reading was his analogy in the love menu section. We got to the love menu section, and he good examples of how women should value themselves and compare it to the different types of restaurants and whether you're an appetizer, an entree, a dessert. So I can really appreciate that. I'm sorry you missed it.
Ironically enough, I think my favorite section was the love score part. Even though, you know, the silly moment of it being 40, I do think that having the categories that you value, being able to rate how you value them and evaluate how you value them, and then in looking at a potential partner, especially for a long-term partnership, being able to evaluate where they sit with that and see if there's alignment there, I think that is very important. So that was a very nice section.
You know, like halfway into this, I wondered if the author ended up finding love.
Well, I mean, Jamal been married, so yes.
Before the book or after the book?
Before, for sure. I don't know his relationship status currently, but I'm assuming he talks to the ladies.
Or was the marriage before the book? Did the marriage inspire the book, or did divorce inspire the book?
That's a good question. Do you know?
Can I please come off mute? I love the discussion is that, man, you don't know how. I've never had this experience with the book. It was published 2018, and I've never had a group read the book like this. And it is very insightful in a lot of ways on how the ladies have taken it. It is for women. It's for Black women. And Ben, you have been right on point with a lot of things that you've said. I think that the love number of 25, you know, and then because of it being 40, you know, the 40 really doesn't matter, because if you're a 25 or a 30 or whatever you are, you're not going to be all 10s, or you're not 25 or 27. I don't know. So it wasn't 10 straight across the board. And then when you evaluate yourself, then it's a fun time for you, or you could do it secretly. Evaluate your partner. The spirituality, there again, it's all based on you. And then when you give it to your potential partner, see where they rank and the importance of it for themselves. And then you start to line it up that way. That works. I really, I've ever heard a group assess it, and it really makes me feel really good. I'm so happy that you all are enjoying it the way that you are, because
we've been doing it for about a week or so. It's nice. I've enjoyed it. Spinoza put a thing in the chat. It'd be interesting if you Miss Asia. Is she still living, Miss Asia?
She is living. I was thinking about calling her. Yes.
It'd be interesting.
Asia's married. I think she might be married now.
That'd be nice. It'd be interesting if you guys updated it, because post-pandemic, post-manosphere, a lot of it feels ancient. But because it feels ancient, but watch this, because it feels ancient, it feels new. So it'd be kind of nice.
It feels real.
Because the manosphere stuff is so not real. But it's nice. It's in that post-Steve Harvey Hayes, pre-COVID. It's nice. I just think that a lot of the day, whether it's the manosphere stuff, that tonight's conversation and everything else, I think a lot of it is anywhere from a red cultural moment to something that has fueled people in the Negro division of the CIA and like, because I swear, because when I watched this tonight's conversation, I watched one tonight where a woman got up and said she was a young woman, and she was maybe 20. I said married. Oh my God, it was like 1995 again. I was back in Baltimore. She got married, and she had brain cancer, and she was now 24. So she was married, a young girl. She had brain cancer, and her husband, who was also a young man, these are all Negroes, he was there every day. He took care of her. He nursed her through the convalescence. He wiped her ass every day. He wiped her ass and did all the things that they say black men would not do. Only a white man who reads Toni Morrison would do. He did all the things. Her question was, when was he going to plan more romantic dates so she could feel like and shot myself? There's no way you can tell me that is not a government agent that is putting that in the atmosphere. You don't think that you're valued because he doesn't plan spontaneous beach dates, but you wiped your funky ass while you were going? Like, what are we doing here? She didn't work, or he paid all the. So all this is to say, it'd be interesting if you updated this to the moment. It could be
But
I think that.
Sorry. Illnesses causes insecurities in people, though, like their ill health and them being weaker and their independence. Not that I'm saying that he's right on everything in him not planning spontaneous dates, but maybe she lost her sense of self, her individuality outside of her illness.
Look, I want to just say this. The mindset of the book in 2018, I think the times have actually caught up with where the mindset was, and the feeling of it being a little bit old is actually good, because it does validate it. This is not AI generated. This is not something that someone just created from AI. This was created from 8, maybe 10 hours of interviews that were live recorded interviews that were given to me. And after we did the interviews, then we just transcribed it into the book. And so, like I said, I think that it's something for Black women, and I think that Black women can get a lot out of it. And I hear Black women discussing it and getting something out of it because it was for them. If you look at that book cover, the book cover says a lot too, and I had that put together the way that I did because I saw that in my mind. Whereas you see the educated business black woman with the briefcase, and you see the hood dude with the condoms and the Tim boots and the wife beater. And so, yes, and so if you look at the cover of the book, I'm saying a lot with that cover. I'm telling you, this was for professional black women, and it was written with black women in mind. And so to see you guys really kind of feel what I was putting out there, it just really makes me feel good. And I just thank you guys. I'm so humbled by it.
Can I ask you a question? Prior to you being married or post divorcee?
I was divorced. This book came to me. I've lost money, and because I had taken a
Brooklyn, not
yeah. Okay. Thank you, Brooklyn, and I love you. But the reason why I wrote the book, I homeless, and I had just lost my business, and I was sleeping in my and I started to get on the internet, and I said to myself, I gotta find a woman because I'm in a tight spot. So I was in that need. I was the dude in that need position that I talk about in the book. And so as I started to talk to women online, I started to come to my mind. I was like, man, I gotta write a book. These women don't. And then I just had a list of things that I seen a lot of women responding in a real negative way with online. And so when I met Asia, me and her, she was talking about stuff that she was having problems with because she was making, Asia's a PhD, so she was making a lot of money. And she didn't have nobody that she could go out of the country with, nobody she could travel. She had her own list of things that she wasn't happy with the dating. And I said, we should write a book. And so that came from that. So I was single when I wrote this book, and I was homeless.
You were divorced?
When I wrote this book.
Were you
divorced? I was divorced. I've had 2 wives, and I was divorced. This didn't come from a result of being divorced. This came from a result of me losing a lot of money, and I was in a desperate place in my life, and I was blessed with the idea to do this. And when it came to me, it just came to me, and 9 months later, after I met her, we were finished with this book, and we worked, we worked, and we got it done, and it was just something that I just manifested into my life. And so once I manifested it, I've got other stuff working as far as this book is concerned, and that's why I can't share it all with you right now. But the truck driving, all that is based around this book. I've been driving this truck for 2 years. I haven't been home, and my house is still where it's at. My car, I haven't even driven my car or nothing. I'm just it's all there, and I'm just paying my bills and stacking my money and working on what I'm doing next with this book. And I'm really excited to share it with you guys, but I'm not, I'm not there yet. About 12 weeks, and I'll be done, and I'll reveal the next piece to the book, and it's all based around Black women. And so, it's just a really exciting experience, but it had nothing to do with me being married at all.
Sorry, your mama, go for it, because I
No,
know
it's okay. Go ahead.
No, I'll go after you. Please go.
don't understand that they are the actual barometer for the way men act. And that's why I think the book was so important, because it's important for when you set your value, and that's where you keep seeing that trend. And now you get guys in here to lie. They might say, "Oh no, I'm a prayer." You hear them in here on Clubhouse, but the truth is, when you start to place a higher value on the vagina, men will act right. You can force them to act right. But the problem right now in this day and age is women have basically taken the bar, and you don't even have to Salisbury flop anymore, like in the book. You're not meant to jump at all. There's no jump. It's just laid out. You know what I mean? And so that value, if you place,
I don't know.
I'm sorry.
I don't understand what that means.
Can you explain the lay down part, please?
Yeah, they just like.
When I say laid out, I'm just saying there's no obstacle there. If you ever seen the Olympics,
are you saying the men are easy or the women easy? Which one?
The women are easy.
Oh, okay.
And there's no obstacle there. If you don't put an obstacle, like think about in the Olympics, you see how they do the high jump, and they run and they jump as high as they can without touching the bar and try to get onto the other side, right? And that should be the effort that a man gets to be able to get to you. You follow me? And if you don't make that man jump, you don't make them work for it. You're just a happy meal. You feel me?
What do you mean?
Now there are some.
Well,
you didn't hear the. I love you, Jim. Well, you didn't hear the reading of the love menu. They understand what I'm saying, but you didn't hear it in the book. But it's talking about the love menu, and so you're just it's really cheap. It's real easy. You can, you might just be a entree. I mean, not an entree, but a appetizer. You follow me? And so you want to see yourself on the menu as a full course meal, right? That's where you ideally want to. And you just don't get a full course meal for McDonald's. You follow me?
But don't people have 3 full course meals or multiple full course meals a day?
I mean, that's not where this analogy is. Men was wearing suits, 3-piece suits. Why do you think men were dressed like that? And why do you think they had those Daffy Duck shoes and those 3-piece suits that they would wear every day with a top hat? They weren't doing that because they wanted to look like that. That was what the women required. That's what your great-great-grandmother required. He had to be clean. He had to be sharp. His shoes had to be shined. He had to come at a woman at a certain level to even get anywhere. She held up a standard. It was a high bar. He had to do it. If he didn't do it, then he couldn't get close to it. And that's the most important thing out of this book that I keep pushing. And as you guys read it, you see it. You see what I'm saying. I know you are because you said it. I said it a couple of times.
Can I ask a question, Jamal? So
you're
pushing the line of a woman needs to establish her value via the difficulty or the expectations that she establishes before being willing to be physical with men, correct?
That's right.
Okay, so how does that align with your thoughts that if a woman comes to party with me, she has to party, right? So that means she doesn't have much of an option.
Not to that. I'm not. This is something. Hold on. This is something that has nothing to do with. I don't want to answer. Can you accept that answer?
Well, I'm
I don't
trying
want
to
to answer
understand how that aligns with
I don't want to answer it. I don't want to answer it. Wow. This is not about my clubhouse. You're not talking to Totem Pole tonight.
Oh, okay.
All right. So
separate set of virtues, separate set of morals.
That's right. Whole different.
We're talking to the author tonight.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. But anyways, the point of the book is what it is, and I think the women are getting it. I think they're getting the gist of it.
So can I just interject one thing? To the room, Johnny? When I did my rooms and we read books, people who were not there for the reading, did not get to engage in the Q&A. That's a fact. That's a fact.
That's true. That should be right. Because you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. You don't know what we're talking about.
But see, let me explain where that doesn't apply. That's a valid attempt.
It wasn't just you. It wasn't just you.
It wasn't just me. I did it.
You're not the only one. It's a few of them that haven't. You didn't hear the book. You didn't hear the reading.
Jamal.
You didn't hear the reading.
Jamal.
I did reading.
Please remember, sir, we heard a great portion of the book in the woods, so I am familiar with the book. You forgot?
I don't know. I don't.
Bro,
when did you guys read it? I know.
You were there. Ask me, you were there.
I don't think I was. Am I out of my mind? I was never there. I never heard who was reading it.
I forget who was reading. I think Penny.
Okay, so even if it was there, the angle and lens that we are evaluating and processing this book
content, and people think the content is, and they could disagree with the content. Like I am really impressed that you were able to do that.
Thank you.
And I hope that when you do the second part of it, that you actually think about the whole process, not just the writing of the book, publishing it, but you think about how to really get it in front of the right people and have these conversations with people who are actually reading the book in the wild.
Right. Well, I really appreciate you saying that, and I appreciate all of you ladies tonight, and the listeners too that have listened to us. It means a lot to me, and this is not just me from a house perspective speaking to you, but this is me from like I have a persona on Clubhouse, and Gemini knows me from my persona, and a lot of you know me from my persona, but who I am as a real person. That's in this book, and I'm really a serious businessman too. And like I said, I've suffered my losses, and as you know me, you're seeing me, you're witnessing me rebuild myself, and I have that within myself, that moxie, and I'm able to do that. And so you guys are pleasure of knowing me from different angles and seeing me from different angles. Is really me, and that is, the Jamal in that book is really who I am, and I did this for Black women, and because I love Black women, and because I love Black love, and I want Black people to be at their best, and that's really what it's all about. And so any questions that you have on anything that you read, I'm willing to answer if you have a question. If not, I really appreciate you, and I just think I'm so humbled. You don't know how humbled. First Lady,
yes, sir.
Patty, Janice, I love you. Wow, you have made this sound like gold, and I just want to thank you so much, Janice, because you have read this thing and made it sound so beautiful in the way that you read it. And First Lady, and Ben, they told me that you came up with the idea to do it. And I just want to say thank you to Ben. Ambassador, you have been pushing this book more than anybody on the app. And I just want to thank you. You actually bought the book for one of your girlfriends, I think, Ambassador, and I appreciate you. We've had conversations, quiet ones.
Well, but maybe Saturday or Sunday we do another
pages, just let me know.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good night.
Okay, you going. Okay. All right. Good night.
Really big. And so, I've invested money for 2 years into what I'm doing. I'm weeks away from being done with it and bringing everything to the public. And it's all built around the book. And so, and I brought it to life and manifested it. And I'm doing the same thing as we speak now. And so I just thank you. I really thank you so much. I really do. Thank you, guys.
I guess I can save my question for later this week. I mean, or on a weekend, Saturday or Sunday. But don't answer it tonight.
Wow. Oh man, wow. We'll save that one. But
that's what I said. Think about it.
You guys, you know what? People really took to that first chapter. I've gotten a lot of really positive responses from this on some other interviews, and people have said different things about it, and I really am so glad that it resonates with you, and it all makes sense too. You know what I mean? And ladies, you do need to put face protector plates on it. Put a protector plate on. Don't just be a community phone. If you know.
I watch these videos and I see Manosphere and I see the Blackistan people. What are those people called? The divestors. Something, it feels coordinated somewhere. And I can't believe a person said she didn't feel valued because her husband didn't do spontaneous dates when he nursed her back from brain cancer and wiped her shitty ass constantly. I can't believe that it's not coordinated. When somebody makes more money than her husband, she doesn't pay a bill. I can't believe it's not coordinated when a woman says she's wondering if her husband still loves her because her boyfriend certainly does. I watched all of this just today. People should watch that show, tonight's conversation. People should watch that show. I just can't believe it. Somebody at the CIA is paying for the extra tickets. I now believe that these movements are, in fact, part of some sort of coordinated effort with the weed stores, a kind of MK Ultra for the 21st century. You cannot tell me that there are black women who honestly believe that their husband doesn't care for them because all he does is take care of everything and only plans 60% of the spontaneous dates. I literally saw that. She was really concerned. She asked him, should she get a divorce? She asked them, should she get a divorce? Random niggas online who fucked 3 of the women at the show that night. Why are you asking them? Because he has a moist beard and a skull cap, and he's wearing loose pants, and he's light-skinned with thin-rimmed glasses? Why are you asking him? Nobody can tell me this stuff is not coordinated, because I think what they realized, not with the welfare and the home and family thing, I think they realized that at this point, you can't use the law anymore like you used to be able to use it. You can't use lynching anymore like you used to be able to use it. You can't do any of that stuff. But what you can do is you can get the people to hate each other. There's a man in here, I'm not his name, but he's a half-breather. He hates black women for no reason. A Christian, but he blames women. How can you be a Christian and now blame the men of the community from a Christian lens? Doesn't make any sense. You have another person constantly citing, was it HPV-2-1, not herpes simplex, but black women have higher, the highest herpes rate, but never deals with the physiology and biology of herpes transmission. What is getting in his mind? It's got to be the government. It's got to be the government first. That's what I think. When I go back and watch the old Donahues and the stuff from the 80s, they didn't talk like that. In versions of that, obviously, the rhetoric, the diction will be different. They didn't talk like that. Something's got to be off. Everybody knows that it is much harder for a man to contract herpes through intercourse than it is for a woman. Who's spreading it around if it's not men? You think you're spreading herpes around from scissoring? Huh? Come on, man. Something is going on. Think it's the government. I really do. I know this sounds conspiratorial. Have you seen that show, First Lady? Tonight's Conversation? Have you seen that show? She might not be here.
Cool.
Have you guys seen that show, Tonight's Conversation?
I have. It's with Ace Metaphor. Trip Fontaine, Kitty Rose, Cheyenne Bryan is on there sometimes.
Yep. You can't tell me that it is not the U.S. government, the Russian government, or some government. All of a sudden, she comes out of nowhere. All of a sudden, her fight with Trump from 5 years ago is trending again. Really, that's a coincidence. It's just an algorithm. And I should play some of these clips. The tickets for tonight's conversation, I said it before, they range. Anybody can range from $64 to $5 single on a ceremony while they were trying to get to the bar at a hotel they were staying at.
It is so funny to me that Ben is mentioning this and asking this question, because I remember when my aunt asked me about that program because there were tickets and she wanted to go and asked me if I wanted to go because she found that very tall young man with the glasses attractive and so smart. And she asked me if I wanted to go, and I said, oh no, madam. But that was before they had that big breakup where Kita was telling all their business and talking about how two of the dating each other, even though one of the panelists were married, and that was something. But to your point, the clips come across my feed, and every time I listen to the clips, it's just, I don't really know how to describe it outside of I see why people like that content. It's not anything new, and I do not know who in their mind would spend $600 to sit in a cheap seat in an auditorium to listen to listener letters, shout out the read, for what? An hour, 2 hours? That's crazy.
Yeah, I feel like the way it works, well, a couple things. People on the panel, the audience. Let me say this. If you want to have sex and you want the person to be really attractive, you go there. I've never seen anybody in there not attractive. Like super duper attractive. They are all there. Everybody. Like, it is a real meat market. I get that. But it seems to me that what happens is now, instead of the CIA or FBI
all the clips are crazy. Even the ones that involve men. There was one where the guy had literally cheated on the girl like a bunch of times, and he was like, she was the perfect woman. She had a great career, this and that, blah blah blah, da 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 da. So then they said, "Well, is she here?" She was like, they were like, "Yeah." She came up, and then somebody else came up to date her. So it's like literally all the clips. Let me find one.
Sorry, I missed a lot of that. You would love to. You would love. Were you still talking about the show, TT?
Yes.
She was telling you another version.
Oh, there was a guy who was cheating on the woman he was dating. She had a great career, made a lot of money, was faithful, and just kind of kept taking him back. Well, in the middle of all this, she ended up getting a date and leaving with a whole different relationship. So it is a consistent thing. Like, either people complain about good relationships or have bad relationships and then get into new relationships within the span of the show.
Maybe that's the point of the tickets being so high. They going to meet people. Get together. Hey, we can't go to the club. You mean to tell me that our third spaces are now tonight's conversation and not the club? Brooklyn, if you had said that our third spaces were now the strip club, I would grimace. But you know what? Sometimes they have good wings. They might have all right pasta. You know, they might have a drink special, the music hidden. Depending on what market you're in, you might hear like new music as it breaks before it gets national. But tonight's conversation, child. Imagine that $600 being your VIP. Does that get you like a drink ticket or something?
Yeah, I think
you get a high touch?
I think
where you get to meet the cast and take pictures and stuff as well?
You do. I think that's what you do.
No, you know what? It really is like a meet and greet, and sometimes they have like multiple shows a day.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy. Okay, I found a clip of a woman who's
hold on before you go to the clip, TT, real quick, just so you guys know, Lance Bass is now doing it with them.
You mean Goss? Lance Goss? Black actor?
Lance Goss. Sorry. He's now doing it with them. Next week, they'll be in Phoenix. They'll be in this weekend, they're in Fort Worth. They'll be in Austin. I'm sorry. This week, they're in something out there in the West Coast. Phoenix, LA, Las Vegas next week. 4 interest-free installments. I don't think you have to be horked on them and they get worked up on them. So for a super VIP ticket, the VIP uncut experience, you get, hold on, I just want to say it was a free play thing because I pulled it up there. You get ticket types comparison. Okay. For the VIP uncut, front row seating, this is what you get for $600. A backstage meet and greet, a stage photo opportunity. You can take a photo on the stage. Priority group photo access for you and your group. Priority selfie. Priority merchandise access. Well, it's not to get the merchandise, you get priority merchandise. You get a swag bag and a concierge service to help you through your seat and throughout your experience. That's what you get. All right, T.
Okay. So, let me go back.
When you have fell out of love with your husband for not providing and have fallen back in love with your ex, who is currently having a baby, but is willing to risk it all.
I would be quick. Because you had the wrong podcast.
I would absolutely hate to be your husband. That's just wild work to me. Like, you're willing
for another that got a baby on the way. That is crazy work.
No, let me correct it. That is not why I'm leaving my husband. What I left him for was because he was not able to provide for me. This was something that has been going on for a year and a half. Ever able to provide?
That's a season.
So yes, I married him because he was able to provide. He was there to secure. He was able to.
Out of here. You said a year and a half. That's a season. You ain't even giving him a chance to overcome whatever he was going through. You supposed to help him through that. You know what I'm saying?
How long? Okay, I understand that.
Till death do you part. Till death do you part. Till death do you part.
Okay.
Okay.
I think you would be doing him a huge service by leaving him because you're horrible to have even married him. Not as a person, I don't know you as a person, but to have even married somebody out of convenience and out of obligation because you probably just wanted to be married. I think you guys should both go your separate ways so that you can find people who love you and who you love.
Let me just add this point. If you love someone based on conditions, when they do not meet those conditions, you are going to try to find a way out. If God loved us based on conditions, talk about it. You have to make a decision to love someone. You may have moments to where you fall out of love, but you gotta make that decision every day. We talking about it may be some situational stuff. What if she go through menopause and then he just say, I don't love her no more, and I'm gonna deal with my ex and stuff like that? We'll be beating him down. So before people,
She's affected her husband. She's affected her ex. She's affected her ex's baby mom who was pregnant with this guy's kid, and she's affected that child. So your poor decision making is going to affect 5 other lives.
Okay. I was never very interested in that shit on TikTok because if you were on season 1 relationship rooms, even season 2, the hot era, season 2 of this app I think was by far one of the best seasons, best time by far none. But if you were on, season 2 of this app with the relationship rooms, like, you've heard these conversations, you've heard the conviction and the Christ and the this and the that. Like, in 2026, y'all all sound crazy. She sound crazy for offering that situation up, and y'all all sound crazy to entertain that shit. My God.
Did you have another clip?
Yes. I have one of the guys.
Hold on, let me go back. We got to keep it equal. God bless.
God bless.
When your wife, she here, and all the people I'm talking about, respects and appreciates her friends more than she does her husband who pays the bills with her.
Please define for me respect.
If I call her and she on the phone with one of those friends that's back there, my point is, she don't respect my energy and effort to stay in our relationship, stay in our marriage, and stay with our children, stay with her. She respects their opinions, their thoughts, their...
I'm paying attention to how you're even referring to your wife right now. Like, I'm paying attention to the fact that you wanted to humiliate your wife in front of thousands of people also. So what is it that you do inside of the house that will make it to where she can actually respect you? Because just because you pay bills and things like that doesn't mean that you will be able to give that level of respect. Hold on. Because if you say you pay bills, but if I'm coming to you about a concern, if I'm coming to you about something I'm grieving, something you hurt me on, something that I feel abandoned on, will you give me the safety to be able to talk about it? Can I trust you emotionally? Can I trust you spiritually? Can I trust you financially? Can I trust you in all of these aspects to prove that you give me a level of emotional security? Do we actually have a partnership? Because just because you're married does not mean that you have entered into an actual partnership. Are we truly aligned? Because I hear you and I understand that a wife is supposed to respect you, but a husband is supposed to love a wife as well. So how are you loving your wife because a lot of times her lack of respect of you is a reflection of your lack of love for her, your broken love. So that's my question to you. What are you actually doing that will allow her to come up to that level to where she can respect you as the head of household?
And this is to the men in the room. We got to stop reducing ourselves to a paycheck and paying a bill. You added that as if that replaces you being a person.
As a font or wellspring of rhetoric and discourse, and then it unfolds and evolves. You can't tell me that this is not a coordinated. That man says she makes the money, he manages it out. Mr. Paul sound like he was 50 years old. Y'all can't tell me that's not the government.
Almost crashed,
It's absolutely insane. Why is Yama Manzan doing that?
She be on there?
Yeah, she does the panel from time to time. That's how much money they make. They probably pay her 5 figures. She probably does 2 or 3, every quarter or whatever. They probably pay her $20,000 every night. She probably show up getting between $5,000 and $10,000. They make serious money on that thing. They're making serious money. Nobody can tell me, huh?
I was gonna say, this is an example of how people are learning how to do relationships. They're basing their relationships, not everybody, of course, but a lot of people, especially people in the single market, they are really taking this advice and operating from the standpoint of the people that are giving this advice. It's crazy. It's crazy.
It is, but then why do smart people? I'm gonna continue placing blame. Why are smart people then jumping on the bandwagon who say they're in it for the community, but it's a money grab? But I'm gonna go ahead and say his name and his wife, Mark Lamont Hill and his wife. Have y'all seen that show before?
No. Are they on YouTube?
Maybe on his channel. It's a mess.
What they be talking about?
It's an absolute mess. They're doing their version of relationship content. Talking about their relationship. They're old.
Relationship
they have
content.
PhDs. They have money. You can't use them as a model. She's like, I heard it the other day. She's like, it was a little different for me. I didn't start my PhD till my mid to late 30s. The cash apps is rolling in.
I think their audience though is me, right? Like my age group. That's their audience, I think, for that. Which is different, I think, than maybe what we just heard. But I'm not sure.
They audience is us too, yeah, mama. They like the tonight's conversation. That's an older crowd. That's not young people.
I'm talking about Mark Lamont Hill and his wife. They're like, I think they're looking for a very specific person, and it's like it's so professional black men who are kind of like known in their like professional black men who are kind of like known in their like circles, who then found someone who want to like share. They figure this out who want to like share. They figure this out. It might be a grift, but Mark Lamont Hill, because he started doing that thing like a long time ago when he left Black News Network.
Now, this tonight's conversation, she wants advice because her partner gets upset when she asks her baby daddy for help. She said, what do I do? Hold on, I'll tell you what she said. She said, what do I do? Hold on, I'll tell you what she said. She said, my partner gets upset. I would say my current partner gets upset when I call my kids help with certain things, and they said just for the kids, and she said no. And now she's saying that the old is significant more money than the young. So not only is she calling on the dad for help, the baby's dad for help, kids help with certain things, and they said just for the kids, and she said no. not only is she calling on the dad for help, the baby's dad for help, behind his back, he knows about it. And then my question becomes, on the other end, why is the new partner okay with that and staying there? You want to know why? He got nowhere else to go. And this is the sad part. The baby daddy is also paying for the new boyfriend. Because the baby daddy is probably paying rent and for food that the new guy comes in. And that's what he's upset about. Where's the self-respect? Why are Black relationship combos constantly about resources for basic human survival? It just sounds like people need roommates and sex. Just use your roommates and having sex. Don't call them your partner or your boyfriend. Imagine being a man living in a house like this, and the baby's daddy is paying the rent where you're in, and you fall asleep at 10 every night. These men have no self-respect. I've never lived in a house that somebody else has paid rent or mortgage on. Ever. I would kill myself. Oh no. Hurricane message the other day. I'm gonna tell y'all the message on hold on a second.
I always want to blame Black parents for something.
The hurricane sent me this the other day. This is his PTR. I don't know if he did. This is what he sent me the other day. This man.
Oh, with the high waters.
Yeah. He said he worked at a plant and he was a personal trainer. 5 of the 8 women popped right after. He also shared that he doesn't want a lady who doesn't smoke weed and is fitness minded.
Is that pop the balloon?
Yeah. I mean that's a silly one, but it's part of the same buyout. I'm sorry, you know what? Oh, I think that Black people who for 300 and some years in British North America, and they're doing it and not realizing that the government is putting something in that fucking weed is insane to me. So one day, I'm getting arrested, that he was being treated like it was Starbucks. Because he'd been jacked up for so long for having a little bit of weed. Now there was a white boy in skinny jeans.
In Denver selling weed. True.
Yeah. The guy, all of a sudden he was like, what? Who's in here? What's going on? Like he flipped out, and his lady had to he couldn't believe it. He was like, what's going on? So we stopped going to the weed dealer where Mr. Rick was growing in the basement. Now you go to the government regulated weed place.
So you moved into conspiracy theories. Oof.
I mean, we know of MK Ultra, that's been declassified, where they poisoned, LSD, tortured, kidnapped, raped others for 20 years. CIA. Paul Robeson's family believed they did it to him. Why? All of a sudden, the U.S. government got benevolent toward the Negro after the 1970s. Reagan came in and said, you know what? We've been too hard. Nancy and I have been talking, and we believe that the Negro's been treated poorly, and Nancy and I believe in fairness, and even though we're going to have Ben Vereen do a minstrel show for my second inaugural, we'll treat the Negroes well. Oh, that's right. He actually had them put crack in the communities. None of this stuff seems weird to people. And when we was kids, you turned on the TV, You saw theologians and black strategic figures made it possible for revolutionaries. We went from that popular culture to baddies. We went from James getting a trade, or Florida getting his job because they wanted to double up on affirmative action. Double up. We went from that to popular cultural productions now, which include Rashida and Kurt, people in their mid-50s, on a reality show. Although he dressed like he's 22, but looked like he's ready to get Social Security. That seemed normal to people.
I mean, I think it was a progression in how we got here.
Break it down.
I'm just saying. I mean, you have all these acceptance of, bad behavior continuously growing and growing, and now we're here.
I agree with that.
For instance, when it came down to the whole cheating thing, people started making songs about it. And then in the message, what was the message? The message is, okay, I'm leaving. Remember Lemonade? We had that. But then if we go back, we had Jodeci. It's been a continuous progression that got us here. And then when it comes down to how many people want to be popular, how social media has developed, everybody wants to be seen. So all of that is a part of that. You know what I mean? I mean, that's
I
awesome.
100% agree. But don't you believe that there are actors somewhere, government, U.S. government, Russian government, Turkish government, whatever, wherever, that a lot of this stuff is being bankrolled somewhere as direct assaults on black unity, black community, black families, etc. Let me give you an example. It seems to me that Carlos King somewhere has a set of funders that he either knows about or doesn't know about, whose intent is to destroy black brains. Remember when we were growing up, the United Negro College Fund? They had that United Negro College Fund. It was a brain is a terrible thing. This is your brain. This is your brain on drugs. I replaced drugs and just put popular culture in it. Have you ever seen Zeus Network?
Yeah, no, I have not. But I've heard about
that. Man is terrible. That man is terrible.
He could allegedly be engaged himself personally in sex trafficking.
Yeah, I heard that, yeah.
Today, and a lot of times people get into this, stardom business or whatever you want to call it, model, little documentary kind of thing. Yeah, so what her vision was became and collaborated, and then it got completely out of control. I don't think what actually happened at the end was her thoughts in the beginning. Behind the scenes pulling the strings and saying what they want to produce or how they want to produce it. Carlos King is just the plug. He's yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, nobody thinks that this Cheyenne. Nobody has thought
What do you mean?
She looks just like a Reese's peanut butter.
Like you want to eat that thing?
A peanut allergy. It looks so good you want to have an EpiPen. You can't tell me that there's not somebody, and it's not just the magic of the algorithm, that there's not somebody or somebody's doing the thing. Now, I'm not saying, I see what Mr. saying in the gym, Mr. Smith. I'm not saying like it was better than it was. What I'm saying was there were more options. And what I'm saying was you had a bigger panoply. I don't think that it's peculiar that Shonda Rhimes and Kenya Burris are the two most successful black TV makers of the last 25 years.
What?
People speak. Chandra Rhimes and Kenya Rose.
Scandal and Blackish First Lady.
So I think it's a reason why they are not. Yeah, it's
Bro, let's talk about it.
No, I haven't thought.
Willie Boy.
But I would like to
You
hear
never heard of
Carlos
Willie Boy?
King, though.
Over here?
Yeah, that's his catchphrase. Let's talk about it.
Oh, I don't. See, that hits my limits in my brain. But it's not powerful forces behind them, which made them the most popular television makers of the last 25 years. I just can't believe it.
Wait a minute. So you were just focusing on the women. Because Tyler Perry isn't up there?
No, Kenya Burrs is a man.
Oh.
Blackish and Mixed Dish is a man. And then he got a massive.
Too.
Yeah, he got a massive Netflix deal. And what I shat out 2 days ago was more interesting than anything he's produced.
That's insane.
Have y'all seen his work on Netflix?
No, not. I mean, maybe I have. I don't know. You said Blackish and what else?
He did Blackish, Mixed Dish,
I
Black
never
AF.
watched any of those.
You've seen Black AF?
Never. Also, not
his stuff. I actually find his to be, in a way, almost more insidious because they are positioned in a way of being pro-black and black forward. To be fair to Chandra Rhimes, she doesn't really do that. She's just doing love stories with great men who just all happen to be white. But it's just coincidence. It's just coincidence. All the black men are terrible. It's just coincidence, which is fine. But I don't know, man. Y'all don't want people to speak. Y'all don't want people to speak. Who says the people shouldn't be allowed to speak? He's been hanging out with Republicans now, conservatives. Evan Hart's going to turn into the Bill Maher of Negroes.
Well, the funny part was he said he went and handpicked the people, the racists.
Hey. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Tom.
So are you saying that Kevin is a sellout?
I'm saying he's clearly some sort of plan from somebody. Now, when the weirdo guy said it on Club Shay Shay a couple years ago, people thought he was hating. And here we are. He's like the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Everything that Cat Williams said would come to pass has come to pass. He's just like the Honorable. Maybe you have to be a weird sounding 4'11" nigga to see the future. Because that's the same thing that happened with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the same thing that happened with Cat Williams.
Kevin Hart was almost like he was scared of the prophet.
Yeah.
Like the Huntsville, what's that show? Love.
Yeah, he does Love and Marriage, Huntsville. But he also
does
Detroit.
And I know he was on the original producing staff for Real Housewives of Atlanta. But so Huntsville, Atlanta, what else?
Yeah, he's got a few cities, but he also does just content, like messy content. So people will come on and he'll interview them. That's kind of his thing. But his main shows are the Love and Marriage. He had Detroit.
Okay. The pastors of LA, with Noel Jones and and the dude that had the Glock.
They came back. What was his name? The one with the fro.
Yeah.
I know exactly who you're talking about too.
Yeah, because they were doing the whole marriage thing. Because Noel Jones, they dragged him because he wasn't married. Remember? And what's his name? The singer. Start with a D. In the hair. Yeah, Dietrich Haddon. Yeah, remember they used to dog him and Noel because Bishop Jones because I don't know that man, so I don't know why I said Noel. Bishop Jones because Bishop Jones was not married, and he had a girlfriend, Loretta, but he wouldn't marry her. They dragged him for filth on the show, the little man with the afro, and then they did the same thing to Dietrich Haddon because he was like like I don't know, kind of worldly. I don't know.
Right.
Oh, Lemmy did it?
Lemmy did it, which makes sense because his dad is a bishop.
Oh. Because remember, it was the couple, the young couple who broke up, and they divorced, and when they did the reunion, the woman had, like, he was, I don't know if the man was remarried, but he had, like, reframed his whole world. I think he didn't really want to get divorced, and he was kind of, like, speaking to that. But yeah, it was all about this sort of shaming them because their relationships didn't work. I mean, the shaming was crazy. I mean, the shaming.
Well, Bishop Jones, he ended up marrying Loretta.
I know. That became the spinoff.
It was
after they dragged him. Yeah.
Make an honest woman out of her.
Yes, exactly. That's what it was. They shamed him into marrying her. Not saying that he shouldn't have married her. I'm just saying that one. And remember, okay, I wish I could remember the name. I'm gonna go Google it in a second. But we reported that house. People have reported that house, but no one has done anything. That other politically correct, and it keeps showing up. Anyway, the little guy with the afro, the short bishop who was like a gang member or a drug dealer back in the day, and he came on a reunion with his gun, and he said that he would not fly in coach, and that if there was one seat left, that his wife would have to sit in coach so he could be in first class. I was like, what the? That's who they had on there. So maybe that's all. Maybe I'm right about that dude from Zeus. What's his name? Lemuel? What's his name?
Yeah.
Lemmy?
Yeah.
Okay.
They call him Lemmy Pepper. But they might be onto something because both Lemmy and Carlos King are from Detroit.
They are?
Yeah.
Oh my God. What's the solution? Hello?
Are you saying hello to the room?
Yeah, y'all didn't hear me?
I heard you say hello.
Oh, I was talking for a long time. That was God. That was what God.
Repeat it.
That's what God do. I was just saying, when they did the reunion for the Real Housewives, the Real Pastors of Oak, the Zeus Network, and now when you look at his pictures, he's very like I felt like at the time when he was doing that interview at the reunion that he kind of had cross eyes a little bit. No offense to anybody who has cross eyes, but now if you look at his pictures, he's been like someone is fixing him up. He's got a different look.
Oh, he had a total makeover. Absolutely. A total makeover. Maybe a few surgeries, truth be told.
Yeah, I was about to say that money is fixing them up.
Y'all can see the whole reunion episode of what I'm talking about on the Pastors of LA online. Let me look up and see what that man's name was.
Did they do that other church? Because it was another church reality show that came on for like a season, and they were out of Detroit. Do you know what I'm talking about, TC? It was like, I don't know the name of it. It was like about the church families and is it the murder? One of the girls come from like the church family that be singing with the sinking sisters.
Oh, the Cheers. They had their own.
Yeah, the shit. No, it wasn't with. No, because I remember this distinctly because I actually watched this reality show. Her
They said
mother.
Real Pastors of Detroit. They said that's what it was.
Was that it? That might have been it. Cause I remember one of the girls, she come from the family with the sisters sing together, but she was married to a nigga in jail. I remember that distinctly. That's what made me watch it.
This was a series that was focused on it's called Preachers of Detroit. Preachers of Detroit. And it's with Charles H. Ellis III, Bishop Ellis. Y'all know him. That's where what's her name funeral was. Rosa Parks' funeral was at his church, I think.
Oh no, but it wasn't about the actual people, the actual like pastors. It was about the kids.
Oh, Rita funeral was there too. He had got caught.
Oh, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Because remember how he touched Ariana's breast in the church? But he just got caught up in a scandal not too long ago.
Bishop Ellis?
Oh, yes.
Oh my God, girl.
Oh, it was real bad, and he had to admit it. At first, people were like, "Oh no," they didn't believe it. But then when he admitted it, it was like, "Oh."
Let me see what I can find on the internet.
Mr. Rizzo,
that's interesting
about that?
Yeah, I see it. Inappropriate relationship. How old was she, TT?
She was very young, and so
22.
Mm-hmm. And so one of the things that she had posted was a video. It's like birthday celebration where he invited her to come here, and like a lot of the times, like you have to pay for very expensive tickets to go to those things. So that's when it was like, oh, maybe there's the truth to what she's saying here.
Oh, I remember. So when you Google it, right, it also talks about the Ariana Grande, so it's a picture of it's an article in NBC News that I found, and the picture is of him holding her, and Bill Clinton is behind him with his mouth wide open.
That dress was short. Oh my.
And, but yeah, it's true. The other story, I see it. Oh my God, I see it. TT.
Yeah, and his uncle had some issues. He's out of Chicago.
Ugh.
Yeah, he had a lot going on. But Mr. Resilience, I actually went to high school with the music director at that church.
One more thing. It was his name is Ron Gibson, the pastor in LA that I was thinking about. Ron Gibson. Yeah.
But Kiki is the Kiki who Brickman. I thought you were talking about Kiki. That was one of Dorinda's daughters, who you were talking about.
No, so I'm thinking because it was like the show. It was based around just the kids of the pastors and the gospel singers, and it was like this one flamboyant boy that was one of the preacher's kids. He used to wear his hair like blonde and shit. He dressed real, crazy or whatever. And then it was another girl who her dad, they had like a tumultuous relationship. It was crazy, and all of this was playing out on the show. And then I distinctly remember that the specific girl that I'm talking about, she came from like a famous like gospel singing family with all the sisters. I don't know if this is the Clark sisters or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah. So those are the Clark sisters. So Dorinda Clark Cole. So I thought
right. So her daughter, one of her daughters, was married to a man that was in jail. And it was all on the show. Like, he was in jail while she was on the show. She was like the outcast of the family. But she was living back with her mom. It was crazy. But I remember that show. It was good. It was good and juicy. But it was like one season. But their aunt, so they had an aunt that actually got kicked out of the group. She ain't got nothing on her. What, the daughter ain't got nothing on the aunt? Oh, the daughter ain't got nothing on the aunt. So her aunt actually showed up to she showed up to her mom's funeral to fight the sisters. She showed up to fight Karen Clark Sheard at the funeral. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I thought that Lemmy just came out of nowhere. I didn't know he started off and like he was a Detroit pastor kid. I didn't know nothing about it until the Zeus Network and all his drama, because he had a lot of drama too. So they basically gave his dad like the title of Bishop of Israel. It really makes no sense. I don't understand it, but that's his dad's title. Bishop of Israel? Yes, but within Church of God in Christ. That's interesting. Well, Lisa, what did you learn tonight about through the book? Lisa wife, whichever one of y'all is on the phone. No, we both did. What did you learn, Lisa wife? Spend that shit. Spend that shit. Spend that shit, right? That's what I'm saying. You know what? What is the word that you came up with, Lisa? You have been.
Oh, it's that.
Huh? Assess. Assess.
Yeah.
When I tell you I literally threw my phone across the room, I went to go grab it, I flipped it, tumbled it upside down. It was gone. I had to go pick it up. I said, I can't believe that man just said that. I said, that's like a thread that him and Ben got is good. It's the craziest thing in the world, but that's the funniest inside joke on Clubhouse right now. I swear it is. Kiki, I just pinged you in the 420. You can move. Oh, I'm just playing. She about to bone around for 420. Listen, back over here. So, you know what, the other day, I was like, I don't know if I'm being accused of being anti-black or they're accused of other people of being anti-black. But somebody's anti-black. In 420? Yeah, when I was like, you know, a lot of times people don't understand that the people in the community don't have other places to go. Child, they anti-black as hell in 420. I don't know. So you know what? Brooklyn, I actually looked it up. So from the point that my parents' store used to be to the nearest store for the people in that neighborhood, it would take them 40 minutes if they didn't have a car to walk. 40 minutes. To a black-owned store? No, just a store, period. Oh, fuck. So think about it. If the bus is not running, then you have to wait. So it's a lot of parameters. It never makes sense, this argument about boycotting shit. It pisses me off every time a nigga say it. I just really want to throw everything at the nigga that says it. Because what are we gonna do? Starve to death?
I think it works in some cases, but I don't villainize the people who can't participate, because you can go to another place. It's easy. But a person who's walking 40 minutes, 20 minutes one way, and then carrying goods with them, that's just unrealistic to me. And then sometimes, a lot of the times, it's little kids going to the store. So we're expecting the little kids to go get the stuff alone in these neighborhoods.
Some places don't have sidewalks.
Oh, definitely not sidewalks, especially not in them country as Hick Town. They ain't got no sidewalks. So then you gotta, you might get hit by a car trying to do all that shit.
Yeah, it was like, wow. Because, like, when she moved from London, she moved to the South. And I was just trying to tell her, like, bro, they ain't got sidewalks down here.
And I walked. Like, I was like, forget this. Because the gas station wasn't too far from where we live. So I was like, I'm just going to walk because I'm used to walking. There was no sidewalks. I think people take that for granted, not realizing that.
Where in London are you from?
North London.
Are you from the north? My best friend from the north.
Yeah.
You guys rely heavily on public transportation, so I can understand that being like a big, like.
It's because I drove a lot in London as well, but I would drive more for work because I would go like out of town. But driving is like in the city, in certain like residential places, 20 miles per hour. So what's the point of driving?
Mm-hmm. That's what he said. It's just more convenient to take. But then going from that to down south, I'm from New York, and like public transportation here is like, I don't know. It's not even. It's hard. It's not accessible. So it's a big transition for a New Yorker that only took the train because and cabs.
So I took this adventure. I was like, you know what? I want to try the train. So I took the Amtrak one day to go see my in-laws because I was like, everybody was like, well, we can drive and we can pick you up when I was switching my UK license to American license. And I was like, no, I just want to try the train. And I jumped on the Amtrak. And it wasn't bad. It wasn't a bad experience, but like.
Because that's from state to state. That's like. Yeah, but I'm talking about like local transit. Like, you're not even in the metro.
It depends. Because I haven't been to New York, but it depends on where you live. Like, if you don't live in a city place that has metro trains, then it's just there's no trains to catch.
That you might have a bus. They may have like a county bus. But outside of that, it's not. And I live in Atlanta. I moved from a major city to another major city. But the transit here it's not comparable to New York at all.
Spirit Amtrak was cool. I met some cool people on the train.
I love Amtrak. That's my favorite way to travel, actually.
It was peaceful. I had
outside of the flight. They were intellectualizing the book, but I didn't see the difference.
Like Brooklyn read Wahida Clark, like The Coldest Winter.
Yeah.
It reminded me of that. I was like, this
not, that shit was not The Coldest Winter worthy. Like, that was more like a story. It was, but I get what you're saying. It was like one of them ghetto books, like a ghetto tale. But it's different because it's an advice book too. Like, he's giving advice. So it's just terrible advice. That's just that. Listen, if that's how men think that women should operate, I don't think that we fuck. Well, we fucked anyway, but that's why we fuck, because that's what they think we should do.
But like Wahida Clark, like the coldest winter, wasn't she kind of like going after people that had money? Like, it had similar themes, whereas his was more of a self-help tale. It's just like
The coldest winter was about street life. Like, it was about hustling and, fucking with hustlers. Like, I identified with that, but I can't identify with what the fuck Jamal was talking about. Like, especially him telling us after all of that while he made the book, he was homeless and met a girl, and that threw me off altogether. You giving all of this advice as a poor man, like, and your way to success was through a woman. That's crazy as fuck. But maybe it's me. I'm still old school.
Jamal has had many lives, many careers. Trucker, pundit, author, salon owner, weavologist. I'm being serious. He really has had a salon, sold hair. Of course, we know he drives truck. Likes to talk about everything, and apparently an author.
I mean, he has a skill to pivot. Like, he's, pivoted, I guess, in his times of being down. So he went from one business idea or job to the next. That's a good survival skill. However, I'm not sure the way that he's giving advice, it may have been better maybe for him to give it from a standpoint of, this is what I went through, and you don't have to go through this. Why the fuck in this state would you be giving advice to women? In any state, to be honest with you. Why? I mean, it's entertainment and entertaining, and it's good to hear that perspective, because you see what old freaky niggas be thinking about.
But he had a co-writer as well, which was a female perspective that shared similar views.
Yeah, we see that every day. His book, and the fact that it was written in 2018, also speaks to how we ended up where we are, like the beginning, because that was like the beginning of the gender war era. All of that, like, that time was when all of the shit started like coming about. It wasn't Kevin Samuels, it was Tommy Sotomayor, or whatever that man's name is. So these people were like making a way, and they were giving advice on women and how to be married, and how women should be married and what they should do. And old freaky ass niggas giving advice. And we are in 2016, almost 10 years later, it's worse. It ain't get no better with all the advice we done got so far. It's not changed anything. It's made everything even worse than it started off as.
It'll be interesting to see what the next project will be. Because I hope he took the feedback from the room.
But he's also been on Clubhouse for the past 5 years. So I can't imagine it being more enlightening. This is just me being pessimistic, maybe, but
you may miss the beat.
I can't imagine it being any better or more progressive or nothing. Like, it's gonna be some bullshit. That's just what it is.
Maybe because I need to like listen to more of the book when they do play it over the weekend. I was just like, so would a man not be valuable if he's in the fixing stage of his life? Like, I started pinging a lot of questions in my head. So I was like, I know, like, the target audience were women, but because it was coming from a man's perspective and then his background context, it was just like, you're catering more to women's needs as opposed to women meeting you where you're at.
Jamal was crazy.
And it still gives a sense of the thing that they say on here, like, regardless of the circumstance of the man, right, you as a woman are supposed to bend over backwards while still also being submissive and being obedient. Like, I can't wrap my mind around that. I think I'm too modern day woman. I think I have got feminized or whatever that shit is. What is it? Feminist. I'm a feminist at this
Radicalized.
Okay, yeah, I'm radicalized and I'm a feminist because I can't even see how any of that makes sense. As an adult woman, I don't understand none of that shit, to be honest with you.
Oh, and the co-author was his former fiance, and they got an argument, and she said, well, maybe you should write a book since you're an expert, and that's how he got the book.
Oh, what did 50 Cent say? Like, was it 50 Cent that said? I don't know if it was 50 Cent. I don't think it was him. Someone said, good publicity, bad publicity. No, Kanye. It was Kanye that said it. Good publicity, bad publicity is still publicity at the end of the day.
I do not think bending over backwards is being nice to men. I think and as we can see from what we've heard in this room tonight, that shit is happening. So miss me, please, and thank you. Dick Nathan.
I wonder if Asia wrote a book.
She needed to. Like, look at what the fuck I missed out on. Thank God I moved the fuck on. It's silly. Like, it's silly as fuck. And every day I come on this app, and most of the time I'm here and politically correct. But if you scroll through the hallways, and then y'all ever want to scroll through the hallways, relationships is on all of these people's minds. And it's been like this. I'll go participate sometimes. I'm still working fucking hard. I can like this. Well, all of these kids who are like relationships is supposed to be like, they're thinking that it's like a formula. So a relationship is supposed to be like. So yeah, I go and I fucking get fucking start shit up and laugh. But in my heart of hearts, I feel like these people are fucking crazy. Like, and it doesn't participate. It just doesn't. Man, crazy. Like, it is. People are scared to get another person staying too long. I think they're like right now. It's like, it's like that. It's level, like, because like, now you can relationships. Like, your mom was not shy. Why did you not want to answer the question? And then want to answer the question about the man like that. What was he up before? Before he acted? I can't tell you. I can't see what he was doing. And then the worst alternative is to go find the woman that was very successful. That shit is off. I was thrown up. That shit. I can't believe it. I got to the floor. I just this is so cool. That way it is. And basically, I feel like that's not what we do. It's like, we tell you about it. Yeah, not because you're not going to do it. That's why, like, they, like, something, they ain't the ones who started everything that we're doing. They put it to the shit. It's their fault. And now, okay, now, this is our next, yeah, no, this is my situation. You know, and I do that all the time. That's what we do.
What are you guys talking about? What's the topic?
It's that. It's the,
Well, what is it? Give me the TLDR.
I'm not going to tell you that. It's the topic.
What are the strings crashing out of this one?
So we have a little chapter, like on a monthly basis, and he's going on a chart and questions involved in talking about tonight's conversation. Have you ever heard of tonight's conversation?
No, it's on the show.
Yeah, it's a podcast on YouTube. It's a multi-media they ask relationship questions. And some of them are like kind of viral, almost unbelievable. And we have had an idea that it was really for the idea because they're really coming up out of nowhere. Oh, wait, see, before that, it was like suggestion not to. They say that they use the as an example of because like in general, like like why they go there and look at the game. Well, I mean, that's a decent like I'm saying not all of it. What's wrong with okay, so you say not all of them are what you see is not what I can see somebody saying this looks weird, they're not exactly beautiful, so I can see that. I was talking about I'm not talking about my opinion, but I'm not talking about how I feel about things. I'm just saying, like, they were basically honest. That's all it's I can see some people things are people or like things are okay with it. Like it's weird. I get it. I don't see I'm sure that man would get to someone Talk on what? I mean, I've seen everything. I've seen Okay, so what's wrong with why would you like I don't understand. Why would people I mean Marvin is not Marvin is attracted to men. So I mean Marvin
that's good. So I'm not surprised that she thinks that pussies can't be done. I like that. Regardless of what you think of penis or not, if you are a woman in this ring and you want to have a relationship with a man that involves sex, you're gonna have to learn to enjoy the penis. So whether you think it's healthy or not, you still have to play with it and enjoy it and allow him to use it to touch you. That's the kind of sex you guys wanna have. So it doesn't really matter about whether you think it's ugly or not. What matters is whether you wanna have fun with the man to the penis is attached. I don't. It's a serious conversation to take serious. If I chose to be the man to be this one's not supposed to be looking at anything, I'd be looking up, the end of the day. Think about the man in relationships with no man, they're having sex, and then they go to the living room, and then watch that baby come out of that vagina, and those men are scarred for life. The vagina looks different, and the baby's coming out of it, and they're like, ooh, we can't do that no more. It's ugly. Have you heard of that? You're not gonna have a fighting on top. It's tomorrow, everybody. I'm not surprised with any man. Yeah, that much right? And you say person crazy. You got your own. I see it's called.
whole standard about how you can get, you know, right thing is something for the family and you meditate for people that have a and you basically get no more. I mean, some of the way it's told, the way it's written, the way that it's written, there's like it's not
well, to be fair, again, this is asking questions, and
that's the only question I was
in my opinion, like, you know, it was just my wife participating in part of the book club. You understand? It's like, mind you, like, this is really the question. The first thing that Hurricane said was, oh, so where is this? What's his name? What's his name? You know what I'm saying? The question was posed for, the question was posed during the book club portion. And then after the book club portion, you decided to jump in because you wanted to speak on the question was posed. And I don't see that. It's just, it's part of being a part of the book club. I mean, like, you know, like if you're not part of the book club, I mean, if you're wondering, and I want to talk about, physical ways, that's, you know, that's the book club. How does it differ? It's just part of it.
I agree. Because I was thinking, but I was just like, I don't have time to talk about this. But I almost crashed out. It was close. I had my I mean, y'all gonna crash out tomorrow? No, I crashed out. I almost crashed out when you said, hey, you made a and that whole transition, and then that almost made me crash out. And then when they played that up to next conversation, and the man said that she make the money out there, and said, oh, that shit took me out almost. I had to keep my composure. I don't know how hard I worked to not move, because I almost lost. Oh, you're talking about the clip. The clip and Jamal also moved simultaneously. I was just like back to back. I mean, you started to do. No, all of this happened like Jamal started texting me when he was talking about making the money. And then after we finished with that, we played the second to next conversation. And I was like, oh, this is just too much for me. Yeah, no, I was fighting with it. Yeah, no, I was fighting with it. And I was just going through it. It was like, and I kept looking at it. I mean, we crash out. So you made a song out of it.
So I think it's not the thing he got it done. However he got it done. That's the he got it done. That's the bond is for him.
It wasn't from Clubhouse. Right.
I know. I mean, I think it's
I'm not reading it right now.
I'm not reading it. That's I think that no, they have to be right. But also a lot of times the evidence shows that give it a try. Had it not been for John E. Had it not been for Van, I would have been on check for so had maybe the marble stuff up and had whatever store, and I guess you know what down the road, people like this is the more that you see on Clubhouse, people just don't the book in Jamal Clubhouse, they read the person. I'm different. I'm just saying, I was just like, what is my mama He was so excited that the way that like, he was so ecstatic about it. Because really, that's what we need to do. She was joking. Okay. And I think the fact
I can't comment. I can't say anything. There's so much happening, so much of this LGBTQ that's getting pushed on society instead of society pushing family values. There's a huge war on gender right now. I mean, there's a huge war.
Well, they're trying to deconstruct everything. That's kind of the problem. So you have like the communists who use conflict theory between the classes, and they apply it to like everything from gender to sex or race, whatever. Then you have the postmodernists, mainly out of France, which heavily did the same thing, but it wasn't. It was through a much different lens. But they did deconstruct everything, and these are people from the far left. That's what they do. But I would say, why? It's rather logical. Why do men have to budget, or when it comes to courting a woman or dating, it's actually something you literally have to do if you're sane. I mean, you can't just waste all of your fucking money just chasing women. You can't. If a woman has standards that is above what you actually earn, you can't jeopardize yourself financially and just to appease this woman.
Are you believe men are getting demasculated?
I don't think they're getting demasculated. That's the thing. A man, when the scenarios were different, for example, when you could grow up in Canton, Ohio in the 1960s, graduate high school, work at a steel mill, or move to Cleveland and get a factory job at an automobile plant, and you could, at the right age of 19 or 20, be able to get a house, get a car, and take care of a family. And of course, the wife was expected to stay at home. I mean, your earning potential you basically could afford that. Today, the reality is that there are not enough jobs that are high paying enough for a man to be able to do that.
So why is there enough jobs for all these independent women to be able to to find these jobs, and there's not enough for men? Are men not choosing
the model? No, the model. That's because that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Once they opened up and they made it a normative thing for women to go to college and to work. Now you have a bunch of women that also have incomes, which you did not see in the 1950s and 60s. And so basically,
the incomes. Again, it doesn't hurt to have the income, but again, it's not that they're taking. As a man, if I need to find money, I'll find money. I'll find a way to make money. I'll figure it out.
That sounds super Jewish, but that's one of the things you guys are good at.
It's not Jewish. It's survival. Listen, we were taught to survive, and money is a survival skill. To survive in society, you need money. It's nothing to do with Jewish. It's either you're lazy and you're driven.
But would you not say that this is, and it's not just Jews? I would say the Lebanese Christians do super well.
It's everywhere where there is no Western values. I'm sorry to say, everybody does well where there is no Western values. Wherever there's Western values, there's LGBTQ, there's weak men. It's the 50-50 bullshit. Let's split the bill. What comes from Western values? The splitting of the bills, this fucking men are sitting at home taking care of the children while the wife's at work. Men are using women. It's just became a norm in the Western values. It's not a norm, I'm sorry to say, in Eastern Europe. It's not a norm in the Middle East. It's not a norm in Africa.
Yeah, but women also women are I'm not going to say subjugated like in Eastern Europe. you probably know way more about Eastern Europe than I, being, somebody who's Russian.
We are taught the same way as you would say a Jew. It has nothing to do with the Jew. We were taught to be the protector and the provider. We are known the woman is a nurturer and a caregiver. She is the one that builds the home.
That's what we were, okay, but in America, that's what we were taught, that you saw gradually, like the indoctrination that would occur from the 90s. It might have started before that, but you had, what was expected of, like, one of the most popular shows with women back in the late 90s, early 2000s was, the fuck do you call that show? It was about a bunch of these single women with like nice corporate jobs. Sex in the City. Yeah. Now these were all like childless, approximately late 30s to early 40s women, and they were basically these women that were, their ideology was basically consumerism, sex, and I don't know. That's about it. And these were not the traditional women. And I would say like looking back further, like as we've gone forward from the 1990s till now, what is considered ideal for a woman has gradually moved away from what used to be considered ideal for a woman, what women used to actually want, and even what men expect from women. And even this whole 50-50 shit, like, I kind of think it's a stupid game. Like, if I ask a woman out, I would pay for her shit. But, like, and I'm telling you, even over 20 years ago, I had zero problems splitting a fucking check. Like, and part of it was a psychological game. And so if I did not take you out, part of it is that you're going to think, like, oh, I have this guy in front of me, and he's not paying for me, but I wasted my time with him. What am I going to get out of it? And, honestly, it's probably going to lead to me fucking her. And so it was, it's kind of counterintuitive, but I'm talking like 20 years ago. I would do this, like, all the fucking time.
No, but it's not like that. Men nowadays, you ask a man, on your first date, how much would you spend? And there's an actual budget. There's a budget. They'll say $50, $100. I wouldn't. For my first date, I would go to a coffee shop with her. So I start thinking about it. Okay, why are we dating? Let's start with that. Are you dating to get laid? Is that why you're going on a date?
Sure.
Or you're dating to find your. There's two reasons people date. It's either they're dating to get laid because they're trying to get. Correct. We all understand. Or they're dating to find their significant other. Correct? There's only two reasons why we date.
Yeah, and I would say there's one, but like they'll stop when it comes, or no, it's not completely they'll stop, but like, for example, if your idea is to get married, I would say go to church, go to like.
No. But this is, hold on. Let me finish where I was going with this. So when I asked, what's your budget? They told me my first date's a coffee date or this, that. And then I think about it. I'm like, listen, I don't know what you guys did. If I want to go date or I want to get laid, I'm not going to go fucking waste time. If I want to go get laid, I can go get a fucking hooker. Spend the same money I would spend on a date just to get straight to business. I don't have to waste any other woman's time. I don't have to take Coco's. I don't have to waste Coco's time. Nobody's time. I don't have to disappoint. I don't need to play this fucking games with people. I'm a little bit older than to play these games. If I'm dating, I'm looking for a significant other. So if I'm looking for a significant other, and then I already have a budget that I'm setting on my first date and if I already, again, before I take a date, I'll speak to you either via text message, via whatever, phone call, FaceTime. I'll know who I'm going on a date with. I'm not going to randomly just go with anybody on a date. This is only blind dates. And even if it's a blind date by my friends who are setting me up, they know who I am.
and whoever they're setting me up is their friend, right? So if they can get along with that person, they can get along with me. That means we're a good match. We have something somehow all in common, that we have one mutual friend. And so when I started hearing they're setting budgets, I don't have a budget on the first date. I just go with the fucking flow. You want to go to the craziest restaurant? Let's go to the craziest restaurant. I want to, I'll fucking fly out to Mexico tomorrow. We'll fly out. Like, I am a retard. But again, the reason why I say this, Pepe, is because this is a potential of my future. This is a potential of the future wife to me. So why am I already fucking from day one of meeting my future wife? I'm putting a budget and a limit on it. I'm already setting myself up for failure by doing such an action. I'm showing I'm not serious by even thinking in such a way that I'm wasting time. Then that goes to me, I just want to fuck you. So if I want to fuck you, I'll get a hooker. I want to play a game, okay, again, but in my opinion, if we're dating for a reason. Like, I go on dates to find my significant other. If I want to go out, I can go out with my friends. I don't need to go out with strangers and pay for their bills.
I get what you're saying. So you're talking about dating with intention, and I'm somebody who was like a hedonist. I somebody who like slept with a lot of women. You know, like rather, you can say it's gross, and it's absolutely unfulfilling. You know, really, it is. It gets so fucking old. And I do. You know, I had friends who could have like definitely gotten more women than me that were they more or less dated with the intention of finding a future wife, and then now that they're married and have kids and all of that stuff. And I do, you know, I don't blame anybody. Like when it comes to my personal life, I don't blame women for where I'm at or the fact that I didn't get married and have kids. You know, I made my own bed. I don't blame women for that. But I don't know. I just like today in America, I do think that there's this very. First of all, it's very toxic on both sides. We can look at the manosphere, where they like to say women have these innate traits. They're only good for these things. You cannot trust them. Yada yada yada. Then you have women who say like, oh well, basically. Test the shit out of them. Like, how far are they willing to go on the first date? How much are they willing to spoil you? All of this stuff, and then they can get into the same toxic bullshit that men get into, where it's basically like they have to look a certain way. They have to basically provide whatever they want whenever they want, which is a rather sociopathic view of a healthy relationship, much like a womanizing person on the manosphere, type of view he would have when it comes to women. And I just like,